Part 1. There will be killing till the score is paid. Homer, The Odyssey. Chapter 1. Persephone. Persephone's ears rang, and the underworld trembled violently beneath her feet. She was reeling from Hecate's words. That is the sound of Theseus releasing the Titans. Theseus, a son of Poseidon, a man she had met in passing only once, had managed to tear her life apart in a matter of hours. It had begun with the abduction of Sibyl and Harmonia, and spiraled from there. Now Zoe and Demeter were dead, the helm of darkness was gone, and Hades was missing. She wasn't even sure that was the right word, but the fact was that she had not seen him since she'd left him in her office at Alexandria Tower, bridled by her magic. The look on his face as he'd watched her leave still haunted her. But there had been no other option. He wouldn't have let her go, and she wasn't going to let Hades face an eternity of punishment for not granting a favor. But something was wrong, because Hades had not come for her, and he was not here now as their realm was being torn apart. Another tremor rocked the underworld, and Persephone looked at Hecate, who stood opposite her, eyes dark and face drawn. "We have to go," Hecate said. "Go?" Persephone echoed. "We have to stop the Titans," Hecate said. "As much as we are able." Persephone just stared. The goddess of witchcraft was a Titan herself. She might be able to fight the elder gods, but Persephone had only just managed to go up against her Olympian mother. "Hecate, I can't," she began, shaking her head. But Hecate took her face between her hands. "You can," she said, her eyes peering straight to her soul. "You must. You have no choice." Persephone heard what Hecate did not say, though she knew the goddess was right. This went beyond protecting her realm. It was about protecting the world. She pushed aside her doubt, growing fierce in her determination to prove she was worthy of the crown and title she had been given. "Oh, my dear," Hecate said, dropping her hands from her face and twining her fingers with Persephone's. "It isn't a question of worth." It was all she said before her magic flared in a powerful burst and teleported them to the asphodel fields. Despite the destruction Persephone had witnessed when she had faced the Olympians outside Thebes, she'd still not managed to imagine what the Titans could do to her realm. But the reality was devastating. The mountains of Tartarus had once risen and fallen steeply like the waves of an angry sea. Despite their use and the horror they contained, they had been beautiful, a dark and jagged shadow set against the muted horizon. Now they were nearly leveled, as if crushed beneath the feet of a giant, and the sky was split, an angry wound open to the world above. Something had already escaped the underworld. The ground shook, and a massive hand shot out from the depths of Tartarus, sending an explosion of rocks flying across the land. The head of a Titan emerged from the prison, and he gave a roaring cry. The sound was deafening and just as destructive, shattering nearby peaks as if they were nothing but glass. Persephone recalled what Hades had said about the Titans. Since they were not dead, only imprisoned, they retained all their powers. "Iapetus," Hecate said, her voice almost a hiss. "He is Cronus's brother and god of immortality." Hecate met her gaze. "I'll take him. You must seal the sky." Persephone nodded, though her mind scrambled to understand exactly what that meant. She had yet to use the magic she had been granted upon marrying Hades. Hecate teleported first and appeared in the air over Iapetus's head. Suddenly there were 3 of her, all surrounding the god of immortality, and from her hands sprang black flames that she funneled in a burning stream toward the Titan. Iapetus's roar of anger vibrated the air as her magic struck. With him distracted, Persephone called to the darkness within her, reaching for the feelings that had fueled her destruction of the underworld when she had stumbled upon Hades and Laocoon in the Forest of Despair. Recalling that time made her feel stretched and raw. Though what she had witnessed had not been real, the emotion still shuddered through her. From that anguish, her power bloomed, a force that called to the roots of the upper world above her. They broke through the darkened sky like serpents twining together, sealing the open chasm. A sense of relief flooded her, and her attention turned to Hecate, who was still engaged with Iapetus. Now Persephone could focus on trapping the Titan within his mountainous prison, but something hard struck her, and she flew through the air. When she landed, she rolled to the very edge of Asphodel, where the field dropped into a valley. Persephone drew in a deep and haggard breath, though her lungs felt frozen in her chest, and rose onto her hands and knees, coming face to face with a monster, a creature with 3 heads, those of a lion, a goat, and a snake. The lion roared in her face, lips peeling back from sharp teeth. The goat opened its mouth and breathed a noxious fire that singed the air. The snake shot forward rapidly, but was not close enough to strike with its venomous fangs. The creature was a chimera, a haphazard mix of animals, all dangerous to some degree, and it had escaped from Tartarus. Fuck. The monster pounced, and Persephone scrambled back, forgetting how close she was to the edge of the valley. She fell, tumbling over the side, hitting the unyielding grassy earth. She teleported and managed to land on her ass at the bottom of the meadow. She glanced up at the chimera, which roared at her from above, and was surprised when another roar came from behind her. Persephone turned to find another chimera looming. 2 others approached, flanking the monster. She stumbled back as a shadow passed over her head. The first chimera had jumped from the cliff and joined the fray, slowly encroaching on what little space she had left. "Why are there so many of you?" she muttered, frustrated as her eyes slid from creature to creature, assessing. Suddenly, a large pomegranate struck the goat head protruding from the back of one of the chimeras. It whipped its head to the side, breathing fire on an angry bellow, and set the creature beside it aflame. A horrible screech escaped its mouth, and it crashed to the ground, rolling in the thick grass, but the flames only seemed to spread. More pomegranates followed the first one, raining down on the monsters. As they turned to face their new attackers, Persephone saw that the souls had gathered in a huge crowd. The first row were women and elders with baskets of fruit. Yuri was among them, and while Persephone's heart rose at the sight of her people, her delight quickly turned to horror as the chimera stalked toward them. She had no idea what would happen to the dead when faced with a threat in their realm, but she did not wish to find out. As she watched, however, the second row of souls came forward, armed men and women. Ian was in the lead, and he called out orders as the chimera approached. "Go for their necks," he said. "Their throats are made of fire and will melt your weapons and choke them to death." While 3 of the chimeras charged toward the gathered souls, one turned toward Persephone. The lion bared its teeth while the goat's eyes reddened with fire. The snake reared, readying to strike. She backed away as the creature took one predatory step after another toward her, and just as it was about to attack, the wide jaws of its 3 heads unhinging, she teleported. She had every intention of summoning her magic, of trapping the creature in a bramble of thorns, but as soon as she appeared behind the chimera, a massive creature barreled into it. It took Persephone a moment to realize what had attacked. A 3-headed dog. Not just any 3-headed dog. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus. She had never seen them in their singular form, but Hades had spoken of it. Cerberus is a monster, he'd said, not an animal. Sometimes Cerberus existed as one. Sometimes he existed as three, and he seemed to have tripled in size, towering over her as he tossed the chimera into the air. It landed some distance away and did not move again. Cerberus turned toward Persephone, his large body wiggling at the sight of her. Cerberus... Her words were cut short when a sharp crack drew her attention to the mountainous horizon, where Hecate was still battling Iapetus. The Titan's massive hands had managed to slip between the mighty roots Persephone had summoned to seal off the sky, and with one quick jerk, they tore free. A few terrified screams erupted from the souls gathered in the meadow as splintered wood rained down across the underworld. More of the mountains gave way beneath the impact of the falling roots. A keen and angry wail followed as 7 snake-like heads emerged from the crumbling depths of Tartarus. Persephone's blood ran cold, recognizing the bulbous frame of the Hydra. Fuck! She'd only had a modicum of control over this situation before, and now she had none. Looks like you're in a pickle, Sephi. She looked to her left, where Hermes had manifested in all his golden glory, still dressed in armor from their encounter with the Olympians. She had lost track of him on the battlefield, but he had been one of the first to stand with her and against Zeus. He and Apollo. The familiar scent of earthy laurel drew Persephone's attention, and she turned to see the god of music on her right. He looked stoic and calm and offered a small smile. "Hey, Steph," he said. She smiled back. "Hey, Apollo." "Rude," said Hermes. "I didn't get a greeting." "Hi, Hermes," she said, looking back at him. He scoffed. "It doesn't mean anything if I have to point it out." She grinned and burst into tears at the same time, overwhelmed with gratitude by their presence. "Don't cry, Sephi," said Hermes. "It was just a joke." "She isn't crying over your stupid joke," Apollo snapped. "Oh, and you know her so well?" "He isn't wrong, Hermes," Persephone said, wiping at her eyes quickly. "I'm just really glad you were both here." Hermes' expression softened, but their attention was soon drawn to Tartarus again, when the Hydra roared and launched itself from the peak upon which it was poised, landing in the forest of despair. Trees snapped beneath its massive body as if they were nothing but twigs. The monster's heads whipped about, slinging its venomous poison. It landed across the underworld like a deadly rain, burning and blackening whatever it touched, including a chimera whose horrid wail filled the air as the poison burned the creature to death. At the same time, Iapetus had managed to free himself further, and now his entire head was exposed, down to his wide shoulders. His face was thin, and his eyes sunken and angry, gleaming as if filled with fire. He looked wicked and unkind, and while Persephone had expected nothing different from the Titan who had been locked away for centuries, it was another thing to be faced with the sharp force of his fury. Persephone could feel Hecate's ancient magic rush over her, as if she were drawing energy from everything within the underworld. It raised the hair on her arms and the back of her neck, stole the moisture from her tongue. Then Hecate released her power in a great burst. Iapetus folded beneath its weight, his head striking the mountains. But Persephone knew it was not enough. "We have to get them back into Tartarus," Persephone said. "We'll work on that," said Hermes. "You worry about that massive hole in the sky." They must have sensed her doubt, because Apollo added, "You've got this, Seph. You are queen of the underworld." "The one and only," said Hermes, "that we know of." Persephone and Apollo glared. "It's just a joke," Hermes whined. Apollo sighed and took a few steps forward. His bow materialized in his hand, his quiver on his back. "Let's go, Hermes." The god of mischief took a step, and then twisted to face Persephone. "If it helps at all," he said, "there is no one else." She knew what he meant. No one else could trap the Titans or contain the monsters in Tartarus. No one else could mend the broken sky. That was power granted to the king and queen of the underworld. It was either Hades or it was her, and Hades was not here. His absence made her chest ache, though she knew it was not time to agonize over what had befallen him since she'd last seen him. She had to deal with what was before her first, and the sooner she was able to contain this threat, the sooner she could find her husband. Hermes' wings unfurled behind him, and he launched himself into the air before bolting across the realm to the Hydra with Apollo in tow. Persephone teleported to the edge of the asphodel fields. Alone, she took a moment to observe the chaos. She had often been aware of her faults, but never so much as she was at this very moment. The mountains of Tartarus were nothing more than piles of rubble. The beauty of Hades' magic was marred by patches of scorched and smoking earth from the Hydra's venom. The air smelled like burning flesh, and amid all this, the souls still fought the chimeras. Hermes wielded his golden sword against the Hydra, while Apollo sent rays of blinding light to cauterize the wounds and prevent the heads from regenerating. Iapetus continued to rock the underworld, fighting beneath Hecate's magic. Persephone took a breath and closed her eyes. As she did, she felt the world around her go quiet. Nothing seeped into her space save her anger, her pain, her worry. Her ears rang with it, her heart pumped with it, and she used it to draw on the darker part of her magic. It was the part of her that ached, the part of her that raged, the part of her that no longer believed the world was wholly good. "You are my wife and my queen." Hades' voice echoed in her mind. It sent chills down her spine and cradled her heart. The sound brought tears to her eyes and made her chest feel tight, stealing the air from her lungs. "You are everything that makes me good," he said. "And I am everything that makes you terrible." She swallowed the thickness that had gathered in her throat. Before, she would have balked at those words, but now she understood the power in being feared, and she wanted to be dreaded. "Where are you?" she asked, desperate for him to manifest at her side where he belonged. But the longer she remained alone, the darker her energy became. "Waiting to carry you through the dark, if you will bring me to the light." Her heart felt so heavy, a weight in her chest. "I need you," she whispered. "You have me," he said. "There is no part where you end or I begin. Use me, darling, as you have for your pleasure. There is power in this pain." And there was pain. It radiated through her, a bone-deep sorrow that had become so much a part of her that it almost seemed normal. She could not remember who she was before the hollow ache of grief had carved a spot in her heart. "You are more now that I am gone," said Lexa. Persephone squeezed her eyes shut against her best friend's cruel words, though she knew they were true. Strange that life granted power in the face of loss. Stranger yet that the person who would be most proud was not here to witness it. "I know your truth," Lexa said. "I do not need to witness it." Something cut through Persephone then, a pain so deep she could not contain it, and when her eyes opened, her vision was sharpened from the glow of her eyes. Her power waited, obedient to her will, a flame wreathing her body. For a moment, everything stilled, and she felt Hades' presence as if he had come up behind her and wrapped a possessive arm around her waist. "Feed it," he commanded, and with his warm breath on her ear, she screamed. Her anguish became a real and living thing as her power gathered around her. It flooded the underworld, darkening the sky. Shadows flew from the palms of her hands, turning into solid spears, impaling the chimeras and the hydra. A cacophony of shrill screams and pained roars filled the air, and it fueled her, made her dig deeper until the earth began to tremble, and the ground beneath the hydra and the mountains of Tartarus turned dark and liquid. Thick tendrils shot out from the pool, latching on to the hydra's large, clawed feet and what remained of its heads, dragging the monster down into its depths until its screams were suddenly silenced. Her magic rose in dark waves over Iapetus, too, aided by Hecate, whose power drove the Titan farther into his cell in the mountains. Though he fought against it, arms stretched out, reaching for the still open sky. Her darkness continued to climb, matting his hair and blinding his eyes, spilling into his open mouth. He wailed in anger until his throat was full and he could no longer speak. And when he was covered, the magic hardened, and the mountains of Tartarus shone like glistening obsidian against the dark horizon. From the tallest peak, which was the tip of Iapetus's hand, now frozen in hard stone, her magic continued to build, mending the broken sky. And when it was finished, she dropped her hands, and her magic reeled back, ricocheting through her. She trembled, but remained on her feet. She felt something wet on her face, and when she reached to touch her mouth, she found blood. She frowned. "Sephi, you were amazing," Hermes said as he appeared before her. He swept her into a tight hug. Despite the way his armor dug into her body, she welcomed his embrace. When he set her on her feet, it was before Apollo, Hecate, and Cerberus, who was still fused into a large three-headed monster. He ambled forward and nuzzled her hand gently, all 3 sets of jowls dripping with saliva and blood. She didn't care, and stroked each of the heads anyway. "Good boys," she said. "Very good boys." In the meadow below, the souls cheered. Their enthusiasm would normally lift her heart, but instead she felt dread. Would her magic hold? Could she keep them safe? Her gaze shifted to the horizon and the strange tower that now connected the mountains of Tartarus to the sky. She had no idea how she'd created it, but she knew what had fed her magic. She could still feel those emotions echoing inside her. "I like it," said Hermes. "It's art. We'll call it Iapetus's Reckoning." Persephone thought it looked more like a scar, a blight on Hades's kingdom. But perhaps he would fix it when he came home. Something thick gathered in the back of her throat, and she couldn't swallow. She turned to look at everyone, searching each face as if one of them might hold the answer to her greatest question. "Where is Hades?" she asked.
Chapter 2. Hades. The burn in his wrists woke him. The headache splitting his skull made opening his eyes nearly impossible, but he tried, groaning, his thoughts shattering like glass. He had no ability to pick at the pieces, to recall how he had gotten here, so he focused instead on the pain in his body, the metal digging into the raw skin on his wrists, the way his nails pierced his palm, the way his fingers throbbed from being curled into themselves when they should be coiled around Persephone's ring. The ring. It was gone. Hysteria built inside him, a fissure that had him straining against his manacles, and he finally tore open his eyes to find that he was restrained in a small, dark cell. As he dangled from the ceiling, body draped in the same heavy net that had sent him to the ground in the Minotaur's prison, he knew he was not alone. He stared into the darkness, uneasy, aware that whatever magic existed there was his own, and yet it felt somehow foreign, likely because, though he called to it, he could not summon it. "I know you're there," Hades said. His tongue felt swollen in his mouth. In the next second, Theseus appeared, having pulled the helm of darkness from his head. He cradled the weapon in his arm, smirking. "Theseus," Hades growled, though even to him his voice sounded weak. He was so tired and so full of pain he could not vocalize the way he wished. Otherwise, he would rage. "I'd hoped to make a more dramatic entrance," said the demigod, his aqua eyes gleaming. Hades hated those eyes, so like Poseidon's. "But you always were a killjoy." Dread tightened Hades' chest, though he worked not to show a single ounce of fear. He hated that he even felt the threat of such an emotion in the presence of Theseus, but he had to know how the demigod had come into possession of his helm. "How did you get it?" "Your wife led me right to it," Theseus said. "I told you I only needed to borrow her." Hades had many questions, but he asked the most pressing. "Where is she?" he demanded. "I must confess I lost track of her," Theseus said airily, as if he had not been in possession of the thing Hades loved most in this world. He jerked forward. He wanted to wrap his hands around Theseus's neck and squeeze until he felt his bones break beneath his hands. But the weight of the net made movement nearly impossible. It was as if he were suffocating instead. His chest heaved as he worked to catch his breath. Theseus chuckled, and Hades glared at him, his eyes watering from exertion. He had never felt so weak. In truth, he had never been this weak. "Last time I saw her, she was fighting her mother in the underworld. I wonder who won." "I will kill you, Theseus," Hades said. "That is an oath." "I have no doubt you will try, though I think you will have a difficult time given your current state." Hades' rage ignited, burning him from the inside out, but he could do nothing, not move or summon his power. This, he thought, must be what it is like to be mortal. It was terrible. Theseus smirked and then held up the helm, studying it. "This is an intriguing weapon," he said. "It made it entirely too easy to enter Tartarus." "It sounds like you wish to boast, Theseus," said Hades, glaring. "So why don't you get it over with?" "It is not boasting at all," Theseus replied. "I am paying you a courtesy." "By breaking into my realm?" "By letting you know that I have released your father from Tartarus." "My father?" Hades repeated, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. He could not describe exactly how he felt, only that this news left him feeling numb. If he'd had the energy to move, it would have stopped him in his tracks. His father, Kronos, god of time, was free, wandering the upper world after nearly 5 millennia locked away. Kronos, the man who had envied his own father's rule and took him down with a scythe that had recently resurfaced in the black market. The man who had feared the fated uprising of his children so much that he had swallowed them whole as they were born. It was Zeus who had freed them from that horrible and dark prison, and when they had emerged, they had been fully grown and full of wrath. Even now, Hades could recall how he'd felt, the way anger had moved through his body, the way vengeance had crowded his mind, fed every thought. After they'd succeeded in overthrowing the Titans, those feelings followed him, bleeding into every aspect of his reign and rule. It did not seem like so long ago. "I do not know who else managed to escape with him," Theseus said. "I must confess, I had to leave, but we are sure to find out in the coming days." "You imbecile," Hades seethed, his voice quiet. Do you know what you have done? It was not as if Kronos had been asleep for the last 5,000 years. He'd spent all his time in Tartarus conscious and planning revenge, just as Hades was doing now. He worried over what his father would do first with his freedom. His thoughts turned to his mother, Rhea. Rhea, who had tricked Kronos into swallowing a rock so that Zeus might live to overthrow him. It was she who would receive Kronos' wrath first. Hades was sure of it. "Come on, Hades," said Theseus. "We both know I do not make rash decisions. I have thought about this for a while." "And what exactly did you think? That you would release my father from Tartarus, and he would be so indebted to you that he would join your cause?" "I am under no such delusion," said Theseus. "But I will use him as I imagine he will use me." "Use you?" Hades asked. "And what do you have to offer?" Theseus grinned. It was an unsettling smile because it was so genuine. "To start," he said, "I have you." Hades stared for a moment. "So you will, what, give me as a sacrifice?" "Well, yes," Theseus said. "Kronos will need offerings to feed his power and strength. Who better than his son, and a usurper, too?" "Your father was a usurper. Will you sacrifice him?" "If the occasion calls for it," Theseus said. Hades was not surprised by the demigod's answer. His honesty was also likely an indication of his belief that Hades would never leave this prison. "What happens when you both decide the other must die?" he asked. "I suppose it is good, then, that I am fated to overthrow the gods," said Theseus. Hades knew the demigod was referring to the prophecy of the Ophiutorus, a half-bull, half-serpent creature whose death assured victory against the gods. Theseus had been the one to slay the monster, and he assumed that meant he would overthrow the Olympians. But the prophecy never specified how or whose victory would come about. His arrogance would be his downfall. But Hades was not about to argue. Theseus could face the consequences of his hubris, as all inevitably did. "You are not even invincible. Do you think you can win against the gods?" Perhaps he should not have said it, but he wanted Theseus to know he knew his greatest weakness, that he could not heal like other gods. Dionysus had discovered as much when he was trapped on the island of Thrinacia. Hades wished more than anything that he could test it himself, and one day soon he would. Shadows darkened the lines on Theseus's face, and an evil Hades had never seen before lurked behind his eyes. The demigod dropped the helm and drew a knife. Hades barely saw the gleaming blade before Theseus plunged it into his side. For a moment, his lungs felt locked, and he could not take in breath. Theseus tilted his head up to meet Hades' gaze, speaking between his teeth. "Perhaps you can tell me what it's like," he said, twisting the blade before tearing it from Hades' body. Hades gritted his teeth against the pain, which was sharp and almost electric, radiating down his side. He refused to make a sound, to let the demigod know how he hurt. Theseus raised the knife between them, stained with his blood. Hades recognized it as his father's scythe. Part of it, anyway. The end was missing, having been found in Adonis's corpse after he'd been attacked outside Larose. He had been the first victim of Theseus's campaign against the Olympians, a sacrifice made to antagonize Aphrodite. Later, Hades would discover the goddess of love had been chosen as a target by Demeter for her influence over his relationship with Persephone. It was the price she'd asked for in exchange for use of her magic and relics. "Well, look at that," said Theseus. You bleed like I bleed. He took a step away as if to admire his work. You would do well to remember that beneath that net, you are mortal. Hades had never been more aware as he struggled to breathe, his chest rising and falling sharply. He felt cold, his skin damp. You think you can make us all mortal? Yes, said Theseus, just as easily as I can become invincible. The demigod did not explain what he meant, but Hades could guess. There were only a few ways to become invincible in this world. One was through Zeus, who, as king of the gods, could grant invincibility. Another was to eat a golden apple from the garden of the Hesperides, Hera's orchard, and since the two had formed some kind of alliance, he assumed that was the avenue the demigod would take. Theseus sheathed the bloody knife and then picked up the helm of darkness before reaching into his pocket to withdraw something small and silver. Hades' heart squeezed at the sight of it. This is a beautiful ring, Theseus said, holding it between his thumb and forefinger, twisting it so that even beneath the dim light the gems glittered. Hades watched it, his stomach nodding with each movement. Who would have guessed it would be your downfall? Theseus was wrong. That ring was Hades' hope, even if he could not hold it, even if it was in the hand of his enemy. Persephone will come, he said, certain. His voice was quiet, his eyes heavy. I know, Theseus said, his fingers closing over the ring. He spoke with a dreadful glee that made Hades sick, though perhaps he was only feeling the weight of the net and his wound. She will be your ruin, Hades said to the demigod, his chest tightening with the truth of those words. You would burn this world for me? I will destroy it for you, she had said right before she had torn his realm apart in the name of a love she thought she had lost. Theseus considered their love a weakness, but he would soon discover how wrong he was.
Chapter 3. Persephone. Where is my husband? Persephone asked. Hermes and Apollo exchanged a concerned look, but no one spoke. The longer their silence continued, the more frantic she felt. Hecate? Persephone looked at the triple goddess, whose troubled expression did nothing to ease her worry. She took a step toward her. You can track him, Persephone said, her hope rising. But there was a strange look on Hecate's face, a strange and terrifying look that instantly made her feel a keen sense of dread. Hecate shook her head. I've tried, Persephone. You haven't, Persephone said. When? She refused to believe it, but she knew something was wrong. She had always been able to sense Hades' magic, but even that sensation was gone, and the emptiness made her tremble. Persephone, Hermes started, stepping toward her. Don't touch me, she snapped, glaring at him, glaring at all of them. She did not want their comfort. She did not want their pity. Those things made this real. Her eyes blurred with tears. She had come to expect certain truths, that dawn would break and night would fall, that life preceded death and hope followed despair. She had come to expect that Hades would always be by her side, and his absence now made the world feel wrong. I want my husband, she said, and a brutal cry tore from her throat. She covered her mouth as if to contain it, and then vanished, teleporting to her office at Alexandria Tower, where she'd left Hades tangled in a web of her magic. The evidence of her choice remained, the buckled floor, the broken vines. She had known he would not be here. She had known that her magic was only strong enough to hold him for a short time. Still, she'd held on to a small kernel of misguided hope. She knelt on the broken ground and touched the dark and severed vines. As she reached out her hand, she was reminded of the weight that was missing there. A burst of Hermes's warm magic alerted her that she was no longer alone. "Theseus took my ring," Persephone said. "Then we can guess what happened," he said. Hades could track the ring, and he would have used it to locate her, but where was it now? And could they trace it? "I shouldn't have left him," she said. She should have called to him while she'd waited with an ailing Lexa and Harmonia at the hotel, but she had been too afraid of the consequences. Even then, would it have mattered? She had no idea at what point he'd been led astray. "You did what was necessary," Hermes said. What if it wasn't? She asked. Though no matter how she reflected on it, she still felt like she'd had no other choice. There had been too many threats at play. Divine justice and Sibyl's well-being. Except that all Persephone wondered now was if she'd assigned Hades to some other terrible fate. "It doesn't matter," Hermes said. "What's done is done." She knew he was right. Their only option was to move forward. She rose to her feet and then turned to face the god who had become one of her closest friends. "Find my husband, Hermes. Do whatever you must." He studied her for a moment, his beautiful face somehow soft and severe at the same time. "Do you know what you're asking, Sephi?" She took a step closer, holding his golden gaze. "I want blood, Hermes. I will fill rivers with it until he is found." Theseus would soon discover that he had flown too close to the sun. Hermes grinned. "I like vengeful Sephi," he said. "She's scary." Her gaze shifted to the reddish glow just beyond her door. She left her office and stepped into the waiting area, where the view overlooked New Athens. Light burned the horizon, and Persephone thought it looked a lot like fire. She had never thought she would see the sun as a threat, but today it felt like the dawn of a new and terrible world. The irony was that no one else would know the horror of her night. Today, mortals would wake to see that the snow had ceased to fall, that the clouds that had burdened the sky for weeks had parted. The media would run with stories of how the wrath of the Olympians had ended, and assume that the battle outside Thebes was what brought Demeter's storm to an end. Is it wrong to feel angry that they will not know what horror we lived through last night? No, said Hermes, but I do not think that is what makes you angry right now. She turned her head to the side, but he was still a step or two behind her. What do you know about my anger? You do not like when beliefs are fueled by falsehoods. You see it as an injustice, he said. He was not wrong. It was the reason Theseus and his organization of impious demigods and mortals angered her so much, and Helen, her once loyal assistant, had only helped perpetuate those lies with her news articles. And what made her stories so believable was that they were anchored in just enough truth. Theseus would say that is power, she said. It is power, he agreed. But there is power in many things. She was quiet, and she pressed her fingers against the cool glass, tracing the edge of the New Athens skyline. They think I lied, she said. Right before everything had taken a turn for the worst, before Sibyl had gone missing in the avalanche and ensuing battle, before Theseus had traded in his favor for her compliance, Helen had decided to reveal the secret of Persephone's divinity and accused her of deceiving New Greece. Her timing in many ways had been impeccable. She had known that the world had come to admire and admonish Persephone, both for writing controversial articles about the gods, but also for capturing the attention of the notoriously reclusive god of the dead. In some ways, she'd endeared herself to a mortal public that could see themselves in her. Now they likely felt betrayed. "Then tell the truth," Hermes said. She lifted her head, watching the god of mischief in the reflection of the window. "Will that be enough?" "It will have to be," he said. "It is all you can give." It felt so silly to worry over what people thought after everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. But to mortals, the world was still recognizable. They would demand answers to the accusations Helen had leveled, ignorant of Persephone's agony, of Hades' absence, of Theseus's terrorism. She was quiet for a moment, and then turned to face him fully. "Summon Ilias," she said. "We have work to do." Before they began, however, she needed to see Sybil and Harmonia. Persephone returned to the underworld and found her friends in the queen's suite. Harmonia was asleep in her bed, while Sybil lay beside her, wide awake and watching as if she feared her girlfriend might cease to breathe if she didn't remain alert. Persephone knew that horror. As she entered, Sybil looked up and whispered her name, rising and rushing to her. The oracle burst into tears as she threw her arms around Persephone's neck. "I'm so sorry, Sybil," she said quietly, not wishing to disturb Harmonia, who lay unmoving. Sybil pulled away just a fraction and met Persephone's gaze. Her eyes were rimmed in red, and stray tears tracked down her face. "It wasn't your fault," she managed on a shaky breath. But Persephone felt responsible. It was hard not to, given that Theseus had targeted her because of their friendship. Persephone took a breath. "What happened?" Sybil swallowed, her gaze falling to Harmonia. Outwardly, she looked mostly healed. It was clear that either Sybil or Hecate had done their best to clean the dirt and dried blood from her face, though it still matted her pale hair. "They came in the night, silent. I don't think they expected either of us to wake as soon as they appeared, but we did. I had been dreaming of death, and Harmonia felt their magic." "So they were demigods?" "Only two," she said. "They must have let the rest of their men into the apartment once they teleported inside." "How many in total?" Persephone asked. Sybil shook her head, shrugging a shoulder. "I'm not certain. 5 or 6. 5 or 6 men just to capture Sybil. Persephone had known from Theseus that they had not anticipated Harmonia's presence in the apartment, and her resistance was why she'd been hurt so badly. "They came to wound Persephone," Sybil said. "Not only me, but you, too." Persephone knew, and it made her feel sick. It was hard to imagine that while she had walked down the aisle toward the love of her life, her friends had suffered at the hands of a deranged demigod. "Did you see Helen?" she asked. She asked because she wanted to know just how entwined her former friend had become with Theseus. What plans was she helping him execute? And did she feel anything as she watched them suffer? In some ways, Persephone blamed herself. She was the one who had encouraged Helen to get close to Triad after she expressed interest in writing about the organization. Though it was evident now the kind of person she was. She had no real sense of loyalty to anything, save herself. "No," Sybil whispered. Persephone's jaw tightened. She had only felt inclined toward vengeance a few times in her life, and this was one. With the way she felt right now, with the rage that simmered inside her, she could not say what she would do when she saw Helen again. But the reality was that Persephone had already crossed a line. She had killed her mother, even if it was not what she had intended. Would she kill Helen if given the chance? She isn't healing, Sybil said after a beat of silence. Persephone's head whipped to the side. What do you mean? Hecate said whatever she was stabbed with is preventing her from healing. When I asked her why, she said she didn't know. Persephone's stomach turned. Hecate always knew. What about you? Persephone asked, her eyes falling to Sybil's hand, which had been heavily bandaged after 2 of her fingers were cut off by Theseus. The demigod had mutilated her without hesitation, which illustrated just how dangerous he was. I will heal, Sybil said and paused. Hecate said she could restore my fingers, but I told her no. Persephone's eyes misted, and she swallowed, trying to clear the thickness from her throat. I'm so sorry, Sybil. You have nothing to apologize for, Persephone, Sybil said. It's hard to know what evil exists in the world until it finds you. Persephone remembered when she thought she knew evil, when her mother had convinced her that Hades's darkness was what seeped into the world from below, an influence on every terror, plague, and sin. But evil had no effect without a master, and in the last few hours she had learned true evil. It did not look like her husband or even her mother. It was not darkness, and it was not death. It was the pleasure Theseus received from his cruelty, and she hated how it had invaded her life and would soon invade the world. We'll find a way to heal Harmonia, Sybil. I promise, she said. Sybil smiled. I know you will. And though she'd said it and she'd promised it, Persephone wished she felt the same certainty. She left them to rest, still worried. It was likely that Harmonia had been stabbed with a blade tipped with venom from the Hydra. Hades had said it slowed healing, and too many wounds could kill a god, as it had killed Tyche. Perhaps Harmonia only needed more time to recover before healing herself. Or maybe that was only wishful thinking. Dread pooled in Persephone's chest as she made her way to Hades's office. There was a part of her that hoped she would find him waiting, sitting behind his desk or standing near the fire. But when she opened the door, she found her friends, Hermes and Ilias, Charon and Thanatos, and Apollo and Hecate. As much as she loved them, they were not Hades. Tell me of those who escaped, she said, the dread in her chest thickening. There was a moment of heavy silence. There were few, my lady, said Thanatos, but among them Cronus. Cronus was the god of time, but specifically he had influence over its destructive nature. She did not know what that meant for the world above, but she would worry about that later. Right now, they had to make plans for present threats. And the others, she asked. She noted how Thanatos seemed to hesitate as he answered. The others are my brother and Prometheus. Persephone's brows rose at the news, though she could not say she was surprised that Hypnos had taken the opportunity to flee the underworld. She had only recently met the god of sleep, and he'd made it clear that he did not live in the underworld by choice. He'd been relegated to its darkness by Hera, who blamed him for her failed attempts to overthrow Zeus. Everyone else who escaped Tartarus was captured, said Charon. Many of them made it no farther than the Styx. Persephone was not surprised. The river was not crossable except by boat. She had found out the hard way when she'd attempted to swim it upon her first venture into the underworld. The dead who lived there had dragged her into its dark depths. If it hadn't been for Hermes, she would have drowned. Persephone looked at Hecate, who knew the Titans best. What does it mean that Cronus and Prometheus have escaped? Cronus is a vengeful god, but he will not act quickly, said Hecate. He needs worshippers to be effective, and he knows this. Prometheus is harmless mostly. The real concern is how the Olympians will react when they learn of their escape. Persephone did not imagine they would react well. While quite a few had fought alongside her and Hades, half had stood against them, though she did not think they were all motivated by the same thing. Some, like Ares, merely sought battle to satisfy their bloodlust. Zeus, on the other hand, had wanted to put a stop to his oracle's prophecy. Pyrrha had said that Persephone's union with Hades would produce a god more powerful than Zeus himself, though the god of the sky had managed to foil similar prophecies. She wondered now if he had failed to understand this one. Was it Cronus who was destined to become more powerful than Zeus upon his re-entry into the world, his wrath a product of his imprisonment in Tartarus? "How much time do we have?" Persephone asked. "If I were to guess, I think it is likely Theseus will try to use Hades to lure Cronus out of hiding," said Hecate. "The sooner we find him, the better." Dread filled Persephone's heart. She did not want to imagine what that meant for Hades. "Theseus has my ring," Persephone said. "Can you track it?" "I will try," Hecate said. "Do more than try," Persephone wanted to say, but she knew Hecate was just being cautious. The goddess did not want to overpromise, given that she already could not sense Hades' magic. Persephone looked at the others. "In the meantime, I want Theseus's men," she said. "I'll torture my way through them until one of them tells us where Hades is." "We're on it, Seph," said Apollo. "We will bring him home, my lady," said Ilias. She swallowed hard, her eyes watering. "Promise me," she said, her voice trembling. "Hades is my king and you are my queen," said Ilias. "I will go to the ends of the earth to bring him home for you. For all of us." "Just one question," Hermes said as he drew his blade, a menacing expression on his face. "Do you want them dead or alive?" "Let them choose their fate," she said. "Either way, they come to me." Those words trickled down her spine. They were similar to ones Hades had spoken to her the night they'd met. "Darling, I win either way." This time, she shivered. Hermes grinned. "You got it, queen." Everyone left save Hecate, who approached and took her hands. "Will you rest, my dear?" she asked. Persephone was not sure she could. She didn't even wish to face their chamber, to face a night without Hades. "I think I should see my mother," she said. "Are you certain?" It seemed like the better alternative. If she was alone, her thoughts would play in an endless cycle, reminding her of every way she'd failed and what she should have done differently, not only to save Hades, but also her mother. She had killed Demeter. She could not even recall how it had happened. She only remembered how she'd felt, angry and desperate to end her mother's assault on the world. But neither thing was an excuse for murder. It did not even seem real, and she was not sure yet how she was supposed to live with something so terrible. But perhaps seeing her in the underworld would help. "I will see her now." Hecate gave a solemn nod, and Persephone had a feeling she did not argue because she knew her thoughts. She let Hecate teleport her. Persephone had not considered where her mother might end up in the underworld. When Tyche had died, Hades had told her gods come to him powerless, and he often gave them a role within his realm based on what challenged them in life. Tyche had always wanted to be a mother, so she had become a caretaker in the children's garden. Demeter had also wanted to be a mother, But granting her a role beside Tyche seemed too much of a reward for everything she had done. Still, Persephone wasn't sure she wanted Demeter to face a sentence in Tartarus either. But perhaps that had more to do with the guilt she had in being responsible for her death. She decided she would prepare for that. But when they appeared, it was in the golden grass of the Elysian fields. She looked at Hecate, and then out at the vast open land dotted with lush trees. Here the sky was a bright blue. The souls who were scattered about the plains were dressed in white and wandered about in a near aimless existence with no memories of the life they'd lived in the upper world. "It is necessary," Thanatos had said, "to heal the soul." Persephone had learned exactly what it meant when Lexa had come to the underworld. She had been lucky to see her just as she'd crossed the Styx, and she cherished the few minutes she'd gotten with her best friend before she'd drunk from the Lethe and become someone else. "Hecate," she whispered, her throat full of an emotion she had not anticipated. "Why are we in Elysium?" She asked, and yet she knew. "There are some traumas a soul cannot live with," Hecate said. "Even in death, even as a god." Tears trailed down Persephone's face. She couldn't stop them, couldn't even decide what they meant. What could she not live with? Persephone asked, the taste of salt on her lips. The version of her mother she had confronted at the Museum of Ancient Greece had no remorse for the harm she had caused. She did not care that her storm had killed hundreds, did not care that her magic was responsible for Tyche's death. "I will tear this world apart around you," she had said. Hecate did not answer, though Persephone supposed she did not need to. What either of them had to say about the life Demeter had lived was moot. The fact was that the judges recognized that her soul had withered beneath the guilt of her decisions. Persephone wasn't sure why, but knowing that somehow hurt worse. It showed just how lost Demeter had become. Had her spiral begun with her rape by Poseidon? There was a part of Persephone that wished to know, that wanted vengeance for the mother she had lost and the one Demeter had become. "It will do you no good to seek answers for how your mother lived," said Hecate. "How do you know?" Persephone asked. She did not often question the goddess of witchcraft, but in this she did. "Because you already know all there is," Hecate replied. "As her soul heals in time, so will yours. Perhaps then you will come to understand, or at least accept." "Where is she?" Persephone asked, gazing over the golden plain. Again, Hecate did not speak. But she did not need to, because Persephone had found her mother. She recognized her long, straight hair, the color of the golden grass at their feet. She looked slight and small, having lost the command of her presence. Persephone left Hecate's side and went to her. She kept her distance, making a wide circle around her until she could see her face. It was the first time she had seen Demeter without that critical glint in her eye, without the harshness that had carved her features into a severe mask of disdain. Demeter's gaze shifted to Persephone. Her soft lips turned upward into a gentle smile. Despite the show of warmth, none of it touched her eyes. Eyes that had once turned from brown to green to gold as she moved through various stages of anger. Now they were simply a pale yellow, the color of wheat, and they possessed no recognition. "Hello," she said softly. Persephone tried to clear the knot at the back of her throat before she spoke, but her voice rasped anyway. "Hi," she said. Are you the lady of this realm? Demeter asked. I am, Persephone said. How did you know? A line formed between Demeter's brows. I don't know, she said. And then her gaze shifted, cast off across the field. When she spoke again, her voice was filled with a note of wonder. It is peaceful here. Perhaps selfishly, Persephone wished that she felt the same. Abruptly, she left Elysium and found herself in the dim chamber of her and Hades' bedroom. There was no fire in the hearth to warm the air or eat away at the darkness. And in that cold room that had no life to speak of, she crumpled to the floor and sobbed.
Chapter 4. Hades. Hades woke to a sharp and burning sensation in his side. He roared in pain as he tore his eyes open in time to see Theseus remove 2 fingers from the wound he'd inflicted with Kronos' scythe. Good, Theseus said. You are awake. Hades gritted his teeth, glaring at the demigod, his eyes watering. He wanted to speak, to curse him, but his words were lodged in his throat, tight with pain. Forgive me, the demigod said, gaze falling to his 2 bloodied fingers. But you were not roused by my calls. It wasn't until Theseus rose to his feet that Hades realized he was in a different position than he had been when he'd fallen asleep. He was no longer hanging from chains, but sitting on the floor. The massive net that had draped his body was gone, replaced by one that fit more like a shirt. Despite the difference, Hades could still feel its weight and the strange way it seemed to drain his energy, like it had teeth sinking into his very soul. Come, Olympian, Theseus said. You must earn your keep. Hades had to fight his compulsion to remain where he was. He did not like being commanded, especially by an arrogant demigod. But he could not deny that he was curious about where exactly he was, and wanted any opportunity to observe and devise a plan for escape. He rose to his feet, though his limbs trembled. Theseus did not immediately lead him from his cell. Instead, he studied him, his critical eyes burning along his frame. Admiring me, Theseus? Hades hissed, breathless. Yes, the demigod said, and then met Hades' gaze. Have you ever felt so weak? Hades scowled, and Theseus offered the barest smile before turning to open a nearly invisible door. Even you must admit to being impressed by our technology, Theseus said as he passed into a narrow passage that was no brighter than Hades' cell. Hades could feel the grit in the air, and a musty smell filled his senses, seeping into the back of his throat, making it even harder to breathe beneath the net. Yours? Hades countered. It looks like Hephaestus's work, and smells like Demeter's magic. What is technology but the evolution of what already exists? Said Theseus. I didn't know you were a scholar, Hades muttered. He would have spoken louder, but the tone of his voice correlated with how badly his lungs hurt, and he preferred to save his strength. There is a lot you do not know about me, uncle. Hades cringed at the use of the familial title, though he knew Theseus only used it to mock him. He felt no bond to the demigod, not an ounce of affection. But Hades said nothing, and instead focused on his surroundings. They were in a long corridor, and Hades could only see a few feet in front of him either way he looked. A cloudy orange light hung like mist in the air, creating pockets of darkness. The floor was sandy, and the walls were made of smooth stones, stacked high into the dark above. What he was most aware of, however, was the cold. He was familiar with the way it clung to his skin and seeped to the bone. He was in the labyrinth where he had fought the Minotaur. "Daedalus was a genius, no?" Theseus commented. "He was a man who made himself useful," Hades said, following Theseus at a distance. Certainly at the time, Daedalus was considered one of the most brilliant inventors of his age. He had been commissioned by King Minos to build this labyrinth as a prison for the Minotaur, a half-bull, half-human creature Minos' wife, Persephone, had birthed. A creature that only existed because he had also built the wooden cow that allowed her to mate with the bull she had been cursed to lust after by Poseidon. "He saw an opportunity," said Theseus. "Even you must respect that." "I do not have to respect it," Hades said. Daedalus was a narcissist and had attempted to murder his own nephew when it was evident that his genius threatened his own. Theseus chuckled. "Oh, Hades, I shudder to learn what you think of me." "You know what I think of you," Hades said. The demigod did not respond, and Hades was glad for the quiet. He hated talking anyway, but right now it was exhausting. As he followed Theseus, he flexed his hands and realized he had movement in his arms. The net, which lay heavily against his chest, back, and stomach, did not seem to restrict his arms, and while he knew the net was impossible to escape without help, he still tried. Theseus chuckled, though when Hades looked up, the demigod was still facing forward, moving down the corridors of the labyrinth with ease. "You will only exhaust yourself trying to remove it," said Theseus. "Might as well save your strength. You will need it." Hades glared at the back of Theseus's head, imagining what it would be like to smash it with a stone. After Tyche's death, Hades had gone to Hephaestus to learn more about his creation, knowing that the net posed a great threat to the gods, given its ability to immobilize and suffocate their power. Hades had asked the god of fire to forge a weapon to cut it, but he'd not been able to obtain that weapon before he'd been captured. It angered him that he'd fallen into such a trap. He had not had a second thought when he'd gone in search of Persephone, in search of the ring Theseus now kept in his possession. He tried to sense it, the familiar energies of the stones he'd chosen to represent her and their future together. But all he felt was the cold of the labyrinth, which became even more disorienting the longer they were within it, alternating between walking for long stretches and a series of sharp turns down shorter pathways. Hades wondered what guided Theseus through the maze. He walked with purpose, twisting and turning through the many and varied corridors. It was possible he had memorized the route. He was certainly psychotic enough. Finally, they came to a part of the maze that was in ruins, the walls broken and crumbled from age. "Part of the original labyrinth," said Theseus. Even in disrepair, the greatness of it was evident. "I had every intention of finishing it before you arrived, but as it is, I think it is far more fitting that you complete the prison in which you have been trapped." Hades' gaze slid to the demigod. "How do you propose I do that?" Hades asked. "I have provided all the tools," Theseus said. Hades stared. He knew the demigod was willfully ignoring the obvious. The net draped over his body made him weak. "And you wish for me to do this, why?" Hades asked. "So you can watch?" "What else are you going to do while you wait to be rescued?" Theseus mocked. "Pine after your wife?" Hades ground his teeth so hard the muscles in his neck ached. After a moment, he relaxed, tilting his head to the side. Give yourself more credit, Theseus. You have done enough to earn a starring role in my thoughts." "What an honor," Theseus said, and cast his eyes to the materials scattered at his feet. "You might want to get started. I've been told it takes days for mud bricks to cure." The demigod started to turn, but paused. "I will pry a stone from your lover's ring each time you stop," he said, "and when there are no more, I will crush them into dust and feed them to you dry." The demigod left, vanishing into the dark, and Hades was left alone. As much as he recognized that there were other rings Hephaestus could make, the idea of the one in Theseus's possession being destroyed by his hand felt like letting the demigod win. The thought spurred Hades to begin. He stared at the materials he'd been given: a trough of water, a sheaf of wheat, a bucket, a wooden box that would act as a mold for the bricks. There was nothing to cut the wheat, which meant nothing he could use as a weapon. Everything would have to be done with his hands. Hades recognized the futility of this work. It was not about finishing the wall at all. It was about shaming him, though Hades did not need this to feel ashamed. He had suffered with his guilt the moment Persephone had walked out the door with Theseus at Alexandria Tower. He should have never agreed to the demigod's request for a favor, but it had been the only reward Theseus would take for the capture of Sisyphus and the return of a relic the mortal had stolen. In fairness, it was no unjust request, given that Sisyphus had been using the relic to steal lives from mortals. And while Hades had thought Theseus would use the favor for nefarious purposes, he had not anticipated that he would use it to separate him from Persephone. And to what end? He still did not completely understand what had happened in his absence, but he knew that Theseus had managed to enter the underworld, that he now possessed the helm of darkness, and that he had also released Kronos from Tartarus. And while Hades did not know what that meant for the future of New Greece, he knew he could handle it all so long as Persephone was well. "I am well." Her voice was so clear, his heart raced, and he turned, thinking she would be right beside him, but found nothing save dust twisting through the hazy darkness. It was ridiculous to expect her there, foolish to feel disappointment when she wasn't. Yet he could not help how it crashed over him, a weight heavier than the net. He ground his teeth, a wave of hot frustration settling deep in his bones. He would not be surprised to learn that Theseus had conjured some kind of illusion to distract him, just so he could have the satisfaction of following through on his threat. With the whisper of her words fresh in his mind, Hades swept the rubble from the jagged wall into the bucket Theseus had left to use in the brick mixture. When he was finished, he lowered to the ground and dug his fingers into the sandy earth. The dirt reminded him of the fine, ashy silt in the underworld, and as it lodged beneath his nails, he thought of how Persephone had knelt in the barren patch of earth he'd given her in his garden. She had been angry with him for snaring her into a contract, angrier when she had discovered the beauty of his realm. Even if it had not been real, the illusion only served to remind her of her inability to summon and feel her magic. When she had risen to her feet, he had kissed her for the first time. He remembered how she felt against him, how she tasted like wine and smelled like sweet roses. He had lost himself in her perfection, just as he was losing himself in her memory now. What a treat to find the god of the dead on his knees. It was Persephone's voice, and it set Hades on edge. He knew it was a trick, conjured by Theseus to torture him. He ignored the words, the way they whispered up his spine and made his chest ache. He focused harder on his task, scooping the sand into the bucket to mix with water and wheat, when he noticed something in his peripheral, the flare of a white dress, and when he looked, he was kneeling at Persephone's feet. He stared, his breath caught in his throat. She was more beautiful than ever, with her wild, golden curls spilling over her shoulders and freckles dusting her ethereal skin. He wanted to kiss each one. "You're not real," he said. She laughed, her brows furrowing just a little. "I am real," she said, taking a step closer. He could feel the air move with her. "Touch me." He looked away, eyes falling to the ruins of the labyrinth. Whatever this was, it was more painful than the wound at his side. "Hades." Persephone whispered his name again, and when he looked, she was still there, though it seemed that she was in another realm. There was a brightness at her back that haloed her body, as if the sun shone behind her. "This is cruel," he said, still kneeling, refusing to look at her face. Instead, he stared at her billowing dress. The fabric was thin and white, threaded through with gold. "Don't you want me?" she whispered. He closed his eyes against the hurt in her voice. When he opened them again, he expected to be alone in the labyrinth, but she remained. He reached out and touched her gown, pinching the fabric between his fingers. It was soft and real. How? Hades looked up at her from the ground, worry etched across her sweet face. "Persephone," he said, half in disbelief. He could no longer stop himself. He rose to his feet, his lips crashing against hers, gripping the back of her head. His other hand pressed into the small of her back, his fingers splayed, holding her to him as tightly as he could. He released her mouth and rested his forehead against hers. "I do not know if you are real," he said. "Does it matter if we are together?" she asked. Her voice was quiet, and it seeped into his skin, making him shudder. Her hands pressed flat against his chest, skin to skin, as her magic ate away at the net and his shirt. Perhaps this was more of a dream than a trick. "Better," Persephone muttered, her hands smoothing over him. He caught her wrists and kissed her palms. She curled her fingers. "Let me touch you," she said. Her eyes brightened, taking on a fierceness that pierced his heart. It wasn't that he did not want her to. It was that he already feared waking up alone. Persephone placed her hands on either side of his face. "Live in this moment with me." He wanted nothing else. He wanted her to take up every second of every day, to live in every part of his mind, to never leave his side. She was the dawn of his world, the warmth he carried in his heart, the light that kept him looking toward the future. He kissed her again and dragged her up his body. He would have sighed with the weight of her in his arms, but he swept his tongue into her mouth, groaning at the way her taste made his body tighten. With her arms anchored around his neck, he gripped her hips, grinding his erection into the softness between her thighs. Fuck, she felt so good, and real. She wiggled against him, and as she did, he let her slide to her feet. He was completely naked now, by the mercy of her magic, his length heavy and full between them. She touched him, her fingers teasing the veins pulsing with his blood. He felt the roar of his need in his ears. "Will you let me please you?" she asked. She did not need permission, but he liked the way she asked. Her voice was low and husky, her eyes gleaming with lust. "If you wish," he said, his tone matching hers, resisting the primal urge to tangle his fingers in her hair as she knelt before him. "I wish," she whispered, her breath on his cock. His muscles clenched, and he grew harder as she licked him. The tip of her tongue ran along every vein and the smooth edge of his crown before she teased his head with lavish strokes. He took a few deep breaths, working through the pleasure blooming throughout his body. Then she sucked him into her mouth, her hand working him up and down. He groaned, his chest tightening to the point that he could not take in air. He thought he would come, could feel his body reaching those great heights, just caressing the very edge of release. He smoothed his hand into her hair, and she looked up at him as his cock slipped from her mouth, red, wet, and pulsing. "Let me come inside you," he said. Her eyes darkened. "If you wish," she said. "Oh, I wish," he growled, dragging her to her feet. He kissed her again and let his mouth run along her jaw and down her neck, teeth grazing, pausing to suck her skin. She clung to him, her fingers digging into his shoulders. He liked the bite of her nails, which made this feel even more real. He still wasn't sure what this was, but he no longer cared. He shoved the straps of her dress down, exposing her breasts, then her stomach and hips. He kissed down her body, his hands smoothing over her skin as he did. He spent time teasing her thighs and burying his face between her legs, licking her swollen clit until her fingers twisted in his hair. He made his way up her body before taking her into his arms again, her wet heat settling against his erection, her breasts pressed against his chest. Trapped within this tension, their eyes held. "I miss you," she said. Her fingers danced along his lips before she kissed him. He would take this distraction over the ache in his chest, and carried her to what he thought was the tallest part of the labyrinth wall. But when he went to rest her against it, he found that they had fallen into a sea of black silk. "This is a dream," he murmured. "Then it is a good dream," she whispered. He kissed her and made a slow descent down her body, taking time to tease and touch. She writhed, her thighs squeezing, and when he finally pressed his mouth to her heat, he found ecstasy.
Chapter 5. Persephone. Yes. Persephone moaned at the press of Hades' mouth against her. Every part of her body felt raw and open, one whole nerve exposed to the pleasure of his touch. She could barely contain her need for him. It twined through her, tightening her muscles as he worked his tongue over her clit. She took a deep breath, the pleasure already radiating throughout her body. But then he parted her soft and swollen flesh with his fingers, and she could barely contain her relief at feeling some part of him inside her. "Yes," she said again, looking down at him between her legs. He was staring back as he took her clit into his mouth again, sucking gently. "Fuck." She let her head fall back against the pillow. With each stroke, she grew warmer, and the pleasure that knifed through her body built in intensity. "Please," she begged, though she was not completely sure what she was asking for. She wanted to come, to feel her whole body tense with the pleasure of release. She was addicted to it, and the way Hades pushed her closer and closer to the edge. Hades tugged gently on her clit as he released her. "What do you want, darling?" he asked, his voice a dark whisper. It made her shiver despite the perspiration breaking out over her skin. She was hot and damp. "More," she said. She needed him fast and slow, needed him to work deeper, and he did, caressing a place inside her that elicited so much sensation she thought she would die at any moment. And then she did. Pleasure shot through her like lightning, seizing every muscle. She bent forward, body curling into itself as her orgasm crashed through her. exiting her body on a deep and guttural moan. That was how she woke, to the sound of her release, with her hands between her legs and no sign of Hades. A hot wave of shame fell on her, and the heat that had livened her body vanished. Cold, she drew her knees to her chest. Gods, it had all felt so real. She'd felt his weight on her. She could taste him on her tongue, and her lips were raw from his kiss. Now that she was awake, that pleasurable ache in her core turned into something nauseating. It felt wrong to feel aroused in his absence, even if her feelings had been ignited by his role in her dream. The worst part, though, was waking without him. This was a nightmare. She rose from bed and shrugged on her robe before making her way to the balcony in the darkness. Outside, the underworld felt different. She had yet to figure out the source. Was it their union, Hades' absence, or Theseus's violation of their realm that had spurred the change? Either way, it put her on edge. She felt like at any moment something might explode, that the magic she'd called on to trap Iapetus might splinter, and the Titan would finish tearing her world to shreds. Because this was all she had left. This, and the hope that she would find Hades before Theseus gave him over to Cronus. She let her head fall into her hands as she braced them against the balcony rail, tears burning the back of her throat, but she refused to cry, blinking fiercely until she no longer felt the threat. Once it had passed, she lifted her head and noticed an orange glow from afar. She stood straighter. Strange, she thought, and teleported beyond the cover of the palace gardens, where she noticed a fire in the asphodel fields. At first, a sense of panic overwhelmed her, and she teleported again quickly to the valley below, only to notice that the souls were gathered around it, using it for light. Some bent and carved bows, others were stitching pieces of leather into armor, and some were sharpening blades. She turned her attention to the main road at the center of Asphodel, noting that every lantern was lit, making the sky look hazy and orange. Those who were not working near the fire were making repairs to their homes from the damage done during the rupture of Tartarus. "Lady Persephone!" She shifted toward the sound of her name. "Yuri," Persephone said, and went to the young soul, drawing her into a tight hug. She had not seen her since the Chimera attack, and had yet to thank her for distracting the monster. "Are you well?" she asked as she pulled away, studying the soul, uncertain of what she had faced as the battle continued. Yuri seemed puzzled by the question. "Yes, my lady," she said. "Are you?" Persephone opened her mouth to respond, but she still had no words to describe exactly what she was feeling. Instead, she looked toward the roaring flames in the field beyond Asphodel. "What is going on? Why are you all here?" Souls did not really need sleep, but they tended to maintain the routines they had while living. "We are preparing for war," Yuri said. And while Persephone could see that, she still could not quite comprehend it. "After what happened, we think it is best." Guilt tightened her chest. She could not help thinking that they had chosen to do this in part because she had not been able to protect them. If Hades had been here, things would have been different. Though she knew she was not being completely fair to herself, she, Hecate, Hermes, and Apollo had done all they could to defend the underworld from the threats Theseus had unleashed, and the souls had helped. They likely only wished to be better prepared for the next attack. "The next attack," she said aloud, her voice quiet as she looked toward Tartarus. "What happened, Persephone?" Yuri asked. But Persephone was not really prepared to answer, because it meant revisiting the terror she'd faced over the last 24 hours. It took her a moment to meet the soul's wide-eyed gaze. When she spoke, her voice was mournful. "I am still trying to understand that myself." The sound of a hammer on metal suddenly echoed throughout Asphodel, and Persephone's focus shifted to Ian's outdoor forge. She had first met Ian when he had presented her with a crown, a gift from the souls. Later, she would learn that he had been murdered for his skill and the favor Artemis had bestowed on him. Any weapon the man created ensured its wielder could not be defeated. Several souls worked alongside him, some forging weapons, while others hammered metal into shields and armor. The thing about those who lived in Asphodel was that their skills matched the century in which they lived. Some had worked with wood and leather, some with iron and steel, but no matter their expertise, they shared one thing: the ability to prepare for war. Humanity was unchanging, and it had never been more apparent to her as it was right now. She scanned the souls gathered when her eyes snagged on a woman with a long braid. Her brows lowered, and her heart hammered. She took a step forward. "Sophie?" The woman looked up from her work and turned to face Persephone, who could not contain her tears. She had watched the Amazon die, taking a blade to the chest. She'd screamed so loud, even now she could hear the ring of it in her ears. It had all happened so quickly. "My lady," Sophie said, a smile spreading across her face. She bowed so low she nearly touched the ground. "Sophie," Persephone said again, and crossed the short distance toward her, hugging her close as she straightened. "Sophie, I am so sorry." The Amazon held her shoulders as she pulled away. "Do not apologize, my queen. You have given me honor in death." Honor. It was the thing she'd sought as Persephone's aegis, though she still did not know what had caused the Amazon such shame among her people. In the end, though, it did not matter, because Sophie had found peace in the way she needed. Perhaps Persephone could find the same peace, though she was not sure anything would ever remedy the horror of watching her die, even seeing the Amazon so happy in death. Persephone's eyes shifted over Sophie's shoulder to Ian, who stood with the other souls gathered behind him. In his hands he held a blade. "Ian," she said. "My queen," he said and bowed. "Allow me to present you with this dagger." She stared at the knife, which was sheathed in a scabbard inlaid with the same florals that adorned the crown he'd made for her. Roses and lilies, narcissus and anemone. They climbed effortlessly over the hilt, too, crowned with a piece of black obsidian atop the pommel. As she took it into her hands, the dark gems he had set among the flowers glinted under the firelight. "Ian," she said again, this time a whisper. "It is a symbol of your strength," he said. "The blade is like you, unbreakable." She met his gaze, and again her eyes burned with tears. She did not feel unbreakable, but it meant a lot that her people thought she was. She held the blade close to her chest. "Thank you," she said, unable to say anything else. And when she looked beyond the blacksmith and around, she noticed that more souls had gathered outside the smithy. "All hail, Queen Persephone!" She was not sure who said it, but the souls responded by cheering, and then they knelt, and Persephone found herself at the center of their worship, completely overwhelmed. Persephone spent a few more hours with the souls as they continued to prepare for battle. As much as she wished it were not needed, she felt it was necessary after what had occurred with Theseus. He had the Helm of Darkness, which meant he could return to the underworld at any given moment unseen. Would he decide later that releasing Kronos into the mortal world was not enough? Would he seek to release more titans or other monsters from the depths of Tartarus? Persephone had to hope that her magic would hold, that Hecate could protect the borders until Hades returned. Pain sliced through her chest, sudden and sharp. before it settled into a keen and constant pressure. It had accompanied her since leaving Hades at Alexandria Tower, and had grown worse in the aftermath of her dream. She was tired of this feeling. Her eyes fell to the blade Ian had given her, which sat on Hades's desk. When she had returned to the castle, she had come to his office, which felt more like a refuge than any other part of the palace. It still looked like he was here. It still smelled like him. She could pretend he was just away on business. Hermes' magic scented the air, and the god manifested near the door. He had changed since their battle, and looked far more casual in a pair of khaki slacks and a white button-down. "Hey, Sephi," he said, his voice quiet and a little melancholy. "Any news?" she asked. "Not about Hades," he said. Her heart sank, even though she had expected as much. "I have come to extend an invitation from Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. She has requested your presence at Sophie's funeral." Funeral. It would not be the first time she attended a funeral after she had welcomed a friend to the underworld, but she still dreaded the thought. "When?" Persephone asked. "She will be laid to rest tonight," said Hermes softly. Persephone swallowed and looked away toward the windows. "I know I am queen of the underworld, but I am not yet a goddess of death," she said. "I do not know how to reconcile having watched Sophie die." "You did not just watch her die, Persephone," Hermes said. "You watched her murdered." It had happened so fast. Sophie had found them, and as soon as she entered the hotel room, Theseus buried a blade in her chest. Persephone would never forget how her eyes widened or how she had collapsed to the floor. She would never forget the way she screamed or how it had hurt her throat. She would never forget how Theseus had made her step over Sophie's body and leave her alone to die. It did not matter that the Amazon was content. Persephone lived with the horror, and she could not help wondering who else among her friends would fall victim to Theseus. "Will you come with me?" she asked. "Of course," he said. "We all will, Sephi." When Hermes left, Persephone made her way to the queen's suite, anxious for an update on Harmonia. She found Sybil sitting on the bed beside the goddess. "How is she?" Persephone asked as she moved to the bedside. "Hecate says she has a fever," said Sybil. "Is that normal for a goddess?" "She didn't say it was bad," she said, and then looked at Persephone. "Perhaps her body will heal itself." Persephone watched Harmonia's face, both pale and flushed at the same time. While she'd have liked to believe it was possible for Harmonia to heal without magic, she was not hopeful. It depended on how much Hydra venom had entered her veins. What if Harmonia could not handle this? Persephone tightened her jaw and pushed those thoughts away. Losing Harmonia wasn't an option. "Any update on Hades?" Sybil asked. Persephone swallowed around something thick and sour in her throat. "Nothing yet," she said. "He will be all right, Persephone," Sybil said, her voice a quiet whisper. "Do you know that, or are you just hopeful?" "I know what I saw before," Sybil said, "when I was Apollo's oracle." When Persephone had first met Sybil, she had been in her final semester of college at New Athens University. At the time, she'd already caught Apollo's interest and was poised to have a promising career as the god's oracle. But he'd fired her after she'd refused his advances. It was a move Persephone had openly admonished, only to face backlash from the public. Apollo, for all his faults, had endeared himself to the public. Though now, needless to say, the god of music had also endeared himself to Persephone. "And now what do you see?" Persephone asked. I do not have a divine channel. Does that mean you do not have visions? I cannot ensure accuracy without a divine channel, said Sybil. Would you like one? There was silence. Persephone looked back at Sybil, who was stunned. I don't know if I will ever have temples built in my name or worshippers who seek my wisdom, but I must go to war with Helen and Theseus in the media, and I need someone I trust on my side. Persephone had yet to seek any news, yet to see what the world was saying about her, the goddess who had masqueraded as a mortal. But she knew Hermes was right. All she could do was tell the truth, and that would start with Sybil. Persephone, Sybil whispered. The goddess could not place the sound of the oracle's voice or the expression on her face. Would she say no? She had seemed to lose interest in the position entirely after her experience with Apollo. Sybil took Persephone's hands in hers, squeezing. It would be an honor to be your oracle. Persephone arrived at the gates of Terme with Hecate on her left, Hermes on her right, and Ilias at her back. They were all draped in white robes, the color of mourning, a brightness that would lead souls into the dark. At least that was the prevailing belief of the living, though Zophie needed no assistance finding the underworld. Still, Persephone dreaded the funeral rites. In some ways, it felt like facing Zophie's death all over again. As soon as they appeared, 2 guards who stood on either side of the gate knelt, bringing their spears to their breasts. Their bronze armor gleamed, ignited like the great flaming basins flanking them. Persephone could feel the heat of the fire, yet she shivered as if cold fingers were grazing her skin. Movement within the shadowed entrance caught her attention, and from that darkness emerged Hippolyta. She was dressed in dark robes and draped in gold, a belt that cinched her waist, cuffs on her wrists and upper arms, long earrings that cascaded over her shoulders, a crown that rested against her forehead. Her hair was pulled away from her face, the ringlets slipped free from her binds, wreathing her stern but beautiful face. Hecate, Hermes, and Ilias knelt, while Persephone remained standing. It felt strange, but it was what Hecate had instructed her to do. Queens do not kneel before queens, she said. Then what do I do? Persephone asked. Whatever Hippolyta does, Hecate replied. Persephone held the queen's heavy-lidded gaze, her eyes the color of prehnite stones. Persephone, goddess of spring, daughter of Demeter, wife of Hades, Hippolyta said, and her voice commanded attention, though it was not harsh. Welcome to Terme. Then she bowed her head, and Persephone did the same. We are grateful for your invitation, Queen Hippolyta, Persephone said. The warrior queen offered a small smile and then stepped to the side. Walk beside me, Queen of the Dead. As Persephone joined her, Hippolyta turned, and the gates groaned as they opened, revealing her city, cast in amber light from the torches burning in the night. Despite the dark, the lush terrain of the Amazonian fortress was evident. Thick trees dotted the landscape, sprouting between homes covered in flowering vines and gardens teeming with fragrant flora. I did not expect your kingdom to feel so much like home, Persephone said. It even smelled like spring, sweet, with an edge of bitterness. Hippolyta smiled. Even warriors can appreciate beautiful things, Lady Persephone. Can you, she wanted to ask, when you hold honor so high? But that would be an insult, and she was here for Zophie, who, despite how her own people had hurt her, believed wholly in the need for redemption. Persephone would not ruin that with her anger. Besides, it was Zophie's exile that had brought her to Persephone. It had also brought her to death's door. Persephone could not help the pain that blossomed in her chest as she was once more reminded that she bore witness to Zophie's murder. It had created a darkness within her, something different than what had grown in the aftermath of Lexa's death. She feared how it made her feel, how it had changed her. She wondered if Hades would recognize that wounded and withered part of her, if it would feel familiar because he had witnessed similar horrors. That thought gave way to a different kind of pain, an ache she felt deep in her soul. She held her breath, hoping to suffocate every emotion that had risen inside her, and let her gaze fall to her feet. They walked along a dirt path lined with foliage, and as the leaves brushed against the hem of her robes, they seemed to grow taller and thicker. "You are truly a goddess of spring," said Hippolyta. There was a note to her voice, a sense of surprise. Reluctantly, Persephone met her gaze, hoping she had managed enough control over her emotions. "Were you in doubt?" she asked. "New gods are a rare thing these days," said Hippolyta. It should have occurred to Persephone that some might be skeptical of her divinity. The world did not always take kindly to new, full-blooded gods. Such was the case when Dionysus was born. He had to fight to be counted among the divine, and his battles had been bloody. But Persephone was not interested in proving herself, not to the world, to the Olympians, or to Hippolyta. "It is curious that death would choose life as a bride," Hippolyta said. "It is like the sun falling in love with the moon." "One cannot exist without the other," Persephone said, "just as honor cannot exist without shame." The queen gave a wry smile, and there was a tension at Persephone's back that she knew came from Hecate at her slight. "True, Queen Persephone," Hippolyta said. "Though I suppose it is not about one or the other, but what comes in between." They continued down the path in silence, when Hermes gave out a sudden high-pitched scream. Swiftly, they were surrounded by Amazons, their weapons drawn. Persephone and Hippolyta whirled toward the god, only to find his hands balled up beneath his chin and one leg off the ground. Hecate and Ilias stared too. It seemed to take Hermes a moment to realize what he had done, and he offered a sheepish, shy grin. "There was a bug," he explained. "A big one." A few of the Amazons snickered. Hermes glowered and looked at Hecate and Ilias. "Tell me you saw it." Both of them shook their heads in quiet amusement. Hippolyta rolled her eyes. "Men," she scoffed as she turned her back on the god of trickery. Persephone raised a brow at Hermes, who mouthed, "It was huge," before swatting at another invisible bug. They continued down the path until the city center was visible. At the sight of the sunken courtyard, Persephone halted. A wooden pyre waited, and at each corner of what would become Zophie's infernal bed, there was a burning torch, the flames dancing in the muted dark. Seeing it filled Persephone with dread. How many would burn like Zophie and Tyche? "This is the nature of battle, Lady Persephone," said Hippolyta. It was strange to hear the Amazon queen speak so impassively about the death of one of her subjects, even if it was one who had been exiled. Though Persephone realized the greatest honor to this tribe was to die in battle, to die for a cause. "I did not know anyone had declared war," Persephone said. Looking back now, she realized that it had begun the moment Adonis had died. "That is the fault of your husband," Hippolyta said. "He has been fighting since the start." Persephone met her gaze, brows furrowed, but the queen did not explain. Instead, she took a step forward. "Come." Persephone followed the queen along a winding path to a home caged in ivy. Shoots of pink crocus, purple iris, and yellow narcissus blanketed the lawn, leading to an open door through which Persephone could see Zophie's lifeless form. Hippolyta entered with no hesitation, but Persephone found that her steps slowed as she crossed the threshold into the house of death, which was hot and smelled like wax, likely due to the oil anointing Zophie's body. The Amazon lay on a high table dressed in white, her hands resting on her stomach, fingers closed over the hilt of her long sword. Her dark hair was smoothed into a braid, and she was crowned with a wreath of golden leaves. She was beautiful, her limbs glistening beneath the firelight. "You mourn so deeply, Lady Persephone," Queen Hippolyta said. "Have you not welcomed Zophie into the underworld?" "I have," Persephone said with a small smile, recalling her first sighting of the Aegis. "But does the promise of seeing anyone again ever ease grief?" The queen was quiet, though Persephone did not expect her to understand, just as Hades had not understood her fear of losing Lexa. Mourning was not just about the person, it was about the world one created around them. And when they ceased to exist, so did that world. Hecate, Hermes, and Ilias approached, each saying goodbye in their own way. Hecate with a prayer, and Hermes with a kiss on Zophie's cheek. Persephone was most surprised by Ilias, who took his time, his face inches away as he whispered words she could not hear before pressing his lips to Zophie's. When he straightened, he met Persephone's gaze with red-rimmed eyes before stepping away, making room for her. As Persephone neared, she looked down at Zophie's serene face, and though she was beautiful, all Persephone could see was how she looked in death, stunned by the pain of Theseus's blade. She touched her hair and bent over her. "You served so honorably, Zophie," she whispered, and kissed her forehead. When she straightened, Hippolyta stood opposite her, holding a wide leather belt. "Lord Hades promised to return Zophie once she brought honor to us," said Hippolyta. "In exchange, I agreed to lend him my belt." Persephone's brows rose in surprise. Hades had never told her how he'd met Zophie, and now she wondered why he'd asked for the belt, though it was not unusual for him to collect weapons or relics. The Amazon queen extended her hands, the belt held flat between her palms. "This is the girdle of Hippolyta, a gift from my father Ares, a symbol of my rule over the Amazons. Any mortal who wears it will be granted immortal strength." Persephone gazed at the belt and then at Hippolyta and shook her head. "I cannot take it," she said. She did not understand the deal Hades had made with the queen, but it seemed wrong to accept such an item without him. "You must," Hippolyta said. "It is not a gift. It is a symbol of the promise I made, and I do not break promises." Persephone could not argue with that, and did not wish to. She accepted the girdle, surprised by how light and soft it was. As soon as she had made the trade, Hippolyta spoke. "It is time." Persephone's pain flourished again as 6 Amazons approached. She stepped away, following Hippolyta from the home with Hecate, Hermes, and Ilias in tow. As they emerged, she found the path they'd followed was flanked by Amazons. Some carried torches, while others carried weapons. And when Zophie was brought forth from the home, they began to sing a haunting melody. It followed them as Hippolyta led the procession into the courtyard, where the women of Terme continued their song while they clashed their spears and swords on their shields, slammed their fists against their breasts, or tore at their clothes in grief. They did not cease, even as Zophie came to rest on the pyre, and the Amazons who carried torches threw them at its feet, Not even when the flames rose and caught Sophie's dress aflame, and then her flesh, filling the air with a metallic tang that lingered in the back of Persephone's throat. Her eyes began to water, and she did not know if it was from the smoke or the sorrow that weighed heavily in her limbs. Then Hecate took her hand. "Do not stop your tears, my dear," she said. "Let them give life." At first, Persephone did not understand, but then she felt something brush the hem of her gown, and when she looked, there were flowers at her feet, the petals so white they glowed like moonstones. She smiled despite her sadness as the blooming bed continued to spread, and when Hippolyta noticed, she turned toward Persephone. "I suppose what you said is true. Death gives birth to life." Then she narrowed her eyes. "What will you birth, Persephone?" "Rage," she answered without a second thought.
Chapter 6. Theseus. The tension in the council chamber was thick, and though Theseus could barely breathe, he did not find the sensation unpleasant. He liked what it meant, that the Olympians were at odds with one another. He watched them from the shadows, concealed by the magic of the helm of darkness. "How dare you stand against me?" Zeus was saying. "Me, your king." He stood before his great throne, large and imposing. The air around him was electric, heavy with the threat of his magic. Behind him, his golden eagle lurked, beady eyes alert but unaware of Theseus's presence. Given Zeus's usually placid nature, it was hard to remember his power. The god of the sky rarely intervened in matters outside his interest, and his interests extended mostly to the women he wished to bed. Now and again he might take revenge against someone who looked at Hera too long, but mostly he was content to watch the world and its gods do as they pleased, even if it meant going to war. Until his reign was threatened, and then, suddenly, he was a warrior. "Someone out there is killing gods," said Hermes, "and you wish to ignore that in favor of pursuing a goddess who has done no harm." The god of thieves stood before his own throne, his exuberant joy suffocated beneath his anger. "If gods are dying, they have only their weaknesses to blame," said Zeus. "I will not count myself among them, which is why my brother's lover must be eliminated." "Her name is Persephone," said Apollo, who also stood, his arms crossed over his chest. "Or do you fear saying it like you fear her power?" Zeus's eyes flashed bright like a strike of lightning on a dark horizon. "I do not fear her," he hissed, "but I will not be dethroned." "She did not try to overthrow you," Apollo snapped. "She restored Thebes, and you brought war against her. And when the time came to choose a side, you opposed me. That is the same thing." An angry silence followed Zeus's words. "Why do you defend her?" asked Artemis. The goddess was one of a few who sat on her throne. Her hands curled around the arms of her chair as if at any moment she might launch herself from it and attack. "What has she done for you?" Apollo glared at his sister as he answered. "She is my friend." Artemis scoffed. "You are a god. Mortals are dying to be in your presence. They will be your friends." "It is not the same," he said. "But you would not know that because you have no friends." Artemis glared at Apollo and then looked at Zeus. "I will hunt her, father." "You will do no such thing." It was Aphrodite who spoke this time. "You would defend her too, my child?" Zeus asked. Unlike the anger he showed Hermes and Apollo, toward her he was hurt. "She took a spear for her," said Poseidon. "Or have you forgotten the way Hephaestus screamed for her?" The god of the sea chuckled. Aphrodite glared at her uncle before her gaze slid back to Zeus. "It is not Persephone or Hades who are dangerous, father," she said. "It is their love. Tear them apart, and they will tear you apart." Artemis scoffed and rolled her eyes. "The prophecy has made the danger of their love very clear, Aphrodite," said Hera. It was the first time the goddess of marriage had spoken. "Together or apart, they are a continuous threat." Zeus looked at his wife with affection, as if her defense of him was an illustration of her love. But Theseus knew otherwise, and so did everyone else in the room. Hera was just as afraid of losing her position and title, and while it was foolish for Zeus to think it meant anything more, his inability to see Hera for who she truly was worked in Theseus's favor. So did his attention to Hades and Persephone. But that was the danger in attempting to unravel an oracle's words. There was no way to guess how their predictions might unfold. Indeed, Hades and Persephone's union had produced a god more powerful than Zeus. But that god was Theseus. "How many times must we pick apart a prophecy when we all know there is no avoiding fate?" asked Athena. "Are those supposed to be wise words?" Hera asked. Athena narrowed her eyes and lifted her proud chin. "You should not even be allowed a voice here," said Ares. "You and Hestia abandoned us on the battlefield. Cowards!" "Do not pretend you participated in battle out of loyalty," Athena shot back. "You only wish to satisfy your bloodlust." Ares pushed off his throne and took up his spear, but Aphrodite stepped in front of him, and the anger that had overtaken him seemed to vanish. "Is she wrong, Ares?" Aphrodite asked. Ares' jaw tightened, and his knuckles turned white around his spear, but he did not move to strike, or whatever he had intended to do when he rose against Athena. Instead, he took a step back and returned to his throne. Zeus looked at Athena and then at the gods who had opposed him. "I have escaped fate more times than I can count," he said. "I can assure you the last thing that will bring me to my knees is a pair of star-crossed lovers." "You have prolonged fate," said Athena. "There is a difference. Why do you think the same prophecy haunts you?" "Worse things have haunted me, daughter," said Zeus. "But in this moment, nothing more than your words." A heavy silence followed as Zeus assessed the gods. "Those who stood against me on the battlefield will suffer my wrath. Apollo, Hermes, Aphrodite, you are hereby stripped of your powers." "Father," Aphrodite said, taking a step forward. Zeus held up his hand, silencing her. Hermes' mouth fell open before he slammed it shut and glared at his father. Only Apollo seemed unfazed, having faced a similar punishment before. "For 1 year you will know the struggle of what it means to be mortal," Zeus continued, as if he were foretelling the future. "To those who stood with me, I offer my shield to the one who brings me the goddess of spring in chains. Let it serve as a symbol to be bestowed on the greatest hunter among us." Apollo glared at Artemis, who had straightened in her throne, eager for the honor. Hermes' aura burned with anger, a halo of gold blazing around him. "Will Hephaestus suffer the same?" Aphrodite asked. "He was only defending me." Theseus knew why the goddess of love inquired after her husband. He was the blacksmith of the gods, responsible for forging their powerful weapons. ones she would need without her powers. "And in doing so, he has illustrated where his loyalties lie," said Zeus. "Oh, give him a break, brother," Poseidon chuckled. "We all know Hephaestus is limited in the ways he can please his wife." Aphrodite's jaw ticked, but she did not speak, waiting for Zeus to make his declaration. "If Hephaestus goes without punishment, then you must take his year." Aphrodite swallowed, but did not hesitate. "Fine." Hermes grimaced, shaking his head. "So be it," said Zeus, a grave edge to his tone. "You shall live 2 years as a mortal. Enjoy watching your fellow Olympians pursue your beloved friend while you are helpless to defend her." "And are you prepared to face Hades' wrath?" Hermes asked. The corner of Theseus's mouth lifted. Hermes' question was akin to a scare tactic. He knew Hades was missing, and that no one could protect Persephone from what was coming for her. "The question you should be asking," said Zeus, "is whether Hades is prepared for mine." Theseus manifested outside Hera's orchard, which was known as the Garden of the Hesperides. Its walls were high and white, obscured by tall and pointed trees. Beyond the iron gates where he stood, he could see an extensive maze of low hedges and topiaries, among which colorful peacocks roamed. The orchard grew among rolling hills. Atop the tallest was a tree, more magnificent than any other. Its trunk seemed to twist from the ground, and its branches unfurled like a palm, open to the sky, fingers splayed. Each limb was heavy with dark green leaves and golden fruit. It was the fruit Theseus sought. One bite would cure him of his one weakness, vulnerability. He ground his teeth, and a surge of white-hot anger warmed his chest, reminding him of how he'd been injured, both by Dionysus and Persephone. He'd taken the god of wines Thyrsis to the stomach, and 5 black barbs to the chest from the goddess of spring. Both wounds had been slow to heal, but what made him most angry was that his vulnerability was no longer secret. Hades had known, which meant Dionysus had told him, and before word spread, Theseus intended to be invincible. He took a step toward the gates of Hera's garden, but was blocked as the goddess appeared. "The audacity of a man," she said, her expression severe, "to encroach upon my sacred space." "The audacity comes from my divine blood," Theseus replied. "Yet not even my husband would dare set foot here." "Growing favorable toward him, Hera?" he asked. She glared at him, her lip curled in disgust. "You are not entitled to my things just because we are on the same side." "Do you wish to win or not?" he asked. "What a ridiculous question," she snapped. "Then allow me what I came for," he said. "What exactly did you come for?" Theseus tilted his head. "A golden apple from your orchard." "You crave invincibility." He did not answer. The request made it obvious, but saying it aloud felt like admitting to weakness. "It is not a tree of wishes," said Hera. "It will demand something in return." "As all divine things," he said. He knew this, had prepared for it. Hera just stared. After a moment, she lifted her hand, and a golden apple appeared in her grasp. "Partake of this apple," she said, "and it will take your immortality." "That is a heavy price," Theseus said. "An equal price," said Hera. He knew which had more value in the present, given how close they were to battle. He would worry about deification later, when the war was won and he sat on the highest throne, exalted as the one true God of the world. "What will it be, Theseus?" she asked, extending her hand farther. He took the apple, and as he brought it to his lips, she spoke. "You may only eat from this tree once." It was a warning that he could not return and make the exchange again. Theseus took a bite. The flesh was soft, almost slushy, as if it were close to rotting, and when he swallowed, he felt no different than before, save that his tongue was coated in a strange, sour film. He looked at the apple, examining the juicy white pulp, and then took another bite, gaze leveling with Hera's. "Are you ready to make your sacrifice?" She raised an angry brow. "And what sacrifice is that?" "The one where you fuck your husband for the greater good." Her eyes darkened. "Do not pretend our sacrifices are the same," said Hera. "Yours only saved yourself." Theseus smirked. "Are you suggesting sex will save the world then, Hera?" She glared and spoke between clenched teeth. "Do your part, Theseus, so my sacrifice is not made in vain." Her eyes dropped to the apple. "You had better finish that," she said. "You wouldn't want to find out what happens if you waste a drop. Now leave." "At once, Your Majesty," he mocked, and then vanished.
Chapter 7. Persephone. Persephone wore a pale pink dress with a pleated skirt. The neckline was square and modest. "Classy," Sybil had said as she handed her a set of pearl drop earrings to pair with the outfit. Laiki agreed. "Clothing is a language," she said. "It is just as important as the words you speak." "And what exactly is this outfit communicating?" Persephone asked. Sybil brushed a stray piece of her hair behind her ears so that it blended with the elegant sweep of her curls. "It communicates warmth, intelligence, authenticity," she said, "so that when you apologize, they believe you." "Even if I am not sorry?" Sybil shared a glance with Laiki and sighed. "I know it doesn't seem fair, Persephone, but Helen's article has brought your integrity into question, and you must rectify that." It seemed like such a foolish thing to be concerned with, given that Harmonia was not healing and Hades was missing. But this was not just about her reputation. It was about the reputation of all gods. Since Helen had met Theseus, she had launched a media campaign against the Olympians, calling their rule into question. And while Persephone had plenty of issues with the way some of the gods reigned, Triad was far more problematic. They were quick to demand justice when the gods did not act according to their own ideals, and claimed to be able to grant what the people wanted: wellness, wealth, and immortality. They were the same desires that had mortals seeking a bargain with Hades at Nevernight, ready to sacrifice their souls in the hope of something better. But even if Triad's demigods managed to answer prayers, all they would do was prolong their inevitable fate. Persephone had learned that the hard way, and so would the mortals who had benefited from Triad's divine power. The question was how much influence the demigods would hold by the time the truth was discovered. "You can do this, Persephone," said Laiki. "Just be yourself." The problem was that being herself meant being angry and unapologetic. "Laiki and I are going to go check on Harmonia before we leave," Sybil said. "Of course," said Persephone. When she was alone, she turned from the mirror and crossed to the bar. She poured a glass of whiskey and drank it, swallowing hard against the burn in her throat, before pouring another. As she downed the second, tears were already blurring her vision. She let them overwhelm her for a moment, her shoulders shaking before she managed to compose herself. She wiped the tears from her eyes and then poured another glass, taking a deep breath before she brought it to her lips. "Drowning your sorrows?" Persephone turned swiftly. "Aphrodite," she breathed. Her eyes flitted toward Hephaestus, whom she was also surprised to see. "I'm so glad you're all right." The last time she had seen her was on the battlefield outside Thebes, when Ares had launched his gold spear in her direction. Aphrodite had stepped into its path. Persephone would never forget how her back had arched at such an odd angle once pierced, or how Hephaestus had bellowed his anger and pain. The goddess of love offered a small smile. "Yes, I am all right." Persephone could not help it. She drew the goddess in for a hug. Aphrodite stiffened, but soon relaxed and returned to the embrace. After a moment, Persephone pulled back. "What are you doing here?" "I have come to see my sister." Persephone felt the color drain from her face. "I'm so sorry, Aphrodite," she said. "I do not apologize, Persephone," Aphrodite said. "If I had known." Her voice trailed away, and Persephone knew why she faltered. There was no sense in agonizing over what could have been or what they should have known. Things just were, and now they had to deal with the consequences. Aphrodite took a breath. "You look beautiful," she said. Persephone smoothed a hand down her stomach and glanced at her dress. "I do not feel like myself." "Perhaps it is because Hades is not here with you," Aphrodite said. Persephone swallowed hard, and fear moved up her spine. What would the other gods do when they discovered Hades had been captured by Theseus? "How did you know?" "Hermes told me," Aphrodite said, and then hesitated. "Zeus held council today and stripped us of our powers for helping you in battle." "What?" Persephone asked. A sudden cold numbed her entire body. "I managed to ensure Hephaestus retained his power," Aphrodite continued, glancing back at her husband, whose fiery gaze was locked on her. Persephone could not tell if he felt gratitude or frustration, but now she understood why he had come. He'd had to use his magic to bring Aphrodite to the underworld. "We will have weapons for the coming war, at least." When they had stood opposite Zeus outside Thebes, Persephone had not thought twice about what would happen in the aftermath of battle. She had just been grateful to have allies. Now, all she felt was guilt. "Do not mourn for us," Aphrodite said. "It was our decision to fight for you." Persephone shook her head. How could he? "There are few instances where Zeus will illustrate his full power," said Aphrodite. "One is when he feels his throne is threatened." "Aphrodite," Persephone whispered. She did not know what to say. The thought of Aphrodite, Apollo, and Hermes being powerless made Persephone sick with fear. It did not matter that Hephaestus could forge powerful weapons for their defense. Theseus and his men were already targeting gods with full power. What happened when he discovered these three were powerless? If Aphrodite was worried, she did not let it show. She continued. "The real danger is that Zeus has declared a competition. Whoever can bring you to him in chains will win his aegis, his shield. It is likely that Artemis will take the bait. I cannot speak for Poseidon, though I imagine he will defer to Theseus. Ares, I can persuade." Persephone wondered exactly what that meant, though it was evident the gods had some kind of bond. Ares, known for his lust for battle and blood, was only shaken from his reverie when he'd wounded Aphrodite. "Does Apollo hold no sway over his sister?" Persephone asked. "Right now they do not seem to be on the same side," said Aphrodite. "Perhaps that will change. Until then, you must be careful." Persephone had known there would be consequences for standing against Zeus, but his actions toward her showed just how much he feared her and the prophecy that had predicted his downfall. "If she keeps me from Hades, I will show no mercy." "I will not fault you," said Aphrodite, "though you should know that Apollo does love his sister." "Then I will give him fair warning," Persephone said. She paused, swallowing hard, and when she looked at Aphrodite again, her eyes were misty with tears. "I have to find him, Aphrodite." The goddess offered a small smile and then placed her hand on Persephone's shoulder. "There are few things that survive war, Persephone," she said. "Let your love be one of them." Persephone looked out the windows of Alexandria Tower. On the street below, amid piles of melting snow, journalists, television crews, and mortals gathered beneath the hot sun. She should have been prepared for this, given the crowds that had gathered outside the Acropolis after her relationship with Hades went public. But this was different, and it wasn't even about the number of people. It was about the energy in the air, a chaotic mix of worship and scorn. It was heady and strangely addicting, if not a little unsettling, especially given Aphrodite's news. Even now, as she scanned the crowd and the skies, she wondered if Artemis would attack in such a public way, though it did not seem like her style. She was the goddess of the hunt, and would likely prefer stalking her prey. Persephone shuddered at the thought, but it also filled her with anger, and her magic ignited, an aura blazing around her. She would let it rage while she spoke, a barrier between her and the masses. "They have been out there for hours," said Ivy. Persephone glanced at the dryad who stood beside her, nibbling anxiously at her lip. "They started lining up before it was even dawn." She did not take their eagerness as an illustration of support. Most were curious and only wanted the chance to say they had seen her in person. Then there were the impious who only came to express their disdain. They were easy to pick out from the crowd, holding signs that read, "Freedom and free will," and "Go back to Olympus." The latter was ironic, given she had never resided there, but it illustrated how the faithless viewed all gods, as one and the same. But this wasn't about turning the impious to her side. It was about gaining the admiration and worship of those who were already on the side of the gods. She needed that power right now. It would fuel her in her search for Hades. Persephone turned from the window. "Is it time?" she asked, looking at Sybil and Laocoe. "You have 2 minutes," the oracle said, checking her watch. Persephone's stomach clenched, and she took a breath. Just get through this, she thought, and then get to Hades. "Myconin and Ezio will walk out before you," Sybil said. Persephone smiled at the 2 ogres who had positioned themselves in front of the doors. They usually spent their evenings handling security for Nevernight, but today they would serve as her bodyguards in place of Zophie. A familiar ache blossomed in her chest. "I don't think I've ever seen you up this early, Myconin," she said. The ogre smirked. "Only for you, Lady Persephone." "Time," said Sybil, meeting Persephone's gaze. "Ready?" She wasn't sure she'd ever been ready. Not just for this, but for anything that had come her way. Yet she'd survived. She would survive this too. Myconin and Ezio led the procession, taking their places at the edge of the steps just outside the doors to Alexandria Tower. Persephone followed, hit with the roar of cheers and taunting jeers as she approached the podium to speak. The sound burrowed into her ears, an ebb and flow of excitement and anger, mixing with the rapid whir and flash of cameras. She took a moment to absorb it, to accept that this had become her reality. "Good afternoon," she said, speaking too close to the mic, amplifying the pop and crackle of her voice, but the resulting feedback silenced the crowd with a deafening hiss. She was quiet for a moment, adjusting her stance before she continued. "By now, most of you have probably seen the article printed about me in New Athens News by a former colleague." She did not wish to speak Helen's name, though Persephone knew her statement would only draw more attention to her ex-friend. She could only hope what she had to say would cast doubt on her credibility. "First, I would like to say that it is true that I hid who I was from you." Persephone's voice quivered as she spoke, and she paused to take a breath, saying her next line with far more composure and confidence. "I am the goddess of spring." There were cheers and some applause, but there were also boos and angry chants. "Deceiver! Liar!" She ignored them and continued. "I am sure many of you were surprised to discover that Demeter had a daughter, but my mother was reluctant to share me with the world. She kept me locked in a glass house, depriving me of friends and worshippers. At 18, I convinced her to let me go to college. I'm still not sure why she agreed, except that I think she was comforted by the fact that I was powerless. And powerless I was. I could not even coax a flower to bloom. How could I be a goddess when I had none of the attributes that were supposed to make me divine? So when I entered the mortal world for the first time, I felt like one of you. And I loved it. I did not wish to leave it, but sometimes you are called to your purpose. And I was called to mine." It had taken time, but Hades had been patient. He had brought her magic to life while showing her that divinity was more than power. It was kindness and compassion and fighting for the people you loved. The thought brought tears to her eyes. She paused to clear her throat. "It was not my intention to cause hurt or harm. And I am sorry if you feel deceived by my actions. I know you must now think us worlds apart, but for the longest time I truly only ever felt mortal. Even now, I am not asking for sacrifices or altars or temples built in my name. I am only asking for a chance to be your goddess, to prove I am worthy of your worship. Thank you." Persephone stepped away from the podium as a chorus of voices shouted, "Persephone, who is your father? Show us your divine form. When did Hades discover your identity?" "Lady Persephone will not take questions," Sybil said into the mic as Maconan and Ezio blocked her from view and Laiki stepped to her side. Though the crowd was loud and most of the voices unclear, a few vicious words reached her ears, a chant that made her blood run cold. "Death to all gods! Death to all gods! Death to all gods!"
Chapter 8. Hades. Hades flexed his fingers around another stone, his joints stiff from mud and overuse. His back ached as he carried the heavy brick from the ancient floor to the high labyrinth wall, where he added it to the final row of steps he had built. He hoped they would hold his weight long enough so that he could reach the top of the wall and get his bearings to plan his escape. He was not sure how long he had been at this, but he was fueled by the taste of Persephone on his tongue. He did not care to think long on how she had come to be before him, but if Theseus had intended to torture him, her visage had the opposite effect. "I will pry a stone from your lover's ring each time you stop," he'd threatened. In truth, Hades had never ceased to work. He had merely chosen a different project. One would have thought Theseus would be far more careful with his words, though it was not as if he were a man of his word. Despite this, Hades was under no delusion. He knew the reputation of Daedalus's labyrinth. Even the famed architect could barely escape his own creation. Such was the folly of man, to create the thing that destroyed him, which was why Hades had not entered the labyrinth. It was better to observe as much from above than to get lost attempting to navigate a nearly impossible trap. And he imagined Theseus's maze would be even more challenging. Perhaps he had not even made it escapable. But Hades had to try. If only he was at his full strength. If you were at full strength, you wouldn't be here, he snapped at himself. It did no good to think of what he could do with magic. With this net draped around his body, he was essentially mortal. He had never been so aware of physical pain, never so aware of the weight of anything, save Persephone. Always Persephone, his wife and queen. He grew anxious thinking about her. Theseus had said the last time he had seen her, she'd faced Demeter. What had come from that confrontation? He hated that he did not know, hated that he could not sense anything beyond this prison. It would not even matter if he were free of the net. This place was made from adamant, and it suppressed his magic. Theseus had thought of everything when he'd laid his trap, and perhaps that was what worried Hades the most, because he knew Persephone would come for him. Theseus knew that too, and Hades would never forgive himself if she ended up in this hell. That thought renewed his determination, and he began his ascent. He'd made the steps steep, and they wobbled beneath his feet. The higher he went, the more he clung to the next stone, as if it might keep him from falling. It was another thing he had never thought much about, but now dreaded. The fear of falling, of feeling pain. His muscles tightened, as if anticipating his failure. When he reached the highest step, he rose to his trembling feet, palms sliding over the coarse stone, stretching until he could reach the top of the wall. He tested his grip and lifted himself, arms shaking. When he managed to get his upper body on the top of the wall, he led with his injured side. "Fuck!" he barked, the pain sharp and biting. He seethed between clenched teeth as he dragged the rest of his body onto the wall and collapsed. He lay there for a moment, breathing hard and sweating, before he sat up, pressing a hand to his side, slick with blood, and looked out over the labyrinth. He'd hoped from here he might have an idea of how to escape this fucking pit. But what unfolded before him was a vast network of tunnels that stretched for miles, disappearing into the darkness. This place did not appear to have an end or beginning. Still, it seemed better to go over the labyrinth than through it. He was going to have to pick a route and pray to the fates. Gods, he was really fucking desperate. He rose to his feet and considered his next move. He tried to guess the direction of the cells based on how far he'd walked with Theseus. But there was something disorienting about this place, not to mention that the walls were a lesson in strategy, as they varied in thickness and distance. Some were narrow and close, while others were wide and farther away. He decided he would try for a straight path through, or as straight as he could manage. Looking down at his feet, he assessed the distance between himself and the next wall. The first jump was not so difficult as it was about the length of his stride. The second, though, looked like a chasm stretching before him, and there was nothing below but darkness. He had always felt at home in the shadows, but not here. This was not his darkness. It was born of some other kind of evil, one he did not wish to be consumed by or let out into the world. He jumped, landing on the very edge of the wall. He wavered for a moment before falling forward on his knees. The impact was jarring, but he was growing used to the pain. He rose to his feet again, holding his side, and prepared himself for the next jump. There was a part of him that worried he was only fooling himself. Perhaps all he'd done by scaling these walls was provide entertainment for Theseus and his men. But even if that were true, at least he'd tried to fight this fate. At some point, he paused to look back, but found the path behind him looked the same as the one before him. This place was fucking maddening. He faced forward again and then jumped, his foot sliding as he hit the wall. He fell, catching himself with one hand before he could plummet into the depths of the labyrinth, grunting as his weight jerked his arm painfully. He hung there a moment, digging his fingers into the stone before he swung his body, reaching for the edge with his other hand, but his fingers slipped. Fuck! But his curse was drowned out by a low, vibrating growl. Hades looked down into the gleaming eyes of a massive lion before it launched itself at him. Fuck! He said again, and dropped down into the labyrinth. As he hit the ground, his legs buckled beneath him. The lion bounced off the wall and landed behind him. Hades scrambled to his feet, and the two circled each other. The lion bared its white teeth and roared, its breath a sickly breeze that carried the stench of death. It turned his stomach and made him wonder what exactly it had been feeding on. He knew this lion. It was the Nemean lion, famous for its impenetrable hide and its silver claws, sharper than swords. Even if Hades had weapons, they would not help him here. The lion pounced, and Hades moved, shifting out of the way at the last second. He started to run, only to feel the lion claw his back. A pained cry escaped his mouth, and he stumbled and fell to his hands and knees. It took him a moment to realize that the net was on the ground. The lion had managed to cut it with its claws. He ignored the burn down his back and tried to scramble to his feet, but before he could, the lion sank its teeth into his ankle. Pain roared through him, consuming him like fire as he was jerked down again. Hades managed to roll onto his back, his leg twisting uncomfortably within the lion's mouth as he shoved his other foot into its face over and over until it released his leg from its vice-like jaws. When he was free, he got to his feet. The monstrous lion stood opposite him, and they circled each other before the lion charged again. This time, it batted at him with its large paws and long silver claws. He managed to dodge each deadly swipe, and when the creature grew frustrated, it gave a violent roar. Hades' stomach turned at the rancid smell of its breath, but he charged at the lion, vaulting into the air and landing on its back. Again, the lion howled and then took off at a run. Hades gripped its fur and shifted forward, hooking his arms around the lion's neck and squeezing with all his might until he shook. Beneath him, the lion slowed, its panting more of a wheeze. Finally, the creature staggered and fell to the ground. Hades rolled onto his back, breathing hard and covered in sweat. For a long while, he stared up at the ceiling and took stock of his injuries. His foot throbbed and his back burned. But neither of those injuries hurt as much as the wound Theseus had inflicted in his side. That one made him nauseous. He was just lucky he still had his strength, though he could tell he wasn't at his full capacity. He would take what he could get, especially since he could not call on his magic within these prison walls. A flash of silver caught his eye, and Hades turned his head, spotting the lion's claws. He sat up and stretched across the space between them, brushing the tip of one talon, drawing blood with barely a touch. Claws as sharp as blades. Hades shifted closer and started to tear strips of cloth from his shirt, wrapping them around the longest claw several times to create a buffer. When he was sure he could grip it enough not to cut his hand to pieces, he yanked it with all his might until it broke free from the monstrous paw. It was more like a sickle, slightly curved and wider at one end. Now I have a weapon. His eyes fell to the lion's corpse with its impenetrable fur. And armor, he thought, as his fingers closed over the blunt end of his new knife. Hades set about skinning the lion, a tedious and bloody task. He did not enjoy it, nor did he think it was anything the monster deserved, but he was about to enter the labyrinth, and he had no idea what he would face. There were likely worse things than this creature. He had no salt to spread over the hide, so he used sand, not that it would help preserve the skin. He merely hoped it would make it less wet. When he was finished, he wore it like a cloak, and with his claw blade in hand, Hades entered the labyrinth. He was not sure how long he walked, but he quickly lost all sense of space and time. There was a quiet within the labyrinth he had never experienced. It was a physical thing that felt as solid as the walls around him. The darkness was bitter and blinding. The longer he wandered through the sinuous tunnels, the more he felt as though his whole body was winding and twisting too. His mood wavered. Sometimes he was angry that he felt so separate from the darkness, that he did not feel like himself. Other times, a strange peace descended on him, and he seemed to navigate through these passages with a cool detachment. He recited poetry, and then composed his own, attempting to convey Persephone's beauty, if only to cling to his own sanity. Her golden hair swept down upon him like rays of burning sun. He started and then paused. That's fucking stupid. Besides, I hate Helios. He tried again. She emerged from the dark, a sweet-voiced thing, with hair that flowed like a river in spring. That was worse. He moved on to singing. Is that Laurel by Apollo? He heard Hermes ask. Hades glared at the god who appeared beside him as a small, chubby baby with white wings that fluttered like those of a hummingbird. I will murder you if you tell anyone what you have heard here. That is very aggressive, Daddy Death, said Hermes. Everyone listens to Apollo. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He's a vibe. Hades decided not to ask what a vibe was. Why do you look like that? He asked. Like what? Hermes looked down at himself. Like a cherub, Hermes. The god shrugged. Perhaps you should ask yourself that question. You're the one hallucinating. Trust me, I would never manifest Hermes as a child. He's annoying enough as an adult. Rude, Hermes said. And then he grew taller, and his feet touched the ground. He spun and faced Hades as he walked backward down the corridor. You know, Hades, what you need is... I need out of this fucking maze, Hades said. I was going to say fun, said the god. They were coming to another break in the wall, and with Hermes walking backward, Hades thought he would miss the turn, but he was surprised when he shifted to the right and continued down another dark passage. You need a hobby. I have hobbies, Hades said curtly. Drinking and fucking don't count, said the god. You're one to talk, Hades countered. All you do is drink and fuck. That's not all I do, Hermes said. I play bridge once a week at the library. What the fuck is bridge? Hades asked. You own a gambling den and you don't know what bridge is? Gods, you're really old. I have hobbies, Hermes. I ride horses and play cards, and I dream about how to torture you on a regular basis. The god's brows perked. You dream about me? Hades said nothing. And, how exactly do you torture me in these dreams? Not pleasantly, said Hades. List them out, Hades, Hermes said. There was a change in his tone, something a little more aggressive, almost as if he were giving a command. For a moment, Hades resisted. He did not like taking orders, but if Hermes wanted to hear all the ways he'd earned his wrath, then so be it. I have considered castration, but I think you'd find that too pleasant, said Hades. The god pursed his lips and then shrugged. Fair. I had to nix anything that requires restraints, too. Unfair, said the god. I could send you into the forest of despair, but it's likely your greatest fear is a life with only one sexual partner. A tragedy, Hermes said, which means I'd take a different approach. You really have thought about this, said Hermes. First, I'd curse you to always appear homely to any potential lover. Hermes gasped. Then I would ensure you never find your rhythm again. That applies to dancing and sex. You wouldn't, Hermes said. The sight of your penis would make everyone gag. You beast! Those aren't even my favorites, said Hades with a smirk. My favorite is that every television series you start never finishes. No, Hermes bellowed. It is true what they say. You are a cruel god. Hades shrugged. You asked. I did, said Hermes. I hope it helped. Hades could hear the grin in his voice, but he didn't understand. What? He asked, looking in the direction of the god, but he found he was no longer there. Once again, Hades was alone, and while he hated the dull ache of disappointment that bloomed in his chest, he felt far more present than he had before. With his focus renewed, he continued through the labyrinth. He had no way of knowing where exactly he was going, if he was closer to the center or farther away. He did not even know where he should be heading. He just knew that stopping was worse. That was giving up. At some point, he turned a corner and came face to face with a different kind of darkness. He halted at the edge of it, hesitant. He knew he had not made it to the end of the labyrinth. He suspected this was the middle, or closer to it at least. How vast was this darkness? How endless? He had nearly lost his mind surrounded by walls. What happened when there was nothing? He let one foot slide forward and then the other. And as the darkness pressed in on him from all sides, he had the thought that this was the kind of thing he would face if he was to enter the forest of despair. Nothingness, a void, loneliness. Bright lights flooded his vision, and they burned away the dark so suddenly his eyes watered. Theseus's laugh echoed in the space that Hades could now confirm was the center of the labyrinth, and it truly did go on for miles in each direction. You look ridiculous, the demigod said. Hades blinked, adjusting to the light, and saw Theseus opposite him. Of the two, he was the one who did not look the part. He was too clean and too tidy for the madness of the labyrinth, dressed in his tailored blue suit and pressed white shirt. I suppose I would have been disappointed if you hadn't tried to escape. Hades glared and held his claw blade tighter. Theseus noticed and clicked his tongue. Hera will be distraught to learn you killed her pet, said Theseus. Hades continued to say nothing. You know, Hades, talking to you is like talking to a brick wall. Then maybe you shouldn't. Theseus smirked. "But I have so much to say," he said. "And so does your wife, apparently." Hades ground his teeth. He did not know what Theseus was referring to exactly, but it sounded like Persephone had done something to piss him off. "Perhaps you can tell me how you managed to keep her quiet," Theseus continued. "Or is it that your dick is always in her mouth?" Hades gripped his knife tighter. "Maybe I will have to try that," Theseus said. Hades charged. Racing across the floor of the labyrinth, he jumped, vaulting through the air, roaring as he brandished the deadly claw. Theseus did not move an inch as Hades barreled toward him. A sliver of unease trickled down his spine. He knew he had missed something. And then it hit him, literally. A heavy weight sent him crashing to the floor. He landed hard, his body denting the ground. He realized quickly that he was trapped beneath another net. His fingers tightened around the lion's claw as he attempted to cut himself free, but he could not move his arm. Still, he tried to saw at the threads, breaking out in a cold sweat as Theseus approached. The demigod crouched before him, watching Hades struggle before he spoke. "This would all be quite honorable if it wasn't so pathetic," he said, plucking the claw from between Hades' fingers. He studied it and then slammed it through Hades' hand and into the ground. Hades couldn't even scream. All he managed was a pained gasp. He glared up at Theseus, breathing hard between clenched teeth, and watched as he reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small envelope, pouring the contents into his palm. "You've earned this," Theseus said, blowing something into Hades' face. It was some kind of powder that invaded his nose, mouth, and eyes. He started to cough, and he couldn't stop. His eyes watered, and his chest burned. He needed water. He needed to breathe. But then he tasted blood on the back of his tongue. His vision swam. "I am going to die."
Chapter 9. Persephone. The underworld was different. The air smelled like sulfur, and the sky was full of ash. When the wind blew, Persephone could feel the grit of it against her skin, rough and blistering. There were other things, too. The souls had channeled their usual merriment into preparing for war. Cerberus remained restless and three-headed, uninterested in play. All the while, the glassy obsidian mountains of Tartarus taunted Persephone, a constant reminder of what had occurred in the arsenal. As much as she recognized she was queen of this realm and now possessed power over it, she could not bring herself to hide the changes, the slow decay. It seemed fitting given what had occurred, what was still occurring, and concealing it with vines and flowers felt insincere. A corpse was still a corpse, even covered in colorful flora. There was a part of her that wondered if the underworld was dying. And if that was true, did it also mean Hades was dying? She pushed those thoughts away quickly. She could not bear to think like that right now. It felt like giving up, and she would never give up. She would fight for Hades until the world ended. And when there was nothing left, only her rage would remain. "Have you heard anything?" Yuri asked. Persephone met the soul's wide-eyed gaze. She frowned, realizing she had become so lost in her thoughts that she had heard nothing the girl had been saying. "About Hades," Yuri added to clarify. Persephone's gaze fell to her cold tea. "No," she whispered. Hermes and Apollo were on the hunt for Theseus's men. The challenge was finding someone close enough to the demigod who would know the answers to the questions they had, though they were finding that very few knew his plans, if any. Hecate was continuing to trace her ring. which was proving to be far more challenging than either of them expected, given that it seemed to be traveling with Theseus and revealed a rather mundane routine for someone so sinister. Nevertheless, learning the demigod's movements was still an advantage. Perhaps they'd find someone to interrogate. Are the souls... Persephone started to ask if they were afraid, but that was a ridiculous question. Of course they were afraid. It had only been 2 days since Theseus had released the Titans, and the souls had to fight the monsters that had escaped Tartarus. They'd been brave, but there had been consequences, as she knew there would be. Namely, that some had not been able to withstand the trigger of battle, and Thanatos had to take them to Elysium. It had hurt everyone. It hurt now. "Do they feel safe?" she asked instead. "As safe as they can," Yuri replied, and she looked out her open door. "Preparing for the worst makes them feel better." The street was busy with souls who were repairing or reinforcing their homes. Ian and Sophie continued to forge weapons, their hammers striking in an uneven rhythm. It was almost like they did not trust her magic. Though how could they when she did not even trust it herself? It was new, still foreign. It lived on the fringes of her energy, reminding her of the way Hades' magic always waited in the wings, primed to protect her no matter the cost. Persephone's eyes burned with tears, and after a moment of quiet, Yuri whispered, her voice quivering, "I just wish everything was normal again." Persephone hardened against those words. It was such a natural thing to say when things felt uncertain, but the longer she lived with loss, the more the idea of normal angered her. There was no normal. There was only the past, and it was hopeless to wish for it even at her loneliest, because nothing could return to the way it was, not in the aftermath of this. "There is no normal again, Yuri," Persephone said. "There is only new and different, and neither are always good." The soul frowned. "Persephone, She rose to her feet before Yuri could finish, knowing what her next words would be. "I'm so sorry." And she could not stand to hear them either. She could not even explain why. But they were just words, empty ones people said when they had nothing else to give. "Thank you, Yuri, for the tea." She fled before her emotions got the best of her and teleported to the asphodel fields. By the time she arrived, she was already in tears. She looked out on the underworld from where she stood, her arms crossed over her chest. The wind picked up, whipping her hair, and the asphodel around her swayed, grazing her gown. She felt sick and lost, and she did not know where to go, because every part of this place reminded her of Hades, yet he was what she wanted most. She closed her eyes, and cold tears spilled down her face. "Lady Persephone." She swallowed hard and looked over her shoulder at Thanatos. She did not care to hide her pain. He could feel it anyway. "Can I help you?" She knew what he was asking. Thanatos had influence over emotion. He could ease her suffering. In the past, she'd refused. She'd wanted to feel because she felt like she deserved it. But this was different. "Please," she said. The word was a plea, a broken cry. Thanatos offered his hand, and she took it, warm and soft against her own. And suddenly, peace fell over her. It was like picnics in the meadow under the starry underworld sky, and baking cookies in a small kitchen with her best friend by her side. It felt like the fun of rock, paper, scissors and hide and seek. It felt like the first time she had looked at Hades and recognized her own soul. "What are you thinking?" She shivered at the sound of his voice, and chills pebbled her skin. She opened her eyes. "Hades," she whispered, and touched his face, grazing the stubble on his cheek. He felt real enough, but she had been fooled by this before and did not think she could face the pain of walking alone again. They were lying in the grass beneath a twisted oak. She knew this place. They had been here before. They had rested and made love beneath this tree. It was at the very edge of Elysium. If she were to sit up, she would see the gray waves of the ocean crusting the horizon. "Where are you?" she asked. He laughed as he studied her with those dark eyes, his body pressed against hers. "I'm right here," he said. "With you." She shook her head, her vision blurring with tears. She knew otherwise. "Darling," he said, his voice a low rumble, his fingers in her hair. He leaned forward and pressed his lips to her forehead. She closed her eyes tight, focusing on the feel of his kiss, warm and heavy. Real. When he pulled away, he let his nose drift along hers. "It was just a dream," he said, and she opened her eyes again. "You speak as if you live inside my mind," she said. Hades stared at her and frowned, his eyes drifting to her lips, and she was suddenly aware of a keen hunger tightening her stomach. "What will it take to prove to you this is real?" "Nothing you do will convince me," she said. "Unless you can tell me where you are." He was quiet, watching her. Then he leaned closer, and the air between them felt heavier than his weight on her body. "Lost," he answered, before his mouth dropped to hers. His kiss was like a brand that seared her skin. She opened her mouth against his, and his tongue slipped inside. He tasted different, his mouth devoid of that smoky, sweet edge, but he smelled the same, sharp and earthy, like long shadows cast by firelight. She tried not to think about the change and what it meant. He pulled away again, but she could still feel the brush of his lips against hers as he spoke. She kept her eyes closed as he whispered, "Live in this moment with me." Her resistance melted away, broken by the same plea she had made before. Her mouth collided with his, and her arms went around him, hands pressing into his back, bringing his entire body flush with hers. As they kissed, Hades moved against her, and she lifted her hips, needing to feel him where she ached the most. Each lush stroke coaxed a fire beneath her skin and stole a little more of her breath. By the time he left her mouth, she was ready for him, so aware of how empty she felt. "Hades." She breathed his name as his lips trailed along her jaw and down her throat, before he buried his face between her breasts, hands gripping. Her fingers sifted through his hair, tightening when his teeth grazed one nipple, then the other through the fabric of her dress. Finally, he looked up. His eyes were dark, but just as brilliant as they were when he was in his true form. They possessed a fire of their own, a liveliness that only erupted when he was looking at her. She felt as though a void had opened in the pit of her stomach, and somehow she became even more hollow. "Yes?" he asked. "Fuck me as a god," she said. "If you wish it," he said. "I wish it." Hades's gaze was unwavering as he bent and pulled one of her nipples into his mouth before sitting back on his knees. She did not like the distance, but she liked watching him undress. When he was naked before her and he had dropped his glamour, she sat up and pulled her dress over her head. His gaze on her bare skin made her feel primal and possessive. It ignited her with a will to dominate. She moved onto her knees, and Hades took her into his arms, lifting her up the incline of his thighs until she was seated against his length. "Drop your glamour," he said, so that I may make love to a goddess. From this position, she was elevated slightly above him, and she used that to her advantage, teasing him as she brushed her mouth against his. "If you wish it," she whispered. "I wish it," he said, his tone low, almost feverish. She let her magic go, and it fell away like a shiver down her spine. Hades held her tighter, lifting her body higher. She knew without words what he was asking, and she answered, guiding the head of his cock to her entrance. She braced her hands against his shoulders as she seated herself on him, breathing through the pleasure as it coursed through her body, rattling her mind. She wrapped her arms around him tighter, and as they moved together, all she could focus on was the feelings he conjured. This was a magic of its own, separate from any divine gift, and it let her live in a single moment of pure ecstasy, far from the grief and sorrow of her life, except for the part where it wasn't real. And suddenly her arousal was cut through with pain. Persephone twined her fingers in Hades' hair and drew his head back, her lips colliding with his as tears streamed down her face. "Lie down," she said as she pulled away. Hades held her gaze, but did as she asked, shifting onto his back. She adjusted her position, her palms flat on his chest. "Tell me," he said, though his body tightened beneath hers as she began to move. "There is nothing to say," she replied. Reaching for his hands, she brought them to her breasts. "You always have something to say," he said, teasing her flesh with his fingers. "A god once told me that words mean nothing," she said, growing breathless. "Your god was a fool," he replied, his hands falling to her hips, where he gripped her harder, moving faster. "Oh," she asked on a moan. "Some words are not meaningless," he said. She could no longer say anything, and he did not speak as her body seized with pleasure. It wasn't until she collapsed atop Hades that he finished, whispering the words against her temple. "I love you, Persephone." Persephone. She squeezed her eyes tighter, clinging to her dream a little longer, but already she could feel the weight of Hades' arms slipping away. "Persephone." She opened her eyes and found Hecate standing over her. It took her a moment to get her bearings, and then she realized she was in her bed. Thanatos must have taken her from the asphodel fields. "Hecate," she whispered as she sat up, an ache forming between her brows. "Is everything all right?" "I believe I have found Hades," Hecate said. Persephone had been so desperate to hear those words for so long she could hardly believe they were true. "Where is he?" she asked, rising to her feet. Hecate did not respond immediately, and Persephone's soaring hope quickly turned to dread. "Hecate?" "He's at Knossos," she said. "Knossos?" Persephone asked, confused. Knossos was a city on the island of Crete. "But there is nothing there but ruins." "Come," Hecate said, extending her hand. Persephone could already feel Hecate's magic, ancient and electric, curling around her. Her heart rose in her throat as she took the goddess's hand, and they teleported. She half expected to appear before the ruins of Knossos, but was surprised when she was brought to Hades' office at Nevernight. Hermes lay on Hades' desk, while Apollo took shots of vodka from behind the bar. A mortal sat with his hands tied behind his back. He was an older man with a sharp nose, round wire glasses, and a mostly bald head. "What's going on?" Persephone asked. "Who is this?" "I'm Robert," said the man. "He's Robert," Apollo and Hermes said. They all spoke in unison. It made Persephone flinch. "And who is Robert?" Persephone asked with more patience than she felt. Hecate had just found Hades, and these two were... Well, she wasn't sure what they were doing.
"I'm an architect,"
said Robert.
"He's an architect,"
Apollo and Hermes said. They sounded bored. Persephone exchanged a look with Hecate, who rolled her eyes before sending a surge of magic in both gods' directions. Hermes shot up from Hades' desk and landed on the hard marble floor, a sharp obsidian thorn in the spot where he had once lain. The vodka in Apollo's glass turned to sand just as he shot it into his mouth. He spat it out quickly, choking on the dirt. "What the fuck?" they said. Hermes climbed to his feet from the floor, and Apollo searched frantically for something wet, settling on an open bottle of wine to gargle. "My husband is missing, and Hecate tells me that he is at Knossos, and instead of taking me to him, she brought me to you," Persephone said, her voice shaking with anger. "One of you tell me what the fuck is going on." Hermes and Apollo exchanged a look.
"I'm afraid that is why I am here,"
said Robert. Persephone's eyes fell to the mortal. "And what do you have to do with my husband and Knossos?"
"I am an architect,"
he said. Persephone could not keep a handle on her magic, and she didn't want to. It flared to life, heavy and dark, as black spires shot from the tips of her fingers. The mortal's eyes widened, and he seemed to press himself farther into his chair. She felt a hand on her arm and turned to look at Hecate.
"What the idiots are trying to say is that the ruins at Knossos are no longer ruins,"
Hecate said.
"Theseus has been rebuilding the labyrinth,"
said Apollo.
"So we thought we would find his builder,"
said Hermes.
"Architect,"
Robert corrected.
"But it turns out Robert here was just the first builder,"
Apollo continued.
"Architect,"
Robert said again. "The first one?" Persephone asked.
"He hires and fires them," said Hermes. "The architects,"
Robert and Hermes said at the same time.
"Why?"
Persephone asked.
"He thinks it will add to the perplexity of his labyrinth," said Apollo. "I told him it wasn't so," said Robert. "All he needed was a great architect, but he wanted it to be inescapable."
Persephone frowned, holding the mortal's gaze. "And why are you here again?"
"We thought we would get to torture him into telling us how to get through the labyrinth," said Hermes. "Turns out he's cooperative." "I think you are upset about the wrong thing, Hermes,"
Hecate advised. The god of mischief crossed his arms over his chest. "You are telling me Hades is trapped in a labyrinth?" Persephone asked.
"It is more than likely," said Robert. "I do not know much about Theseus's plans beyond the fact that he wanted a type of prison. He insisted it be constructed from adamant." "Well, that is unfortunate,"
said Hecate. Persephone looked at the goddess. "What is it?"
"It is a metal that was forged by Gaia," Hecate said. "It means that entering the labyrinth will be like becoming immortal. It also means we cannot teleport inside or out."
The more she learned, the more anxious Persephone became. But things were making sense. Now she knew why she could not feel Hades' magic. "So the only way to reach him is to go through the labyrinth," Persephone said, more to herself than anyone else.
"Do you know which part of the labyrinth you built?" asked Apollo. "We could find the other architects and piece together a map." But Robert shook his head. "It would be too hard to say which part was mine, and I imagine it would be the same for the others."
Persephone studied the mortal. "Why are you so compliant?" she asked, a little suspicious.
"Theseus never asked us what gods we served," said the man. I have always been pious, and pious I will always be."
His sincerity rang true. "Thank you, Robert." He smiled.
"Of course, my lady,"
he said with a nod.
Would anyone be willing to untie my hands? They're a little numb."
Persephone turned her gaze to Apollo and Hermes. "Take him home, and one of you, grant him a favor." Apollo and Hermes exchanged a look, and then spoke in unison. "We can't." Then Persephone remembered what Aphrodite said, that Zeus had stripped them of their powers. "Well, how did you get him here?"
"The old-fashioned way," said Hermes. "I think you mean the mortal way,"
said Apollo.
"We abducted him from outside his work," Hermes explained. "Antony helped us."
"Did anyone see you?" Persephone asked.
"Does it matter?"
asked Hermes. "It does if Theseus's men are watching," said Persephone. Hermes pursed his lips, and Apollo frowned.
"I doubt Theseus would waste his resources on me," said Robert. "I am one cog in his machine."
"And if one breaks, the whole thing comes down," Persephone said. "Theseus does not like loose ends." She looked at Hecate. "What can be done?" She did not wish for the man to suffer for his loyalty to the gods.
"I can cast a protection spell," Hecate said, "though they are not infallible." "I am grateful for anything," said Robert. "I only wish I could have helped more."
Persephone met the mortal's gaze. "You have helped enough. Thank you." Hecate teleported with Robert and returned in seconds. "Will he be safe?" Persephone asked.
"I'm not sure anyone is safe," said Hecate.
Her words made Persephone's stomach drop.
"You will not be able to take responsibility for every mortal who crosses paths with Theseus,"
said Hecate. "No, but I would rather not see them die for helping us."
"He made his choice,"
Hecate said. Persephone could not argue. There were greater things at stake. "We have to go to Knossos," she said.
"Hold on, Seth," said Apollo. "This is clearly a trap."
"I am aware," she said, but it changed nothing.
"I know you are eager to bring Hades home," said Hecate. "But we must proceed with caution. Apollo is right. It is evident Theseus used your ring to trap Hades, and it is likely he knows we will track its energy. He wants you in that labyrinth. He is counting on it."
Persephone did not doubt that either. Theseus was toying with them.
"I think I know someone who can help," said Hermes. "Or at least let us know what we're up against."
"Who?" Persephone asked.
"Her name is Ariadne," he said. "Ariadne Alexiou."
Chapter 10. Dionysus. Dionysus entered the Chrysos Gallery of Art and wove his way through the crowd, heading straight for the bar. The attendant must have seen him because he already had a glass of wine prepared. Dionysus snatched it with a nod and continued through the fray, observing the gathering. He was looking for anyone he recognized, but not because he wanted to chat. It wasn't exactly a friendly crowd. It was more a matter of assessing competition for the upcoming auction. While those in attendance were making a show of observing artistic masterpieces, it was not the art up for sale tonight. It was women and young men. Dionysus had come in search of Medusa, a gorgon who had the power to turn men to stone. She had last been seen on the shore of the Aegean. As he'd feared, Poseidon had found her, and once he'd had his way with her, he claimed to have left her alone. If I had known the value of her beautiful head, I'd have cut it off where she lay, he'd said, informing Dionysus that she could only turn men to stone once her head was separated from her body. It was a cruel revelation, and it left Dionysus uncertain as to whether it was best to find her at all. But if it wasn't him, it would be someone else who valued her use over her life. Even if he did not manage to find her, he could at least extricate a few sex-trafficked victims and make note of the rest. Eventually, the Maenads would rescue them all. At least that was the goal. He hesitated to call it a plan because he'd done this enough to understand that plans never went smoothly. Sometimes they were too late. His chest tightened. One day, he hoped they could put an end to this vicious cycle of abuse. He made his way into the adjoining room, which, while more spacious, was far more crowded, likely because it featured mostly erotic art. Dionysus scanned the room, his eyes passing over portraits of Aphrodite in the hands of mortal lovers and glades full of naked nymphs, until he caught a glimpse of someone he recognized, though she wasn't the last person he'd expected to find here, and that was because she shouldn't have been here at all. Detective Ariadne Alexiou stood across from him, and he could not help the eruption of heat that started in his groin. His heart pumped harder, and blood rushed to every limb, making him very, very aware of the heaviness between his legs. Motherfucker, he thought. She was supposed to be at his club, Bacchia, training with the Maenads. Yet she was here, wearing an electric blue dress that only drew more attention to her beauty. He couldn't help thinking about how she had wrapped those long legs around his waist when he'd fucked her against a cave wall on the island of Thrinacia, or how he'd twisted his fingers into that thick, dark hair just to gain better access to her mouth. She had tasted so sweet, and she'd felt so good around him. Fuck, he ached for her. She had yet to notice him, but as he took a step in her direction, a man handed her a glass of champagne. What the actual fuck? Ari, Dionysus said as he approached. He felt almost breathless, but he knew that was his frustration. She was in the middle of taking a drink when she spit it back into the glass, her eyes wide with surprise. Clearly, she had not expected him to be here either. Dionysus, she said. Hi. What are you doing here? He asked. You know Lord Dionysus? The man beside her asked. No was an understatement. Yes, she said, casually. Casually, Dionysus repeated. Sure. Her gaze seared his skin. He knew what she was saying without speaking. Don't fuck this up for me. He pointed to the two of them. So, what's this? The man, who was young with a swath of blonde hair, hesitated and stuck out his hand. Leander Onassis, he said. Dionysus looked at his hand and then met his gaze. I didn't ask who you were, he said. The mortal blushed and dropped his arm. He started to speak, but Ariadne interrupted. Leander, she said, and offered an apologetic smile. Would you give us a minute? He hesitated, glancing at Dionysus. Of course, he said. I'll, see you in the room? Sooner, she said. He grinned before walking away, and Dionysus glared, unable to suppress the jealousy and anger that shot up his spine. Really? Sooner? He asked. What the fuck is wrong with you? She asked between her teeth. We had an agreement. You wanted to go back to work, he said. This is work, she snapped. Really? Because I happen to know your boss put you on traffic duty. Are you stalking me now? Never stopped, he said, though it wasn't stalking and she knew it. They'd agreed that she could go back to her day job as a detective for the Hellenic Police Department, but she had to accept that the Maenads would also watch her every move. He was going to have a conversation about this, however. "Did you arrive with him?" Her eyes were like fire, and they singed every inch of his skin. "Is this about my job or the men I fuck?" "I thought this was work," he shot back. "You are such an asshole," she seethed. She spun and stormed away. He followed, catching up to her. "Harry!" She rounded a corner and turned toward him abruptly. "Don't call me that," she snapped. "What? Your name?" "That is a nickname. It denotes familiarity, a privilege I have not given you." "I fucked you. I'd say we are pretty familiar." "I gave you access to my body," she said. "That doesn't mean we're close." Her words stung, and Dionysus tightened his jaw against the terrible things he wanted to say. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, but he'd hoped that when they returned from the island, she'd still want him. It turned out to be the opposite. "Do you regret it?" he asked after a moment, unable to keep the pain from his voice. "We're not talking about this here," she said, averting her eyes, glassy with anger. "Now seems as good of a time as any," he said, because he knew outside this moment she would continue to avoid him. When she met his gaze, the full force of her fury hit. "Every time you do this, I regret it more and more." He searched her face desperately for any sign of a lie, but found nothing. She was telling the truth. He took a step back, swallowing hard. "Watch your back," he said. "You aren't among friends." "Thanks for the advice," she said, returning to Leander, who welcomed her with a smile and a fresh drink. After a few moments, she seemed to relax around him, and Dionysus hated that she could not seem to do the same with him. It took all his power to tear his gaze from her, but he finally left her for the main floor, returning to the bar for a second glass of wine, when he was swiftly cut off by a man with a badly bruised face. His name was Mikhail Calamaris, and he was the owner of Maiden House, a brothel in the Pleasure District. "Well, if it isn't Lord Dionysus," he said. Dionysus had gone to the mortal at the start of his search for Medusa, but things had escalated quickly when Mikhail had recognized Ariadne as a cop. She'd ended up killing 2 of his men. It was just another reason she should not be here. "Mikhail," Dionysus said, "you're looking recovered." It was a lie, but it was also the nicest thing he could think to say to a man he loathed. "I'm on the mend," Mikhail replied, as if talking to an old friend. "If you'll excuse me," Dionysus said, attempting to step around Mikhail, but he was stopped when the mortal stuck out his hand. "You'll forgive me," Mikhail said, "but I don't think I will." Dionysus took a step back, and then glanced to his left and right. In the time he'd been with Ariadne, the gallery had been cleared of civilians, and the only people who remained were Mikhail's men. They surrounded him on all sides. Dionysus held Mikhail's gaze. "To what do I owe this honor?" he asked thickly. Mikhail gave a wicked smile. "I just wanted to have a friendly chat." "You don't look particularly pleasant." "It might have something to do with the nose job you gave me when you slammed my face into the floor." Dionysus shrugged. "An improvement, if you ask me." "No one did," Mikhail said tightly. There was a beat of silence, and then Leander walked into view with Ariadne. One of his hands was clasped tightly over her mouth, and he held a gun to her head. Dionysus's fingers curled into fists as he tried to assess how he was going to get them out of this situation. "Fuck." He shifted his gaze from her to Mikhail again.
"You should have just let me have the detective,"
Mikhail said. "She's not mine to give."
"It sure didn't look like that to me,"
he said. Dionysus imagined not, given that Mikhail had walked in while Ariadne was grinding against his cock. But intimacy did not equal possession or ownership. "So you've decided to take her?"
"I've decided to kill her in front of you,"
he said. "You think I would let you?" Mikhail chuckled.
"You may be a god, Dionysus, but what power do you possess beyond filling glasses with wine and a sharp pine cone?"
Dionysus was used to people questioning his divinity. He was the god of wine and revelry. His influence on the world was minimal compared to the Olympians. But these mortals had not been alive during the time of his madness. They did not know what he was capable of when pushed. And this was testing his limits. The edges of his vision were already turning red. "You forgot one," Dionysus said. "I'm pretty skilled at breaking faces."
"But not skilled enough to realize when you've been lured into a trap."
Dionysus had to admit that stung a little. The truth was he had not thought twice about coming tonight. He'd been to similar auctions many times. He'd taken this one for granted. Still, trapping a god was never a good idea. Trapping Dionysus was worse. "I am impressed," said Dionysus. There was a tremor to his voice that some might have mistaken for nerves, but it was really anger. Mikhail's eyes gleamed with pride.
"Thank you."
"Not with you," Dionysus said. "I'm impressed that you think you've trapped me, when I have most certainly trapped you." Dionysus summoned his thyrsus. The men in the room laughed at what they called a pine-cone-tipped staff, but the fennel was a symbol of his power over nature, over hedonism and pleasure. It was also a weapon, and his vision was red. He hurled the staff at Mikhail like a spear, and it went straight through his chest, striking the wall behind him with a loud crack. There was a moment of stunned silence. Mikhail was still on his feet, though there was a hole in his chest. He staggered, and blood burst from his mouth, spattering the floor. Then he fell to the ground, dead. Dionysus's gaze shifted to Ariadne, and then to the men surrounding him. They all looked horrified. "I forgot to mention," he said, "my pine cone is pretty sharp." Leander cocked his gun, and the men started to close in on Dionysus, only to freeze when a strange lurching sound escaped from somewhere deep in their throats. They exchanged looks, both confused and fearful, before a dark liquid burst from every orifice of their bodies in a stream so powerful they were thrown backward into the walls. When it was over, they fell to the floor like dead fish in a pool of red wine. He'd turned their blood to wine and filled them full of it. As he stood there, his vision started to clear, but he knew the madness was not over. This was just the start. He was about to spiral. He had to get Ariadne out of here. He crossed the room and plucked his thyrsus from the wall. When he faced Ariadne, he was surprised to find that she had not fled. They were both covered in blood and wine, and the smell of it thickened the air between them. He reached for her, brushing a finger across her cheek. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "Yes," she said, but she did not push him away. Dionysus held his breath, and his hand moved to the back of her neck. He stepped closer until she was forced to tilt her head back to hold his gaze, and there was no space between them. "Now you know who I really am," he said, and then they vanished, leaving the mayhem behind. Dionysus hoped when they arrived at his house, Ariadne would put some distance between them, But she didn't, and he did not have the power to push her away. "Harry," he whispered. His hand was still tangled in her hair, braced at the back of her neck. "I need you to leave." He spoke the words, but he held her tighter, his body vibrating with an unfathomable lust. It was the cycle of the madness he had been cursed with, and once he was in its grip, there was only one way out. It made him feel ashamed that spilling blood ignited this frenzied need to fuck, and he did not want Ariadne to be the victim of his unrestrained desire, even if she thought she could handle it. "Dionysus." She spoke his name in a breathy whisper, and he closed his eyes as it shuddered through him. His mouth hovered over hers, and his throbbing cock pressed into the bottom of her stomach. There was no mistaking what he wanted, except that she likely could not sense the violence quaking inside him. If they came together tonight, it would not be gentle, and neither of them would be the same. "You do not want this version of me," he said. His brows were furrowed, and every muscle in his body was like a bowstring pulled taut. If she said the right thing, or maybe it was the wrong thing, he would succumb to the insanity of this desire. Ariadne brushed a few of his braids over his shoulder, and when her fingers trailed along his brow, he opened his eyes and met her gaze. "Don't tell me what I want," she said. "Fuck you," he said, and then he kissed her. He bent her head back, his tongue sweeping into her mouth deeply. She could not kiss him in return, but he did not need that yet. This was not a give and take. It was possession. Ariadne didn't resist, looping her arms around his neck and holding on until he eased his assault on her mouth and let her kiss him back, her tongue twining with his in a desperate dance. Then he left her mouth, kissing along her jaw and her neck, his hands moving to her breasts and then to her back, anchoring her against his arousal. "I need this now," he said. He pulled away enough to meet her gaze, even though his vision was hazy. "Yes," she whispered, breathless. He groaned. "I will not be gentle, Ariadne," he said. "It's okay," she said, and this time she kissed him. His hands moved to her ass, and as he dragged her up his body, someone cleared their throat. They froze, and when Dionysus turned his head, he realized they were not alone. Far from it. His living room was full of people. "Way to go, Hecate," Hermes said. They were just getting to the best part. "What the actual fuck?" Dionysus snarled. His desire turned to fury instantly, his focus solely on Hermes. "Easy now, Dionysus," said Hermes. "We had no choice." "No choice?" Dionysus asked, releasing Ariadne and turning to face them completely, his hands fisted. "I will tear you to shreds!" Hecate stepped into his line of sight, blocking him from Hermes. Her eyes were swallowed by darkness. Her energy was like shadows reaching inside him. He heard her voice in his head. "Be at ease, son of Zeus," she said. "Hera has no power here." A cry erupted from his throat as he was freed from the claws of Hera's madness. He arched his back against the pain. It felt like his chest was being torn in two, and when it was done, he shook with the release. He glared back at Hecate, breathing hard. "If you think that makes me any less violent, you are wrong," he spoke between clenched teeth. He still wanted to rip Hermes into pieces. This wouldn't be the first time he'd cock-blocked him. He was just as bad as the fucking sheep from the island. "Perhaps not," she said. "But now you cannot blame Hera for your actions." He glared, and the goddess of witchcraft stepped out of the way, and he could see Hermes, Apollo, and a female goddess he had never met. Persephone, he assumed. She looked like spring with honeyed hair and bright eyes, yet there was a darkness to her. It lived on the edges of her aura, like storm clouds haunting a bright sky. Dionysus stared at her. "What do you want?" he asked. She was not fazed, and she did not hesitate.
Hades has been captured by Theseus, she said, and then her gaze shifted to Ariadne. I am told you may have information about the labyrinth.
Ariadne went rigid.
Who told you that? Is it true or not? Persephone demanded, frustrated.
Dionysus took a step forward. It was a strange instinct, a wish to protect Ariadne in some way, even if it was just from words. "If you came hoping for help, you are out of luck," said Dionysus. He felt the heat of Ariadne's gaze. "She will not stand against Theseus, not when he has her sister, Phaedra." She'd told them as much when Hades had asked her for information about the demigod's operations. And while it was frustrating, Dionysus knew he couldn't even begin to understand the fear she had for her sister. Ariadne had been with Theseus before he'd moved on to Phaedra, and she knew his cruelty better than most. It was torture, watching someone so strong bow to the will of her abuser. Theseus influenced every decision she made, whether she realized it or not.
He has your sister? Persephone asked. He's married to her, Ariadne said. He will assume any information about him was shared by me, and she will suffer for it.
Dionysus expected Persephone to be angry, to challenge Ariadne in some way, maybe even offer to save Phaedra the way he and Hades had. But she didn't.
It doesn't matter anymore,
she said, looking at Hecate, then at Hermes and Apollo.
Trap or not, I have to go. No, Persephone, said Hecate.
There has to be another way, Sephi, said Hermes. We just don't know all the options yet.
We don't have time for options,
she seethed, her eyes watering. It was like seeing her in a new light. She was broken beneath that beauty.
Theseus has the helm of darkness. He has released Kronos from Tartarus. He has stripped you of your powers and placed a bounty on my head. We have no time. We were out of time the moment he took my ring.
Theseus has released Kronos? Dionysus asked. That was news.
We believe Theseus will use Hades as a sacrifice to gain the Titan's favor for the coming war, said Hecate. Unless we find him in time.
No one spoke. Dionysus wanted to look at Ariadne because he wanted to see her reaction to these revelations. But he also didn't want her to feel like he was guilting her into divulging information on Theseus. He held Persephone's gaze instead. He was about to suggest summoning his Maenads, who might be able to give them other options, other ways into the labyrinth, when Ariadne spoke.
I can help you through the labyrinth.
Dionysus's head snapped in her direction, and he could tell by the spark in her eye that she was formulating an idea. He already didn't like it. No, Dionysus said, and Ariadne glared. You would be playing right into his hands. He hadn't exactly figured out why, but Theseus was obsessed with Ariadne, to the point that even Poseidon knew who she was and had threatened war over her.
We're all playing into his hands, she snapped.
He narrowed his eyes. When Hades asked you for help, you refused. Why change your mind now?
Hades wanted information without a plan to rescue my sister, she said. Theseus will want to watch our progress through the labyrinth. While he is occupied, you can rescue my sister.
Ari,
it's the only chance I have to get her back.
She cut him off, her voice full of venom. They glared at each other. Then Hecate spoke.
You say you will lead Persephone through the labyrinth. What exactly do you know about it? I know that the most dangerous part isn't getting lost, Ariadne said. It's that you might choose to stay. Why would anyone choose to stay? Asked Apollo. Because, Ariadne said, it will offer you what you want most. Dionysus did not know exactly what that meant, but he instantly felt dread. If Ariadne went through the maze, she would face the same obstacles, and they both knew what the labyrinth would offer her. Could she leave her sister behind? He now knew he had no choice but to rescue Phaedra. Ariadne had to go into the labyrinth believing in him, believing that by the time she left, Phaedra would be safe. I will free your sister, said Dionysus, and Ariadne met his gaze. If you promise not to stay in that maze. Ariadne hesitated. He wasn't sure if it was because she was surprised by his request or if she was frustrated by what his words implied. Finally, she spoke. I promise. Her voice was too quiet, too hesitant. It made him think that she did not even trust herself to face the maze. But he supposed they would all find out. Chapter 11. Theseus. Theseus stepped off the elevator on the 60th floor of the Acropolis. A woman at the front desk stood and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, she said cheerfully. How may I help you? Theseus glanced at her long enough to see her smile fade before he passed her desk and continued onto the floor of New Athens News in search of Helen. Behind him, the woman called out, Sir! He ignored her. He was already impatient, already annoyed. It set him on edge, and that woman did not want to know what happened when he was pushed, especially now that he had eaten the apple and ensured his own invincibility. Though depending on what Helen had to say about her plans to counter Persephone's statement, she might just find out what his true power looked like. He scanned the maze of desks on either side of the walkway until he caught sight of her. She was turned away from him, but he recognized her hair. He liked to bury his hand in those long locks while he fucked her from behind. That was the only way he took her, the only way he wanted her, or any woman for that matter. He did not even wish to face his wife, whom he struggled to look in the eyes. Often he would just bury his face in the crook of her damp neck under the guise of passion to avoid it. Love-making was a taxing performance, a labor he did not find pleasing but necessary. Thank fuck Phaedra had finally moved past the stage in her pregnancy where she wanted sex every night. Now she seemed content with a few pretty words and a kiss, things he found far easier to mime than affection. Helen didn't notice his approach. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her hip cocked to one side, her head tilted up toward the television, where coverage streamed from Persephone's press conference. She jumped as he grabbed her by the elbow, turning her shrewd blue eyes to him. "What are you doing here?" she hissed. "Move," he said, pushing her toward a wall of meeting rooms. "Let me go," she demanded, but he ignored her, choosing the room closest to him, finding it occupied by 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. "Out," he barked. They all stared in stunned silence until one of the men finally spoke. "Call security." Another reached for the conference phone at the center of the table just as it exploded, pieces of plastic flying across the room. "Leave," Theseus repeated, "or I will remove you." They scrambled out of the room, and Theseus slammed the door shut just as he was accosted by Helen, who shoved him hard. "You fucking asshole!" she seethed. Theseus snatched her wrists. "Fight me, Helen. You know how I like it." She jerked free. How dare you embarrass me? He narrowed his gaze, eyes darkening. Embarrass you? He could think of better ways to embarrass her, and she seemed to recognize that. Her mouth hardened. No, she said. No, he repeated, a little surprised by her resistance, though, to be truthful, it also excited him. His cock had already been hard. Now it was throbbing. He preferred fucking Helen over the others in his rotation. She did not get attached or sentimental. She wanted what he wanted, a transaction that left them both satisfied. But if she fought? Oh, if she fought, she would be the perfect vessel, the perfect fuck. He inched closer, crowding her. She tilted her head to keep his gaze, utterly fearless, and he wondered when that light would start to die. This is my place of employment, she said between her teeth. He could not decide whether to be annoyed or amused by her comment. Did she really think decorum would prevent him from taking her? She was lucky he'd chosen a room. He could have had her on the floor of New Athens News. He still might. That may be, he said, lifting his hand. He trailed a finger down her face and along her jaw, working his hand into her hair. She tensed as his fingers sank into the back of her neck. He leaned in, his lips brushing hers as he whispered, "But you work for me." She did not react to the brush of his lips, did not try to kiss him back or give in to her hate-fueled desire. Of course, he preferred that. It told him that she was not falling for a fantasy, as so many others had. He drew back a fraction and met her gaze. "Need I remind you?" he asked. "I am well aware," she replied, the words slipping between clenched teeth. In the brief silence that followed their exchange, a tension began to build. It wasn't so much sexual as it was fraught with anticipation, both preparing for the other's move. He smirked. "I will remind you anyway," he said, as he tightened his grip. He twisted her around and pushed her to the table. She tried to dig her heels in and clawed at his arm, but she wasn't strong enough to resist. He bent her over the table, facing the television that ran the same coverage of Persephone's press conference as the one she had been watching on the floor. He moved his hand into her hair, jerking her head back so she was forced to watch it. "Did you know she would make a statement?" He spoke against her ear, his body pressed against hers, his cock settling against her ass. "How would I have known?" she snapped. "She's used to exposing everyone else's truths, not her own." He straightened but kept his hand flat on her back. "You should have known," he said, hiking her skirt up over her perfect, round ass. "You should have already been prepared to deliver your counterattack. That is how this works." "So you will punish me for not being a fucking oracle?" He pushed her legs apart. "I'm punishing you because I can," he said as he unbuckled his belt and pants. "Because I want to. Because you make it easy." She shoved her heeled foot into his leg and then pushed up from the table. The back of her head struck his nose and mouth, and he instantly tasted blood. He brought his fingers to his sore lip. She had split it. He ran his tongue over it, but as he did, the ruptured skin healed. The apple had worked. His gaze connected with hers, and that was when he saw it, the flash of fear in her eyes. She bolted for the door, and he pounced, catching her around the waist. She twisted in his grasp and hit him in the face, but her strike barely registered. He was too overwhelmed by the blood rushing to his cock and the roaring in his ears. He pulled her back against him, trapping her hands against her sides and dragging her to the table. She fought, but he was stronger.
He'd only let her make this much progress because he'd wanted the thrill of the fight. Now he just wanted to fuck her. He shoved her down, bending her over the table and wrenching her arms behind her back.
"Just kill me, you fucking bastard," she snarled.
He laughed. "I'm not going to kill you when you ask for it," he said. "That would be a gift, and I am not generous." Theseus shoved her legs apart. He licked his fingers and touched her between her thighs while fisting her hair. She did not fight as he pulled, forcing her back to arch awkwardly. "Look at her," he ordered, commanding her to watch the television again. It gave him pleasure to know that he was responsible for the haunted expression on Persephone's face. "Remember when you promised to write for me?"
"I haven't stopped,"
Helen said between her teeth, and then a guttural sound tore from her throat as his finger slipped inside her. She was wet, and he was ready. It was enough. He pulled free of her and drew his cock out, letting the head of it rest against her entrance. "The longer she goes unchallenged, the more sympathy she will gain, the more worshippers will follow.
Nothing I write will bring an end to that."
"The point, Helen," he said, gripping her hips, "is to deepen division. Have you forgotten the role of the media?" She glared at him from over her shoulder, and he smiled wickedly. "Now be a good girl and take my cock," he said, shoving balls deep inside her. She gasped, her head falling back. He took advantage of that angle and gripped her hair harder as he thrust inside her. The table squeaked with his movements, and his eyes fell to his hands, which were streaked with blood from her nails. It sent a rush of pleasure to his head. Fuck. Helen's breaths were desperate, and her cries were loud. She pushed into him, forcing space between herself and the table so she could touch herself. There was no delusion here. It wasn't about her pleasure. If she wanted that, she'd have to find it herself. In that way, she reminded him of Ariadne, who let lust move through her, expressing it in whatever way she needed. Sometimes it was delicate, and sometimes it was rough. That was what made his mouth water. Helen tensed beneath him, and he gripped her harder, his fingers pressing into her skin. He imagined for a moment that it was the burnished brown of Ariadne's, and then his hand smoothed up her back, and his fingers found her throat, and he squeezed until he was on the brink of ecstasy. He released her all at once and came on her ass. Helen collapsed to the table, her hand going to her neck as she gasped for air. Theseus zipped his pants and adjusted his jacket. He shifted until he was in her line of sight. "The ball's in your court," he said as he fixed his cufflinks. When he met her gaze, he found she was glaring at him, hatred in her watery eyes. Perhaps he had broken her a little. He gave her a cold smile. "Don't disappoint." Theseus left the Acropolis for home, teleporting to his office. He had been here less and less over the last few weeks, despite Phaedra's quickly approaching due date. But he could not help the fact that his long-awaited plans were unfolding at the time of his son's birth. The reality was that opportunities could be missed, but Phaedra wasn't going anywhere. He had not really thought long on becoming a father, because impregnating Phaedra had been a necessity, as necessary as marrying her. Because he had to be one of them, just a man with a beautiful wife and a child on the way. For a moment, he let himself think of everything he might be capable of if he did not have to play this game, but he would know soon enough. It was part of the plan. His eyes fell to his tidy desk, to a perfectly stacked set of papers, minus the one on top that was skewed just a hair. It was not how he had left it. "Where have you been?" His gaze shot up, level with Phaedra,
who was standing in the doorway. She had one hand on her swollen belly. He wasn't sure what set him off, the fact that someone had been in his office or that she had intruded so quickly, as if she'd been waiting for him, watching for him. Maybe it was her tone, which hinted at her irritation. Either way, anger curled through him like a hot knife. "Is that blood?" she asked, taking a step forward. "Have you looked through my things?" he asked. Her eyes widened, and she halted. Now she had two hands on her stomach. "What?" He came around the desk. "Did you look through my things?" he repeated as he advanced on her. She backed away into the hallway. "Theseus," she pleaded, flinching as her back hit the wall. He grabbed her by the hair, and she cried out. "Answer me!" "Please, Theseus," she begged, as a guttural sob escaped her mouth. "I would never." Someone jerked his arm, a young girl, one of the maids. Theseus swung at her. "Leave her alone!" Phaedra shrieked as the maid went flying, crashing into the opposite wall. Phaedra sank to her knees, reaching toward the girl who lay across from them. She was still, her neck poised at an odd angle. Phaedra's body shook with sobs as she repeated in a hushed voice, "Theseus, please, please, please." He reached for his wife and dragged her to her feet. "Answer the fucking question, Phaedra," he snarled. Tears streaked down her face and snot dripped from her nose. She was disgusting, and he had never resented her more. "I would never," she said. "I would never." He released her with a push, and she flinched. He started to pace. He wanted to rage. "If you would never, then who?" he demanded. She studied him, her gaze full of horror and shock. There was also an element of hurt, as if she could not believe she was looking into the eyes of the man she loved. "There was a new maid," she whispered. "A new maid?" He halted and moved toward her. "What new maid?" She stepped away, her back now against the wall. "What new maid?" "She arrived this morning," Phaedra explained. "I assumed you knew. You are responsible for everyone who works at this estate." He did not miss her subtle jab. "Fuck!" The word scratched his throat as he screamed. He swung his gaze back to his wife and pointed a finger in her face. "Never let anyone into this house unless I explicitly tell you otherwise. Do you understand?" She nodded, and he heard a distinct trickle. He looked down, finding Phaedra standing in a puddle. He sneered. "Go clean yourself up," he said, repulsed. But as he started to turn away, she spoke with more venom than she ever had. "It's not piss," she said. "The baby's coming."
Chapter 12. Persephone. Persephone had wandered into the garden and followed the winding stone path until she reached her garden plot, the one Hades had given her when he had challenged her to create life in the underworld. It was no longer barren, but teeming with shoots of green, the leaves real and waxy. She recalled what Hades had said when she'd first laid eyes on his realm.
If it is a garden you wish to create, then it will truly be the only life here.
She'd never imagined bearing witness to the truth of those words in this manner, but Hades's magic was fading around her. The ache in her chest deepened. It felt wrong to be here, waiting for tomorrow, when they knew where Hades was being held today. But they'd needed some time to plan, mostly for the rescue of Phaedra, which only added another complicated layer. Persephone did not know what to think of Dionysus and Ariadne. She had not expected to arrive and witness the two locked in a passionate embrace while also covered in blood. Persephone's knowledge about Dionysus extended to his collection of wines and his club, which was known for its wild sex parties, drugs, and, of course, alcohol. She'd heard rumors about his lust-filled trek across the world, about the bloody horror of it all, and tonight she felt like she'd witnessed a fraction of it when they'd arrived at his house unannounced, though she could not really blame him. Hermes did not often have the best timing, yet they did not have the luxury of time. Even now, she wondered if tomorrow would be too late.
"You should be resting," said Hecate. "The labyrinth will require strength."
Persephone turned to look at the goddess as she approached, cradling a fluffy black cat. Even in the moonlight, its eyes flashed a vibrant green. "Is that a human, Hecate?" she asked, suspicious, knowing the goddess's penchant for turning mortals who irritated her into whatever she pleased.
"This is a cat,"
Hecate said, looking down at the animal.
"Her name is Galanthus. I want you to take her into the labyrinth with you."
"Why?"
"In case there are mice," she said.
Persephone raised a brow, but she didn't ask for clarification, knowing that was the only explanation she would get. She shifted her gaze to the garden again. "I have been thinking about what I want most," Persephone said. She thought if she could anticipate what the labyrinth would offer, she might more easily say no. The reality was that she hadn't thought beyond what she wanted in the present, which was to rescue Hades. But she had a feeling the labyrinth would demand more than that.
"Have you decided?"
Hecate asked. "What if it isn't a choice?" Persephone asked, looking at the goddess.
"Explain,"
said Hecate. "What if I'm faced with something I did not know I wanted?" One's greatest desire seemed like something else entirely. Not so much a choice, but something formed around what she'd lacked all her life. She felt Hecate's eyes on her.
"What are you afraid it will show you?"
the goddess of witchcraft asked. Persephone was quiet for a long moment before she spoke. A whispered fear she released into the night. "Everything Hades said he could never give me." The silence was long and the guilt heavy.
"Are you afraid knowing will make you love Hades less?"
Hecate asked. "No, of course not," Persephone said, meeting Hecate's gaze. "But I am afraid to hurt him." She couldn't bear that. She looked away quickly. "I should not have said anything. I don't even know what I will see."
"I think you know exactly what you will see."
The goddess paused and offered a small smile.
"Desires change, Persephone. Tonight, you may want something you do not want tomorrow."
Persephone frowned. She didn't really wish to entertain her fears, but she needed to say it, to speak the words so her doubt existed somewhere outside her body. "What if I can't do this, Hecate?"
"Oh, my dear,"
Hecate said, taking a step closer. She brushed her cheek, and Persephone let her eyes flutter close.
"You can. You will. You have no choice."
Persephone did not sleep. She rose early in the morning, before the sky brightened with Hades' muted sun, and made her way to Elysium, hoping the peace of the Isle of the Blessed would seep into her bones and ease her anxiety. But even as she sat on a grassy hill looking out over the quiet landscape, dread followed. No part of the underworld remained untouched by Theseus's attack, and Persephone knew that would soon be the same for the entire world. She did not know how long she sat there, her mind tumbling over everything that had happened in the last few days, not only by Theseus's hand, but also Helen's. Persephone hoped her statement regarding Helen's article quelled some of the mistrust it had inspired. It seemed so trivial to worry over public perception when so much in her world was falling apart. But the fact was that Demeter's storm had caused so much unrest and anger. Mortals were looking for any excuse to shift their worship, and the demigods, who presented as honorable advocates for the downtrodden, looked more and more appealing as the mistakes of the gods were laid bare. Right now, that was her greatest fear, and it would only make them stronger, their power greater. Given that they had already managed to wound and kill gods, they were a true threat to the reign of the Olympians.
"The system is broken," Tyche had said. "Something new must take its place."
But they didn't just need something new, they needed something right. Otherwise, they would just trade one evil for another. Persephone knew Zeus would not go down without a fight. The question was, would he be looking in the right direction when the attack came? Right now, he seemed to consider her a greater threat to his throne than Theseus. Either way, she knew one thing for certain. The gods would go to war, they would face another Titanomachy, and no matter the outcome, the world would suffer. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, but the tension in her chest did not ease. She had come here to escape dread, but all she'd managed was to create more. As the sky brightened, Persephone caught movement in the distance. It was Lexa. She straightened at the soul's approach. All the time she had come to Elysium, she had been the one to seek Lexa out. It had never been the opposite. Persephone's heart hammered in her chest the closer her friend came, wondering if something was wrong, or if this was merely a sign of her improvement. Lexa filled the empty space beside Persephone, and she turned to watch as Lexa pulled her knees to her chest, matching her pose. "Is everything okay?" Persephone asked after they had sat in silence for a few moments. Lexa's dark brows lowered, and then she rested her head against her knees, angling her face toward Persephone. She still did not meet her gaze. "I think I have made Thanatos mad," Lexa said. Persephone jerked her head back in surprise, which was probably an overreaction, but that was honestly the last thing she'd expected her to say. Why would he be mad? Persephone had only seen Thanatos angry a few times. She was not even sure she would call it angry so much as frustrated. But both times it had been over Lexa. "Because I kissed him." "You kissed Thanatos?" Persephone could not help her giddiness. It shot through her, warm and steady, a welcome distraction from the darkness of her thoughts. Despite Persephone's excitement, Lexa was subdued. Clearly, whatever had happened in the aftermath had made her feel uncertain. "I doubt that made him mad," Persephone said gently. "He told me it shouldn't have happened," Lexa said. "Does that sound mad enough?" Persephone hesitated a moment, caught off guard by how much that last sentence sounded like something the old Lexa would say, but also frustrated with Thanatos for being one of those idiots. Everyone who was anyone knew he cared for Lexa in a way that was different from other souls. From the day she arrived in the underworld, he had been protective of her, to the point that he had even tried to keep her from Persephone. "Hold on," Persephone said, shifting on the grass to face Lexa. "Tell me everything." "I don't know where to start," Lexa said, cheeks flushed. It was strange watching Lexa blush, because it was something the old Lexa would never have done. Just when Persephone thought she recognized her best friend, she didn't. "Start from the beginning." "I don't know how it began," Lexa said. Where were you when you kissed? Persephone asked instead. We were lying under a tree, Lexa said.
Well, that sounded intimate.
Sometimes we sit together at night and Thanatos tells me about his day. Usually conversation is easy, but last night it wasn't. I don't even know why. Nothing happened. I was just frustrated.
So you kissed him?
Persephone asked. Yes, Lexa said.
Persephone tried not to smile because Lexa was taking this so seriously. She wanted to tell her that it was likely she and Thanatos were suffering from sexual frustration, and being in each other's presence just exasperated it. And what did he do?
He kissed me, too.
Persephone paused and then leaned forward a little.
How?
How did he kiss you? Did he use his tongue?
Persephone!
It's a valid question. She couldn't help it. She was grinning. Before her death, Lexa would have demanded the same details from Persephone. That Lexa no longer existed. This one was new to these feelings. You can tell me.
He did, Lexa finally said, bowing her head so her hair curtained her face.
Did you like it?
Yes, of course, she said, straightening her legs and then lying back in the grass. But he must not have.
Persephone twisted her body so she could hold Lexa's gaze.
I highly doubt that, she said. He is just afraid. That's ridiculous. Why would he be afraid?
I don't know. Knowing Thanatos, he probably made up some rule that says he can't fall in love with a soul. Persephone rolled her eyes at the thought.
If he believes that, then he won't fall in love with me, said Lexa.
That is not true, Persephone said. I know he cares for you. He was probably already in love. Lexa frowned and then looked up at the sky.
What do I do?
Do you like him?
Yes, she said. Very much.
Then tell him, Persephone said. And he will likely tell you that you cannot be together. And when he does, ask why.
And what do I do when he tells me why?
I think you have two options depending on what he says, she said. You can kiss him, or you can leave him.
Leave him?
Yes, leave him, especially if he tells you that you cannot be together. Lexa frowned.
Then what do I do?
You live, she said. You live as if he'd told you yes. Before Persephone left Elysium, she cast a quick glance across the landscape in search of her mother. When Lexa died, she had visited almost every day, even when she had not been allowed to approach her. She felt no such urge with Demeter. She wasn't even sure why she was looking for her now, save that she was curious. She caught sight of her in the distance, recognizing the golden hue of her hair and her tall and graceful silhouette as she stared off into the gray horizon. She was alone, which was typical of the souls who resided within the Isle of the Blessed. They came here with no memories of their former lives to heal. Eventually, most would move into Asphodel. Some would reincarnate. Persephone did not know what would happen to her mother. Perhaps she would never leave this place. There was a part of her that felt sad that this was Demeter's existence in the underworld. She was just as alone here as she had been in the upper world. It was something Persephone had never thought long on before, but she saw it now. Leave with me now, and we can forget this ever happened, Demeter had begged when they faced off in the arsenal. But there was no forgetting, because by the end of it she had hurt Persephone too many times, and there was no coming back from that, no pretending it never happened.
Suddenly, her chest felt tight, and her heart ached. She hadn't had time to dwell on how everything had come to an end, and truly, she could not afford to now. She had to focus on Hades. That feeling in her chest grew sharper. Hades. She tried to imagine what it would be like to see him again after the horror Theseus had likely put him through, the extent of which she could only imagine, given how the impious and Triad had treated Adonis, Harmonia, and Tyche. The thought made her sick. There was no way he was coming back the same, but she would love him through it, no matter how many pieces she had to hold together. Persephone stopped by her suite to check on Harmonia. Aphrodite was still there, curled up beside her on the bed, asleep. Sybil sat near the fireplace, working. She met Persephone's gaze over her computer as the goddess approached. "No change?" "No change," Sybil said. Persephone frowned and studied her oracle for a moment. Her eyes looked dark, almost bruised. "Have you slept?" she asked. Sybil shook her head. "I have been working on an article for The Advocate about your life based on what you've told me," said Sybil. "I know this isn't your top priority, but while you work on rescuing Hades, I can work on how the public perceives you." Persephone sank into the chair opposite her, suddenly feeling the burden of everything that had taken place over the last few days and what lay ahead. It seems so ridiculous, doesn't it, to care what they think? But I do. "You care because you know the truth," Sybil said. "My truth is not everyone's truth," said Persephone. There were mortals and immortals alike who had experienced a different Demeter, one who had granted them favor, offered them prosperity and abundance in whatever form they'd wished. "That does not make what you went through any less valid," said Sybil. Persephone said nothing. Though the oracle's words eased her anxiety, their conversation had opened another angry wound. She had deserved the same kindness Demeter had shown others. No one had shown her that more than Hades and his realm. Strangers had treated her better than her mother, the woman who had claimed to want her desperately. She could not make sense of it now, and she cast her gaze toward the bed where Harmonia and Aphrodite lay. "What does Hecate say about her wound?" Persephone asked. Sybil's eyes followed. "She says we may have to resort to using the golden fleece." Persephone had not heard about the golden fleece since studying Jason and the Argonauts in college. Jason, the rightful king of Iolcos, was sent away by his uncle Peleus to retrieve the fleece, a task he believed impossible. Successful, Jason was able to reclaim his throne, and the fleece came to represent kingship, but its real power was that it could heal. "You are reluctant?" Persephone asked. Sybil hesitated. "It's not using it that worries me. It's obtaining it," she said, and paused. "Hecate says the fleece hangs in a tree guarded by a dragon within Ares' sacred grove." "Ares?" Persephone said. "But that should be easy. Aphrodite—" Sybil shook her head. "Zeus has forbidden anyone from helping those who betrayed him." Persephone wondered how Zeus would know. Was his decree bound with magic? "We must find another way," Sybil said. "Perhaps Hades will know." Persephone thought the words but did not say them aloud. She wasn't sure why, but there was a part of her that feared her hope, because she knew what she would become if Hades was taken from her. It would be like letting the evils of Pandora's box into the world again, only she would be behind the chaos. Before long, it was time to leave. Persephone met Hecate in the foyer of the palace. The goddess handed her Galanthus, the black cat she'd instructed her to take into the labyrinth.
Do not worry about her. She will take care of herself and you,
said Hecate. Then she placed her hands on either side of Persephone's face. They were cold, and she shivered beneath her touch.
Many of us have relied on magic too long to try solving problems without it. But you have had to live most of your life as a mortal. There is no one better suited for the labyrinth than you.
Persephone took a deep breath, trying to ease the anxiety bubbling in her chest. It didn't work, but her words were comforting. "Thank you, Hecate," she said, her voice quiet. The goddess of witchcraft smiled and dropped her hands. She might have looked like a proud mother if it wasn't for the hint of fear in her eyes.
You can do this, Persephone.
Persephone said nothing, just held the cat tighter as she called on her magic and left the underworld.
Chapter 13. Dionysus. "What do you mean she's in the hospital?" Dionysus demanded. Naia and Lelia, two of his maenads, had just returned with news, and it wasn't at all what Dionysus had expected. Phaedra had been admitted to Asclepius Community Hospital. Given her shitty husband, he feared Theseus was responsible.
"She's in labor," said Naia.
"Labor," Dionysus repeated.
"She's having a baby," said Lelia, "in case you don't know what that means."
"I know what it means," Dionysus glared. "But how did this happen?"
"Given how often you eye-fuck Ariadne, I am surprised you don't know where babies come from, Dionysus."
"I really don't know why I put up with you," Dionysus said.
Lelia grinned.
"Ariadne never said her sister was pregnant," Dionysus said.
Naia shrugged. "She hasn't seen Phaedra in months. It is possible she doesn't know."
"What am I supposed to do with the fucking baby?"
"What do you mean, what are you supposed to do with the fucking baby?" asked Lelia. "You bring it with you."
"That's kidnapping."
"It's not kidnapping if there is consent."
"The baby can't consent."
There was a beat of silence, and then Naia said, "I really don't understand how you lived this long."
"That makes two of us," Dionysus snapped.
"3," Lelia added.
Dionysus glared at them both. It wasn't his fault. He didn't exactly have the best parental figure. Zeus was absent completely, and Silenus taught him how to drink and encouraged him to fuck. If he had any claim to a childhood, that was it.
"Wherever Phaedra goes, the baby will go," said Naia.
God's fucking damn it. This was going to be a nightmare. He had known they would face retaliation if they managed to rescue Phaedra. But a baby, too? He would be lucky to escape with his life and the lives of those he cared about, his maenads. "Why the fuck did I agree to this?" Dionysus muttered.
"Because," said Lelia, "this woman is being abused, and you know that will not change once this child is born."
"This is one life threatening hundreds," Dionysus said.
2 lives, said Naia, "and it's worth it if we say it is."
Dionysus would not argue with that. "What am I supposed to do?"
"You are going to shapeshift into this man," said Naia, turning her tablet around. She showed Dionysus a picture of a pale mortal with graying hair. "His name is Dr. Fanes. He is the only one allowed in Phaedra's room along with 2 other nurses. Lelia will disguise herself as one. The other will be a hospital employee."
Naia continued and then met Dionysus's gaze.
"We figured at least one person should know what they're doing."
"I don't see your name on this plan," Dionysus said.
"I will make sure Dr. Fanes and his nurse do not make it to their posts," she said. "And when I'm done with that, I'm coming for this bumbling idiot."
Naia showed another picture of a beefy man with small eyes and a permanent scowl.
His name is Tanis. Theseus has him posted at Phaedra's hospital door.
Dionysus shook his head. What a fucking asshole. He treated Phaedra like a prisoner.
I'll make sure he's gone by the time we're ready to leave,
Naya said.
We move as soon as Ariadne and Persephone leave for Knossos.
Dionysus stiffened, and suddenly he felt like he couldn't take deep enough breaths. He had known this was coming, but he still didn't like it. Ariadne was essentially using herself as bait to lure Theseus away, and Theseus would go because he wanted her. That thought turned his stomach. He'd been surprised by her sudden change of heart. She had gone from refusing to help Hades to jumping at the chance to lead Persephone through the labyrinth. But he understood now. Her participation ensured Theseus was distracted enough to extract Phaedra safely. He didn't like it, but he would do it for her. His only worry was what he'd do if she didn't make it out of the labyrinth. Dionysus looked at Naya and Lilia. Best not tell Ariadne, he said. She doesn't need distractions in the labyrinth.
Tell me what?
Dionysus whirled as Ariadne entered the room. She was dressed from head to toe in black, with her hair pulled back, a duffel bag slung over her shoulder. She was followed by Persephone, who was carrying a cat. Nothing, Dionysus said quickly. Then his eyes fell to the fluffy feline. Why do you have a cat?
Hecate says to bring her to the labyrinth, said Persephone. She exchanged a look with Ariadne. And when Hecate tells you to do something, you do not argue.
That was fair. Hecate was the goddess of witchcraft. Whatever she sent along with Persephone was bound to help, which meant it was also a benefit to Ariadne. Still, why a cat? Dionysus's gaze returned to Ariadne, who dropped her heavy bag to the ground. She bent to unzip it and dug out a set of clothes before handing them to Persephone.
Change, she said, taking the cat. Down the hall to your left.
Persephone obeyed without hesitation, a hard edge to her pale face. What's in the bag? Dionysus asked, other than clothes. He didn't really care, but he wanted to keep her from pressing him about what he intended to keep from her. It was bad enough she was going to go into the labyrinth, distracted by Phaedra, likely worrying over whether he was capable of rescuing her. She didn't need to worry about a baby, too.
Supplies, she said, scratching behind the cat's ear.
He didn't like that she was being so short with him, though it wasn't unusual. It seemed to happen every time they came close to fucking again. It was like, in the aftermath, she realized she had made a mistake. He tamped down the frustration that shot through him, holding her gaze before letting his eyes drift down her body. Are you armed? He asked.
What do you think? She countered.
I can't imagine where you put it, he said. The last time he'd argued with her about this, she'd showed him her ass in an elevator, and it had left him mostly speechless. He had a feeling she was going to do that again. She raised a brow.
Can't you?
Then she pulled the front of her jacket back to reveal a holster. Damn, that wasn't nearly as exciting. There was silence for a moment. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Are you ready for this? He asked.
As ready as I'm going to be, she said. Are you?
No, he wanted to say. What if you don't come back? But he knew that wasn't what she meant. Our part is easy, he said. Ariadne did not look so certain, and he wondered if her doubt came from mistrust in him, though he didn't have the best track record with her. He had promised to help her sister before if she helped him find Medusa first. He'd believed they would need the Gorgon to fight Theseus. Persephone returned, dressed similarly to Ariadne, in head-to-toe black, including a leather jacket.
Is the jacket necessary?
Persephone asked, her cheeks flushed.
If the labyrinth is as I remember, then yes, said Ariadne.
She returned the cat to Persephone and reached for her duffel bag, swinging it over her shoulder. "Ready?" "That's it?" Dionysus asked. "What is your plan?" "The plan is to make it out of the labyrinth with Hades," said Ariadne. "That's the goal, not the plan, Ari." She glared at him. "I know what a plan is, Dionysus. I have this under control." Her eyes shifted to Naya and Lalia. "As soon as we arrive, Theseus will know. He will come to Knossos immediately. Then you can make your move." The women nodded. Dionysus hated that she was talking to them and not him, as if he wasn't part of this plan. "Let's go," Ariadne said. "The sooner we get there, the sooner this is over." Dionysus's hands fisted, fighting the urge to touch her, even to speak, but he lost that battle. "Ari," he called, as she turned toward Persephone. She paused and held his gaze. "Make sure you get out so you can see your sister again." "So I can see you again," he thought. She nodded once, and then Persephone's sweet-scented magic filled the air. He didn't take his eyes off Ariadne, staring at the spot where she had stood, even after they vanished. "It's time," said Lalia, her finger resting on her earpiece as she listened to Naya give updates. They were waiting in the shadow of the adjoining parking garage, away from prying eyes and cameras. "She's in room 323. She met Dionysus's gaze, and he nodded, quickly shifting into an identical image of the doctor Naya had shown him. His ability to change forms was more than glamour, which only gave the appearance of a transformation. He changed on a physical level, and it always felt wrong, like he was wearing another skin over his own. "That is so unsettling," Naya said, shuddering. "Ready?" Dionysus asked. Lalia secured a surgical mask over her face. "Let's get this mama somewhere safe." He nodded, and together they left the shelter of the parking garage, crossing beneath a covered walkway and into the hospital, which was like barreling into a solid wall of sound. There was noise everywhere, pushing in from all sides. It was all so loud. Dionysus felt like he could feel every layer of sound, from the high-pitched ring of the telephone to the shuffling of paper. It scraped against his skin, putting him more and more on edge as he made his way down the sterile hallway with Lalia in tow. The intercom blared, a female voice making Dionysus's ears ring. "Dr. Fanes to room 323. Dr. Fanes to room 323. "That's Phaedra's room," said Lalia. "I know," said Dionysus tightly. They were almost to the elevators when someone slammed a hand down on his shoulder. "Dr. Fanes!" Dionysus whirled to face a nurse. He had been so intent on his task he nearly forgot who he was supposed to be impersonating. "Yes?" he asked. "Our patient in 124 just lost her mucus plug. Fetal heart rate is stable at 143, and contractions are still irregular," the nurse said. "Should we increase the Pitocin?" What the fuck was a mucus plug, and why did the sound of it make him want to vomit? Dionysus hesitated. Lalia kicked him from behind, and he glanced at her, to see her nod. "Yes," Dionysus said, turning back to the nurse. "Yes, increase the—" He forgot what the nurse had said. Pitocin? "Pitocin?" the nurse supplied. Yes, the Pitocin. "Got it." The nurse hurried away down the hall, and Dionysus turned to face the elevators as Lalia stabbed the top button. "Are you sure you can do this?" she asked. "Of course I can do this," said Dionysus as the elevator doors slid open. "How hard could it be?" "Okay," she said in a rather sing-song voice that made him think she didn't believe him at all. He glared at her back as they stepped inside the lift. They were pushed into a corner as several more people piled inside. "You think I am not capable?" Dionysus said. "I did not say—" "You said it with your face."
Lelia sighed, and then she looked up at Dionysus. I don't think you're prepared. There is a difference.
I think I can pull off an abduction, he snapped. I've done it 1,000,000 times.
Several heads in the elevator turned toward him in that moment, and Lelia managed an awkward laugh, giving him what looked like a playful shove, but was actually a hard nudge in his ribs with her bony elbow. I know you can pull off an induction, she said loudly, and then she lowered her voice and spoke through gritted teeth. It's what comes before that worries me. He started to speak, but the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor and emptied. Dionysus followed Lelia. To their left was a waiting area, and to their right was a locked door that led into the labor and delivery suite. Lelia used her badge to enter. They did not need to look at room numbers to know which room belonged to Phaedra. They could tell because only one had a guard. He was facing them as they approached, thick arms crossed over his chest.
You're late, the man said. Lord Theseus isn't going to be happy.
Lord Theseus can suck it, said Dionysus.
His wife isn't the only patient I have in this hospital.
Dionysus was proud of that retort. The man, Tannis, Dionysus recalled, slammed his palm against Dionysus's chest, halting him in his tracks. The god met the man's beady-eyed gaze.
Watch your mouth, doctor.
Dionysus pushed his hand away.
How will your boss feel when he learns you delayed me further?
Tannis scowled at him, but took a step back. Dionysus gave him a hard look as he entered the room. Only once he was inside, he very much wished he'd stayed outside. Phaedra lay on a bed in the middle of the room. A nurse stood between her legs, pushing them back, her knees almost to her ears. Lelia pushed past him and hurried to Phaedra's side, helping the other nurse hold her leg, as if she had done this 1,000,000 times before. What the fuck was happening? He looked at Lelia, his eyes wide. Is this what she meant by what comes before? An actual live birth? Dr. Faines, said the nurse, the one who was supposed to know what she was doing. The baby's crowning.
Crowning? Dionysus repeated.
Your gown and gloves are on the table, said the nurse. Dionysus hesitated, and Phaedra moaned. Her head rolled back, her face glistening with sweat. She looked a lot like Ariadne, and the resemblance made him uneasy for several reasons, but most of all because Lelia and this nurse were asking him to deliver her baby. Why did that seem like an invasion of privacy? Doctor, there is no time. The nurse's sharp tone brought him back to reality. Put the gloves on, Lelia snapped. He glared at his maenad. He was never going to forgive her or Naya when this was over. Why couldn't he have been the nurse? He could hold a leg. God's fucking damn it. He walked over to the table and put the gloves on. They were long and powder blue. Then he turned to face Phaedra and, oh my fucking gods. Suddenly, he understood crowning. This looked like torture. It had to be something Hades had dreamed up in his demented head, because there was no way a head was coming out of that. Phaedra sobbed, and Dionysus met her dark-eyed gaze, so like Ariadne's. I can't do this, she said, gasping for breath. I can't. Her body shook. You can, said Lelia, holding her hand tighter. I can't, Phaedra said. You're doing great, said the nurse. Just a little while longer. Tell her it's going to be okay, doctor, Lelia said, a threatening edge to her voice. It isn't, said Phaedra. You don't understand. My husband. Suddenly she was crying harder and breathing faster, her chest rising and falling rapidly. For a moment, Dionysus felt panicked, but then he remembered one thing he'd learned about women in labor, and that was how they were supposed to breathe. He-hoo, he started. He-hoo.
He kept going even when he noticed Lilia glaring at him and the other nurse staring at him in horror. But then Phaedra joined in, following his lead. Before long, they were all breathing in tandem, and when Phaedra was calm again, Dionysus looked down between her legs, and his breaths dissolved into a horrified scream. "Oh my gods!" he yelled.
What?
Phaedra cried.
Nothing,
Lilia said quickly.
The baby's almost out. Push.
Phaedra bore down, and then the head was suddenly out, and Dionysus's hands were in the air.
Guide the head,
the nurse snapped. How the fuck do I guide the head? He demanded. The baby was face down. What if he hurt it by grabbing it?
Are you insane? The nurse snapped. Just guide the head out.
If you say guide the head one more time, Dionysus hissed.
Hold the head,
she yelled. Dionysus held the head.
Suction, doctor, suction.
Suction what? He demanded, matching her frantic tone. The nurse pushed toward him with some type of blue bulbous thing.
Turn his head, she barked. Gently.
Dionysus did as she instructed, and the nurse suctioned the baby's nose and mouth.
Push,
the nurse said. Phaedra screamed, and suddenly the baby had shoulders, and then Dionysus was holding a whole fucking baby, a boy, in his arms. He had him for seconds before Lilia took him and placed him on Phaedra's chest. Dionysus just stood there, both shocked and awed at what had just happened. But he was quickly brought back to reality when he noticed blood and fluid dripping to the floor at his feet. He took a step back, feeling lightheaded.
Doctor, we need an Apgar,
said the nurse as she and Lilia worked to dry off the baby, rubbing its back and feet.
He's not crying,
said Phaedra. There was a note of alarm in her voice.
Why isn't he crying?
He's all right, said the nurse. Sometimes babies just need a little while. They're in shock. As if on cue, a keen wailing filled the room.
There we go,
said Lilia. Phaedra smiled.
Apgar, doctor,
the nurse said again, her irritation plain. What the fuck is an Apgar? He looked at Lilia, who jerked her head toward the baby and mouthed something. What? He mouthed back. She leaned toward him, the words slipping between clenched teeth. Use your stethoscope. And put it where? He muttered. Over its heart and lungs. He could tell by her tone she was over him. But this was not his fault. He was not a doctor, and neither she nor Naya had told him he would be delivering a fucking baby. If that was what you wanted to call that thing in Phaedra's arms, because right now it did not even resemble a human. It was definitely blue and covered in something gross. That was the only way to describe it. Hesitantly, he put the stethoscope on and placed it on the baby while the nurse wheeled over a table with something that looked like a scale.
What is the Apgar?
She asked again as she suctioned the baby once more. Dionysus exchanged a look with Lilia as she mouthed a number. He couldn't read lips. 90?
Lilia glared and then laughed. You mean 9. Of course you mean 9.
Yes, 9, he said, and then matched her awkward laugh. Just making sure you're paying attention. Dionysus took a step back as Lilia continued cleaning the baby while the nurse listened to his heart and lungs. She kept casting angry glances his way. Dionysus couldn't blame her. She was certain he was acting out of character as Dr. Fanes. His gaze flitted across Phaedra's face. She looked so happy, blissful even, like all her previous struggles and heartache did not matter. He wondered if she even cared that her husband was not here now that everything was over. Well, he thought it was over, until something horrifying slipped out from between Phaedra's legs. What the fuck is that? Dionysus demanded.
A placenta, doctor,
the nurse said, her tone clipped. A placenta, of course, he said. He took a breath. He started to wipe a hand across his forehead, but paused when he realized he was still gloved and covered in blood.
"Aren't you going to clamp it?"
the nurse asked. "No, you can clamp it," Dionysus said, and looked at Lilia. "Are you almost done?"
"We have to weigh the baby, Doctor," she said. "And he needs another Apgar. Then we're done."
He said nothing as they finished, his mind wandering to Ariadne. Gods, he hoped she was safe. When Phaedra and the baby were cleaned, dressed, and warm, Dionysus met her gaze. She smiled at him, almost dreamily.
"Thank you, Doctor."
"I do not deserve your thanks," he said. And then Phaedra's face changed, her bliss replaced by confusion as he asked, "Are you ready to see your sister?"
Chapter 14. Persephone. When Persephone and Ariadne arrived at the palace of Knossos, the light shone on the horizon, casting shadows over the scattered ruins of what must have once been a magnificent fortress. It seemed to go on for miles in all directions, with only a few walls standing. Still, they were covered in vibrant frescoes and beautiful murals, the colors burning brilliantly against the now all-white stone. There was a strange peace here that Persephone found unnerving, given that somewhere below all this stone was a labyrinth in which Hades was being held prisoner. Persephone looked at Ariadne, who was rifling through the bag she'd brought. "Where is everyone?" she asked. She had expected something akin to a guarded fortress, but instead she found ruins, trees, and barren hills. Ariadne rose to her feet and slung the bag over her shoulder.
"There is no one, save those who have entered the labyrinth," she said. "And they never come out."
Galanthus meowed loudly. Ariadne smiled faintly.
"Do not worry," she said, scratching the cat behind the ears. "I imagine if anyone is the exception, it will be you."
Persephone frowned. "Do you have so little faith?"
"It isn't about faith,"
Ariadne said, meeting her gaze.
"I know Theseus."
Persephone's stomach twisted sharply. Ariadne turned and began navigating the scattered stone. She seemed to know exactly where she was going, and Persephone followed at a distance, Galanthus in hand. She could not help being a little suspicious of the detective, a woman she barely knew, a woman who would likely do anything to protect her sister, the same way she would do anything to protect Hades. "How long have you known Theseus?" Persephone asked. She could not remember the first time she'd heard about the son of Poseidon, but she remembered the first time she'd met him. She'd hated the way he looked at her and refused to shake his hand, which had only amused him. Despite those initial feelings, she had not perceived him as the threat he would later become when he stood in her office with Sibyl's severed finger in hand.
"A while,"
Ariadne said. Her foot slipped, and she stumbled, catching herself before she fell. "Why is he doing this?" Persephone asked, following Ariadne down a set of steps that led into what was now a large square courtyard, though it was clear that it had once been the foundation for a much larger palace. "What does he want?"
"He wants to be important,"
Ariadne said.
"He does not want anyone to look beyond him for anything they need in life. That's what he wanted from me, but when I could not be swayed, he chose my sister. He treats the world the same, only he usually executes those who do not follow where he leads."
Ariadne took a sharp turn as she passed through a narrow crack in a ruined wall and made her way down another set of steps to a darkened stone passage that was flanked with 2 broken columns. The air coming from inside was cold and stale. Persephone could feel it, even from where she stood at the top of the stairs, watching as Ariadne dropped the bag to the ground. "But you have survived," Persephone said. She wasn't sure if she was asking a question or making a statement, but it didn't seem to matter to Ariadne, who paused to look up at her from where she stood, wreathed in the threatening darkness of the labyrinth.
"Because I am still useful to him,"
Ariadne said, her lip curling as she spoke, hinting at her disgust. She returned to her bag and withdrew something that looked like a spool. But that was not what intrigued Persephone. It was the wave of familiar magic that struck her. It made her heart drop into the pit of her stomach. "What is that?" Persephone asked, descending the steps.
"Thread?"
Ariadne said as she tied an end around one of the broken columns. "Where did you get it?" Persephone asked as she set Galanthus on the ground. The cat meowed and brushed her legs.
"I spun it,"
Ariadne said, holding the spool out to Persephone. "You spun it?" Persephone echoed, staring at the silvery cord, hesitating to take it. She had known Demeter's magic would cling to things in the upper world even after her death, but she had not expected to feel it so soon. She could not quite come to terms with how it was making her feel, though she knew there was really no time to process her layered feelings. Finally, she took the spool, letting out a shuddering breath at the feel of warm sunshine resting in her palms. "This is my mother's magic," Persephone said, her voice quiet. It even smelled like her, like golden wheat baking in the summer heat. She met Ariadne's gaze and saw she had paled. "How?" Ariadne hesitated.
"I assumed it was something Theseus had bargained for to curse me."
"You mean you did not know you had this ability?"
"One day, Theseus locked me in a room and told me to spin wool into thread," she said. "It was days before I tried, days without water or food. And when I could stand it no longer, I tried. It was intuitive, as if I had done it my whole life."
Galanthus was purring loudly, rubbing against Persephone's legs.
"It's why he withholds my sister," Ariadne said. "He is hoping I will come back. Without me, he has no way to make the nets he has been using to capture gods."
Hades suspected that both Harmonia and Tyche had been subdued by a net like the one Hephaestus had made in ancient times. It was light and thin, almost imperceptible, much like the thread Ariadne had wound around this spool, but they hadn't had confirmation until now.
"Why you, and not Phaedra?" Persephone asked. "Theseus probably would have preferred her, but at the time I think he thought he would break me. That's why I am glad it was me. I was able to leave when I saw what he was doing, but I haven't seen my sister since."
"I'm sorry," Persephone said.
"Me too," Ariadne said, looking away as if she could not handle the sympathy.
Persephone understood. Ariadne tied a thread from a second spool around the column.
"Hold this," she said.
Persephone took the other spool in hand while Ariadne pulled on a pair of leather gloves from her bag. When she was finished, she took the thread back and looked at Persephone.
"Do not let go, no matter how lost you become. This is our only way out of the labyrinth."
Persephone nodded.
She did not need to inquire as to the strength of the thread. It had brought down the gods. It was unbreakable.
Galanthus took the lead, disappearing into the dark, while Persephone and Ariadne followed, walking side by side, unwinding their thread as they went. A flare of light caught Persephone's attention, and she looked toward Ariadne, who was holding a luminous stone. She handed one to her.
"It will last longer than the flashlight or a torch," she said.
The stone almost looked like an opal. The light cast was minimal, not even reaching the ground, but they were no longer in complete darkness. Surprisingly, it eased Persephone's anxiety. She did not usually mind the dark. She had come to feel at home within it. But this was different. It did not belong to Hades, but to some other entity, and it pressed in on her from all sides, kept at bay by the small ethereal light she held in her hand. The farther they walked, the more she could feel it bearing down on her. It was such a tangible weight, she tried summoning her power, only to realize she couldn't. The adamant was already oppressing her abilities. Galanthus meowed, and Persephone took a step, but there was no ground beneath her. She gave a small cry, but then her foot slammed down on a step. "Fuck," she breathed, her heart racing as she held the stone out in front of her to find a set of stone stairs descending into a thick darkness. Galanthus's eye flashed as she looked back at them. It was as if she were saying, "I warned you." Persephone looked at Ariadne, her face partially illuminated by her stone. "How far down is the labyrinth?" Persephone asked. "A few more flights," Ariadne said. Persephone supposed it was silly to think that once they crossed the threshold they would be in the labyrinth. She swallowed the panic she felt at the thought of going deeper below ground. This is the way to Hades, she reminded herself, wishing desperately she could feel his presence within this horrid dark. But in these adamant walls there was nothing save a bitter cold that managed to seep through the layers of clothes Ariadne had supplied her with. She tried to ignore it, to focus on anything else, navigating the narrow steps through the half-dark, the way the thread felt in her hand, almost too thin, like a strand of her own hair. But she never stopped shivering. There was also something about being this far beneath the earth that seemed to require silence. Neither she nor Ariadne spoke. The only sound was their breathing and the scrape of their feet against the rough ground, and both seemed too loud. Finally, they rounded a corner, and ahead Persephone could see a strange orange light. It was no better than the stones they carried, but it seemed to illuminate a path, and she knew they'd made it to the start of the labyrinth. Persephone pocketed the rock and took a step forward. "Wait!" Ariadne called out, but it was too late. Vines burst from the ground, the branches creaking and groaning as they wove together, tangling the passage in a thicket of thorns. When it was done, there was silence again, and Persephone sighed. "As if this wasn't hard enough," she said. "It isn't fun for him unless there are challenges," said Ariadne. She glared up into the darkness, as if she knew Theseus was watching. "Can he hear us?" Persephone asked. "I'm certain," Ariadne said. "He will want to hear us scream." Hatred twisted in Persephone's stomach, and she found herself thinking of what her vengeance would look like once Hades was free. She wanted Theseus to watch as his empire unraveled, and she would ensure she was the one pulling the thread. "Careful of the thorns," Ariadne said. "The jacket should help, but they are poisonous." "What kind of poison?" Persephone asked. "I don't know," said Ariadne. "I just know they sting, and the cuts are slow to heal." Persephone didn't imagine it was possible to escape the tangle unscathed, save for Galanthus, who slipped beneath the branches as if they did not exist. Still, there was only one way to Hades, and that was forward. Persephone chose an entry point, unraveling the thread a little before crouching and slipping between a set of serrated vines. Within the first pocket, she was able to stand fully, but as she moved into the next, she had to stay low, highly aware of the threat of the thorns, which raised the hair on her arms and the back of her neck. When she heard a sharp inhale, she swung too quickly, narrowly missing a jab to the side of her head. Through the muted light, she could see Ariadne pressing a hand to her upper arm. "Are you okay?" Persephone whispered. "Yeah," Ariadne said. "God, it really does sting." Persephone frowned and looked ahead, trying to gauge how much farther they had to go, but she could not tell. The vines were thick and the light too dim. "What comes next?" she asked. She hadn't started moving again. She did not trust herself to navigate the thorns and talk at the same time. It depends on how we leave these thorns, Ariadne said. Persephone said nothing for a moment as she gingerly stepped over another branch while ducking to miss another and unwound her thread. "How did you become familiar with the labyrinth?" she asked when she could breathe again, resting in a thorn-free pocket. "The first time Theseus introduced me, it was because he sent in a man who I had wanted to arrest for a long time. I think he thought I'd be grateful to him for dealing out the justice I had sought, but instead I was horrified." They were quiet after that, concentrating on making progress through the bramble path. One small mercy was that Persephone's bones were no longer shaking with cold. Now she was sweating, and her back ached. She was tired of bending, tired of moving at this pace, which only made her muscles burn. She thought that perhaps the worst thing about this was that it seemed endless. Galanthus meowed, and when Persephone looked up, she could see the cat's eyes gleaming. She took that as a sign they were close to the end. She tried not to rush. She'd made it this far without a scratch, and did not want to fuck up now. Carefully, she turned her head to look at Ariadne, who had slowed considerably. Persephone's heart dropped into her stomach. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Ariadne said, though Persephone could tell something was wrong. She sounded weak and breathless. "Just a little farther, Ari," she said, trying to be encouraging. But then a strange sound echoed within the narrow passage, vibrating the air. It made Persephone's blood run cold. "What was that?" she whispered, peering into the darkness. Galanthus hissed. The growl came again, deep and closer this time. It was followed by a succession of squeals and the pounding of hooves, and then there was the distinct sound of splintering wood. All Persephone could see was a flash of white in the distance. Perhaps teeth? "Oh, fuck," Ariadne said. "It's a boar! Run!" But running was impossible, trapped within the vines. All Persephone could do was move faster and keep a hold on the thread. At first she tried to continue carefully, but the closer the boar drew, the less she cared about the poisonous thorns. She would take a scratch over being mauled to death by a boar, but as the thorns scraped along her arms and dug into her back, she realized how unprepared she'd been for the pain. It was sharp and biting. It made her mouth water and her stomach sour. She wanted to vomit, but she forced the nausea down and kept going, her hands shaking as she unraveled the thread, her heart racing as the boar's cries grew louder, nearly unbearable in their terrible pitch, as the creature effortlessly tore through the thicket she and Ariadne had spent so long navigating. She cried out as she slid beneath a branch, a thorn cutting along her back. But she did not care because as she stumbled, she found that she was free, surrounded only by cold air and darkness. "I'm out, Ari," she cried. "I'm out." She turned to find Ariadne still struggling as the boar drew closer. Persephone could see it better now. A huge creature with shaggy hair and large tusks that it used to tear at the thorns. "Go!" Ariadne yelled. But Persephone couldn't leave her. She looked down at Galanthus, who meowed, and set the spool of thread at her feet. "Watch this," she said, and drew the knife Ian had forged and entered the tangle again. "What are you doing?" Ariadne demanded. "I said go!" "Just keep moving," Persephone commanded, diving beneath and climbing over barbed branches as fast as she could. All the while, Ariadne continued toward freedom. As Persephone neared the boar, its hot breath washed over her like a furnace, smelling of rot and decay, roiling her stomach. Its large tusks tore through the wall of thorns with a strength that made them seem like glass. She steeled herself as the swipe of its tusk came within a few inches of her, and swung forward with all her might, shoving her blade into the tender flesh of the creature's nose. The boar roared and swung its head, scooping Persephone up with its tusks and tossing her through the air. She screamed, feeling branches break across her back as she soared through the air. landing on the solid ground with the blood-soaked blade still clutched in her hand. Pain lashed through her, stealing her breath, but she knew there was no time to linger. She sat up, her head spinning. "Persephone!" Ariadne cried, racing toward her. Behind her, the boar roared, breaking free of the final layer of thorns. Persephone rose, unsteady on her feet, still aching from the impact of her fall. "Run!" Ariadne yelled. They raced along the dim corridor with the boar on their heels. Ariadne yanked her arm, pulling her through a break in the stone wall. Persephone hoped the sudden move would put distance between them and the boar. But then there was a terrible explosion, and rocks rained down on them as the creature crashed through the labyrinth wall. They covered their heads and continued to run, their path now scattered with debris. Persephone's foot caught on a stone. "Persephone!" Ariadne screamed her name as she hit the ground. The impact was jarring, the pain almost unbearable. As much as Persephone wanted to scramble to her feet, she didn't think she could manage it. Clutching her knife, she rolled onto her back as something large and black leaped over her and crashed into the boar. A mix of deep growls and roars erupted, booming in Persephone's ears. For a moment, she couldn't take her eyes off the large creature engaged in battle with the boar. "Persephone, let's go!" Ariadne said, pulling her to her feet. But as they started to race away, the boar's deep growls turned into something that sounded like a high-pitched oink. And then it was suddenly silent. Persephone slowed, and so did Ariadne as they looked back, only to find Galanthus sitting in front of the still form of the boar, licking her paw. After a moment, she looked up, her green eyes like pale lights in the distance. "Meow," she said as if greeting them. Then she rose and disappeared into the darkness. Persephone took a step forward, calling after the cat, or creature, whatever it was, "Galanthus!" But she soon returned, with Persephone's spool clutched between her teeth, thread unwinding as she walked. "In case there are mice, huh?" Ariadne asked. Persephone exchanged a look with the mortal and shrugged. Then her eyes fell to Ariadne's arms, which were covered in bleeding gashes. Dark spots stained her shirt, too. "Are you all right?" Persephone asked, frowning. Ariadne nodded, but there was a distant look in her eyes before they rolled into the back of her head. She swayed, and Persephone lunged to catch her. She managed to lower her to the ground before she started to feel wrong, too. Fuck. Persephone said her name, though her tongue felt swollen in her mouth. It was like all the moisture in her body had been used up. "Don't let it keep you," Ariadne said, her voice sounding far away. "What do you mean?" Persephone asked, confused, but there was no answer. Her head spun, and before long she found she was lying on the ground amid the broken stones and sandy earth. Something furry touched her leg, followed by a muted meow. Persephone opened her bleary eyes to see a flash of bright green. "Galanthus," she said, her voice a low slur before everything went dark. Chapter 15. Persephone.
"Lady Persephone."
She woke to the call of her name, but it was a distant echo, and she did not want to open her eyes.
"Lady Persephone,"
the voice said again, closer now but muted. She frowned, her brows lowered. Just go away, she thought. She wanted to linger in the shadows for as long as possible. It was safe here.
"Lady Persephone!"
Suddenly it was like she had been pulled from the river Styx, surfacing from darkness. She took a deep breath as she opened her eyes and found that she was seated behind her desk in her office at Alexandria Tower. Her hands were on her keyboard, her head turned to the door, looking at a man with delicate features and a swath of brown curls. He had a youthful appearance and dreamy eyes, and she had no idea who he was.
Late night celebrating?
He asked with a raised brow. Celebrating? Persephone hesitated, and then frowned. Can I help you?
Just making sure you prepare for your meeting tomorrow,
he said, stepping fully into her office now. He was dressed in a fitted button-down shirt and tight slacks, complete with a bow tie. She found herself wondering what Hermes would think of his outfit. Meeting? She asked, confused. She didn't know anything about a meeting. The man lowered his chin, staring pointedly at her.
You have an interview with the news. They're doing a whole spread on how you overtook Epic Communications.
Excuse me? Those were familiar things. The news was one of the largest national news outlets, while Epic Communications was a media conglomerate owned by Cal Stavros, a man desperate to gain a foothold in the world of the divine. Except he'd gone about it the wrong way, and Hades had punished him severely. But that had not changed Cal's control over the media. The man sighed.
Don't tell me you forgot.
No one told me, Persephone said, defensive. She tried to think back on the last few days, but recalled nothing.
Excuse you, I sent you questions 3 weeks ago.
He came around her desk and took control of her mouse, clicking around until he brought up an email that included a document detailing the structure of the interview and a list of questions. It was signed with the name Amphion. Beneath that was his title, Assistant to Lady Persephone, CEO of Key Media Company. Key Media Company, Persephone whispered.
See?
He said smugly. Persephone stared at the email for a moment, and then looked up at the man she now suspected was Amphion. Could you give me a minute? She asked, suddenly unable to really focus. She couldn't remember anything that had happened before she'd become aware of being in her office. But it seemed like a whole host of events had come to pass, and none of it felt exactly right. Amphion frowned.
Are you sure you're all right?
I'm fine. I just need a moment.
Okay,
he said, though he did not sound convinced.
Let me know if I can help.
He crossed the room toward the door. Amphion, Persephone said. He paused to face her. Where is Ivy?
Are you serious?
He asked. Amphion, she said, frustrated.
She's at Halcyon,
he said.
She's been at Halcyon since you hired her as the office manager.
Right, she said, pressing her fingers to her temple. Thanks. Once she was alone, she turned to her computer and searched her name. One of the top headlines read, CEO of Key Media Company celebrates successful grand opening. The first line followed. Persephone Rossi, owner of the largest media company in New Greece, celebrated the grand opening of Halcyon. The rehabilitation center will provide a variety of free care to mortals. There were a lot of things about the article that stunned her. For one, it did not mention her relationship to Hades. Instead, it focused on her career and accomplishments. When she and Hades had first made their relationship public, she'd been dismayed about how the media identified her, which was usually as Hades's lover, despite having a name and a whole identity outside that. Except part of what surprised her was her title. How had she gone from The Advocate, a small online blog, to this? But as she started her search for answers, she came to understand. She had purchased Epic Communications. Amid articles about the merger were also articles about Cal's fall from grace, which included accusations of sexual misconduct and fraud. A picture of the man was included, his angry expression deepening the scars on his face. Scars Hades had left. Consumed in her research, she barely heard the knock at her door. "Come in," she said, distracted. When the door opened, she glanced to her left quickly and then back to her computer. "Can I?" she started, but looked again, meeting a familiar pair of bright blue eyes. "Ready for lunch?" Lexa asked. Persephone could only describe how she felt as something akin to shock. It erupted all over her body, as if all her nerve endings were on fire. Her mouth slowly fell open. "Lexa," Persephone whispered. She rose from her chair and approached her, drawing her into a tight hug. She felt solid and real, but when she pulled away, Lexa looked puzzled. "Is everything okay?" Persephone frowned. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she had thought she'd never see her again. Now, she could not remember why. "Yeah," Persephone said. "I just thought you were gone." "You saw me this morning," Lexa said. "Did I?" Persephone asked. "I'm sorry, Lex. I don't know what's wrong with me." Lexa laughed. "It's okay. You've had a lot on your plate, and I doubt you slept much." She raised a knowing brow, and while Persephone knew what she was insinuating, she also felt like she was being left out of some sort of inside joke. She couldn't remember last night, or the previous days, but she didn't care, because Lexa was here. "So, lunch?" Lexa said after an awkward pause. "Right, yes," Persephone said and turned toward her desk. She was going to grab her bag when she felt Hermes's familiar magic. "Let's eat," he exclaimed as he appeared, blocking the doorway. "I am famished." "What are you wearing?" Lexa asked. Hermes looked down at himself. "It's holographic leather." "That sounds so hot," Persephone said. Hermes grinned. "Thank you." Persephone gave him a dull look. "That's not what I meant." Lexa shook her head. "Why?" "What do you mean, why? Why not?" he asked. Then he narrowed his eyes. "I'm fashion, Lexa." Persephone looked at Lexa, and they rolled their eyes together, then laughed. Hermes glared, unamused. His shirt squeaked as he crossed his arms over his chest. "You sound like a rubber ducky," said Lexa, still laughing. Hermes frowned. "What's a rubber ducky?" He paused for a moment, and then his face brightened. "Is it kinky?" "Yes," Lexa said. Persephone raised a brow, and Lexa turned to look at her. "What?" she asked innocently. "Nothing," Persephone said as she bent to retrieve her purse. "You better not be lying to me," said Hermes, suspicious. "I would never," Lexa said. "Are we going to lunch?" Amphion asked, popping into the office. Hermes looked down at him and planted his hand against the doorframe by his head. "I have something you can eat for lunch." Lexa made a choking sound. Persephone groaned. "Hermes, you can't say those things to my employees." "He likes it," Hermes said, defensive, and looked at him. "Don't you?" Amphion's face was bright red. "You don't have to answer, Amphion," said Persephone. "Yes, you do," said Hermes. "Hermes!" Persephone snapped. "All right, fine," Hermes grumbled. Persephone squeezed between the god and Amphion, leaving her office. As she did, she heard Amphion speak. "Lunch is covered, but if you are offering dinner, I'm free." "Oh my gods," Lexa whined as they piled into the elevator. "You're just jealous because Thanatos isn't putting out," said Hermes. "Shut up," Lexa hissed, elbowing Hermes in the ribs. "Ouch!" Persephone laughed as she watched them from her place in the corner. This is how things should have been, she thought, and then frowned. Those words felt strange, and she could not figure out why they'd come to her in this moment when everything felt real and right. This is how things are, she whispered as the doors opened on the first floor. She was the last to step off the lift, but as she turned to follow the others out the door, her heart fell into her stomach. Sophie. The Amazon stood near the front desk, dressed in black. Her long braids swung as she turned her head toward Persephone and then her whole body.
"Lady Persephone," she said, bowing her head. "Ready to eat?"
Persephone took a quivering breath as a memory surfaced in her mind, one of Sophie lying on a pyre, skin white like marble, dead. "You're alive," she said.
"Sev," Lexa said, almost breathless. "Why would you say that?"
Persephone opened her mouth and then frowned. She shook her head. "I don't know.
Perhaps you've been having a bad dream,"
Sophie suggested, and her smile was so sweet Persephone had to agree. "Yeah," she said. "Maybe so." They left Alexandria Tower, choosing a restaurant a few blocks over called House of Greek. Persephone noticed how her friends surrounded her as they walked. Hermes was in front, Lexa and Amphion on either side, and Sophie followed behind. It was a formation they maintained when they arrived and made their way to their table, though it did little to obscure her from curious onlookers, even after they were seated. Lexa twisted in her chair.
"Hey, didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to stare?"
"Lex," Persephone whispered.
"Well,"
Lexa said, turning to face Persephone.
"People are rude,"
Sophie supplied.
"Yes,"
Lexa said, picking up a fork and holding it in her fist.
"Whoa there," said Hermes. "It's not that serious."
She glared at him. "They're just curious," Persephone said, and then added with a bit of scorn, "They want to see Hades' wife."
"Oh, they're not interested in Hades," said Amphion. "Their interest is in you."
"Whatever," Persephone said with a dismissive laugh.
"They were always interested in Hades because they wanted what he offered." "It's true," said Amphion. "What you did, exposing Cal Stavros, it was a big deal."
Persephone didn't know what to say, but Amphion's words made her chest feel tight. She wasn't sure why it was hard to imagine, but it just seemed that the world did not value women standing up to men. "What are everyone's plans this weekend?" Persephone asked, wishing to change the subject.
"I hope we're all still getting hammered at Hades' surprise birthday party," said Hermes.
And suddenly Persephone remembered she'd wanted to do something to celebrate Hades, given the terror of his birth. Since there had been no system to organize days at the time he was born, she decided to choose his birth date for him, November 1st.
"You don't think he knows, do you?"
asked Lexa. "If he did, he would never tell me," said Persephone. He would let her have her fun, even if he dreaded its coming. She wondered how he would react when he walked into Nevernight to find their friends had gathered to celebrate him, or what he would do later when they made their descent to the underworld where the souls waited to do the very same. She could not imagine that he would look surprised, but she knew he would be grateful, even if being the center of attention made him uncomfortable.
"Hades should challenge someone to a duel," said Sophie. "It is how we would celebrate birthdays in Termi."
Lexa looked at Persephone, and then at Sophie.
"I don't think it was a joke. Did you get it?"
Sophie asked, and she smiled, hopeful.
"Oh," everyone said, and exchanged a look,
dissolving into an awkward laughter that soon turned genuine. And by the time they left, Persephone's heart had never been so full. When the day was done, Persephone returned to the underworld. There was an element of excitement that buzzed beneath her skin. She was happy to be home and excited to see Hades, though he would not return until late in the evening. So she changed and went to Asphodel to have dinner with the souls. When she appeared at the center of their village, she faced Tartarus. It was the first time she'd felt dread all day, and it was so acute it stopped her in her tracks. As she faced the far-off horizon, she found that it was warped. It was the only way to describe it. The color of the sky and the mountains seemed twisted and out of shape, like the edges of a dream. "Persephone!" She turned to see Yuri, who waved. She smiled at the soul, but looked back toward the horizon. Only this time the mountains had regained their jagged shape, and the horizon cut along its edge like sharp steel. Strange, she thought. "What are you staring at?" Yuri asked, coming to stand beside Persephone. "I thought I saw something, but I must have been mistaken," she said, though her stomach twisted uneasily. "The souls are waiting for you," Yuri said, and took her hand, pulling her to the field beyond their village, where blankets were spread across the lawn. A set of tables had been placed end to end and were laden with food and drink from different times and cultures. They ate as if they were celebrating, which was the usual way of the souls in Asphodel. Persephone sat with them and talked and laughed, and when they brought out their instruments and began to strum, they danced. She only stopped when she went to spin and came face to face with Hades. Well, his chest, really. She tilted her head back to meet his dark gaze. "Hi," she whispered breathlessly, overwhelmed as a sense of comfort washed over her.
"Hi,"
he said, grinning. He touched her chin with the tip of his finger and kissed her.
"Did you have a good day?"
"Yes," she said when he pulled away. "And you?" He hummed, a sound she could feel vibrating his chest, before he answered.
"It's better now."
It was a Hades answer, meaning it was not an answer at all. Still, she smiled.
"I interrupted your dance,"
he said. "It's all right," she said, "so long as you dance with me." He held her close, and she rested her head on his chest. They stayed like that until she grew sleepy in his arms.
"Are you ready for bed?"
he asked. His voice was warm, but sent a shiver down her spine. She pulled away. "I think my mind is too busy for sleep."
"Is it?"
he asked, raising a brow. He leaned closer, and she took a shuddering breath as his lips brushed her ear.
"I can take your mind off things."
She turned her head, and their lips touched. "Bold of you, god of the dead, to assume I want to take my mind off things." His lips quirked.
"Forgive me, lady of my fate,"
he said, his fingers threading through her hair.
"Please advise how I might be of service."
She smiled and started to lean in when she caught movement from the corner of her eye. She turned her head and saw a cat sitting a few feet away. She was fluffy and black, and her eyes were green and bright, almost unnatural in their luminosity. "No," she said, as a sudden and deep cold overtook her body.
"What's wrong?"
Hades asked. She turned back to him, meeting his dark gaze. Concern etched his handsome face. Her heart ached when she looked at him. "Don't leave me," she wanted to beg. "Kiss me," she said instead. His brows lowered, but she pushed forward and slammed her lips against his, wrapping her arms around his neck. She needed him to anchor her here so she would never be lost again. But while he kissed her back, he seemed to sense something was wrong. He placed his hands on her shoulders and pulled away.
"Persephone,"
he said, but she wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the cat, who was still sitting quietly in the grass, staring. She turned to face it fully, angrily. "No," she said, her eyes welling with tears. The cat continued to stare. "I'm not leaving," she said, and pointed to the ground. "This is how everything was supposed to be."
"Persephone,"
Hades said again. He reached for her, but she slipped from his grasp. The shock of his absence made her chest feel like it was split in two, but she couldn't let him touch her again, or she would really stay. His eyes were wide, and she thought that in this moment she'd have rather died than watch his heart break with each step she put between them.
"Tell me what's wrong,"
he begged. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I can't," she said, her voice breaking. "I just have to go." She held his gaze a moment longer, his eyes so deep and ancient. They were Hades's eyes, to be sure, but they were not the eyes of the Hades she loved, and she knew that in her soul. She turned toward the cat. Galanthus, she thought, remembering her name as she took one determined step after another toward her. The feline rose onto her feet and turned to lead her away. And as a cold darkness descended around her, Persephone could still feel the burning eyes of Hades behind her. She hoped she hadn't made a mistake. Chapter 16. Persephone. Persephone opened her eyes to find Galanthus sitting on her chest, staring down at her. When the cat saw she was awake, she leapt to the ground. Persephone lay there for a moment, feeling as though she'd surfaced from some kind of nightmare, except she could still remember everything. The agony had been waking to discover she was still trapped in the labyrinth, and nowhere close to Hades or the life it had shown her. Her face felt sticky with tears, and there was a bitter taste at the back of her throat. When she sat up, her head spun, and she closed her eyes against the nausea roiling in her stomach, remnants of poison from the thorns. When it had passed, she rose to her feet, picking up her blade, which she found on the ground beside her. Scanning her surroundings, she discovered Ariadne lying on her side. She was awake, and Galanthus sat nearby. Somehow the feline, or whatever it was, had pulled them from the labyrinth's snare. Persephone crossed to Ariadne. "We have to go," she said, and took her hands, helping her up. Ariadne did not argue, and in what muted light they had, Persephone could tell she had also been crying. Her face glistened, wet from her tears. While she wondered what Ariadne had seen, she did not ask. It was going to be hard enough to get through the labyrinth without thinking about what they'd experienced in the time they'd been out. Harder still not to go back and find that place again. If anything would take them down within these dark corridors, it would be that, the claws of a perfect world calling them home. Persephone looked down one dark passage and then the other, uncertain of which direction they had come or which direction they should go. She looked at Galanthus, who was licking her paw. It was as if she suddenly remembered she was a cat, and not some other creature that could take down a boar and lead them from other realities. Persephone picked up the spool of thread. "Which way to my husband?" she asked. Galanthus finished cleaning her paw before she met Persephone's gaze. Soundless, she rose to all fours and started down the corridor. Persephone exchanged a look with Ariadne before they followed along, quiet. Though Persephone had no ability to read minds, she had a feeling they were both dwelling on the same thing, their deepest desires. She wondered if she could retrace her steps and stumble back into that world. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her arm. She hissed and looked to her right. Ariadne had pinched her.
"I know what you are thinking," she said, "but you cannot go back."
Persephone ground her teeth. She was frustrated, both by the fact that Ariadne had known exactly what she wanted, and because she felt weak.
"The danger wasn't the dream," said Ariadne. "It's the aftermath."
Persephone knew what she meant. It was the yearning. It would have them both wandering the labyrinth forever in search of their greatest desire, never to find it again. They continued on, following Galanthus down dark passage after dark passage, each turn making Persephone dizzy and disoriented. "Tell me a truth," Ariadne said, her voice cutting through the dark like a whip. "What do you want to know?" Persephone asked. She couldn't really think. Her mind was brimming with memories from her perfect world. "Anything," said Ariadne. "What was your first memory?" The question caught Persephone by surprise, and she had to think for a moment before answering. "My first memory is of me crying," she said. "I'd reached for a rose because I thought it was beautiful, not aware that the stem was full of thorns." She'd always remembered the feel of it puncturing her skin, a sharp sting she'd felt over her whole body. My mother was more concerned about the rose and let me cry while she mended the petals I had shaken free. When she had expressed her pain, Demeter had offered no comfort.
"Let that remind you of the consequences of touching my flowers," she'd said.
Persephone had never considered it before, but perhaps that experience was why she would later kill flowers with her touch. Ariadne met Persephone's gaze, and there was a flash of regret in her eyes at having asked. But Persephone got the point. It took her mind off the false memories of the dream and the endlessness of the labyrinth. "What is your favorite memory?" Persephone asked. Ariadne took a moment to respond, and Persephone wondered how many she had to choose from. It sounded like a strange thing to compare, but Persephone could only think of a few favorite memories, and most of them had been made with Lexa or Hades.
"Probably the times I spent with my sister,"
said Ariadne. "All of them?" Persephone asked when she gave no other details.
"Yes,"
Ariadne says, pausing a moment.
"We were alone a lot growing up, and I took responsibility for her. I made sure she was dressed and ready for school. I made her lunch and her dinner. I made sure she had fun so she didn't realize what I realized, which was that our parents were too busy for us."
Suddenly, Ariadne's desperation to rescue her sister made sense. "You can't keep taking responsibility for her, Ariadne. She makes her own decisions." Her mouth hardened. Persephone imagined it wasn't the first time she'd heard that.
"I would have taken care of her forever," said Ariadne. "She didn't have to choose him."
"Maybe that's why," Persephone said. "Because she wanted you to be free." Ariadne paled. Those words seemed to hit her differently than the others. After that, they were both quiet until Persephone stopped. "Do you smell that?" she asked. Ariadne paused and took a deep breath.
"Oh, gods,"
she whispered, and exchanged a look with Persephone, confirming what she suspected. Something nearby was dead and decomposing. A terrible fear seized her heart, and for a brief moment she let herself wonder if it was Hades. It can't be, she told herself, even though she knew it was a possibility, given that this was Theseus's domain and he could kill the gods. They continued forward, and the smell grew worse. It was sickly sweet and pungent. It made Persephone's eyes water and her nose burn. She wanted to gag as saliva flooded the back of her throat. She wasn't sure she was going to make it without retching. Then Ariadne began to heave, and Persephone couldn't take it any longer. She bent over and threw up. "This is fucking terrible," she said, placing the back of her hand to her mouth. Now her throat was on fire, and her nose was dripping with the same contents she'd spewed. In some ways, she did not mind, because it deadened the stench of decay. When Ariadne was finished vomiting, she hiked her shirt over her nose, and Persephone did the same. It did not help much, but it wasn't like they had a choice. Galanthus was still leading them forward, farther into the labyrinth and closer to death. Finally, they rounded a corner, and through blurry eyes, Persephone saw the source of the smell. A large mound of flesh lay a few feet ahead. "What the fuck is that?" Ariadne asked. Galanthus did not seem as worried, trotting forward without a care in the world. They followed carefully behind, approaching the corpse. "What is it?" Ariadne asked. Whatever it was massive and skinless. "I don't know," Persephone said. But as she neared its head, she thought she could guess. "I think it was a lion," she said. "Oh, God," Ariadne said right before she threw up again. Persephone waited until she was finished to speak. "What do you think happened to it?" "This is the work of a person," said Ariadne. "Hades?" Persephone asked. "Maybe," said Ariadne. Hope rose in her heart. Maybe they were close to finding him. "It looks like he..." Ariadne's voice trailed away, and Persephone moved to her side to see she was looking at the lion's paws, one of which had been stripped of its middle claw. Persephone looked at Ariadne. "Do you think we need to do the same?" Before she could respond, Galanthus answered with a meow. "You can't be serious," Ariadne said. Persephone knelt, examining the claws. They did not look like bone so much as steel. She reached out and touched the tip of one, surprised when it cut her so easily. "Ouch," she hissed, and drew her finger away quickly. "They're sharp, like knives." Yet she thought that these were even sharper. "Here," said Ariadne. She pulled off her leather gloves. "Use these as a barrier." Persephone took them and layered the gloves on one hand, hoping it would be enough to keep the claw from slicing through to her hand. She chose the middle one, and as she wrapped her gloved fingers around the sharp nail, she wondered why Hades had done this, but also knew that he wouldn't unless he had a good reason. Still, there was a wrongness to it that made Persephone's stomach turn. She grit her teeth hard as she felt around the top of the claw where it connected to bone, and then used her knife to slice between them with her blade. When the claw was free, she took off the gloves and slipped the claw into the finger, storing it in the pocket of her jacket. "Well, that was horrible," she said as she stood, retrieving her spool of thread. "Let's get out of here." They left the lion behind and wove through the endless darkness. "How far are we from the center?" Persephone asked. "I don't know," said Ariadne. "I've lost track of everything." Persephone had to. "What do we do if he isn't there?" she asked, though she hated to even entertain the idea. "Don't think that way," said Ariadne. "He'll be there. If anything, because Theseus will take joy in watching you reunite and then tearing you apart." As hard as it was to hear, Persephone appreciated Ariadne's honesty. "What do you think will be waiting for us when we get there?" "I have no idea," Ariadne said. "But it will be terrible." Persephone took a breath. But she would face whatever waited for them so long as Hades was there. She would fight for him. She would reunite with him, and they would go home tonight, or tomorrow, or whenever the fuck they left this place. Galanthus meowed, and Persephone looked to see the cat as she was swallowed by darkness. It was different from the dark around them, deeper and colder. And there was a wrongness to it she couldn't describe. "Ariadne," Persephone whispered, "do you think—" "We've made it," Ariadne said. An involuntary shiver racked Persephone's body as they lingered at the edge of the darkness. She'd imagined this unfolding much differently in her head. Mostly, she'd expected there to be light. But if they were at the center of the labyrinth, then that meant Hades was near. Persephone took a step forward, and then another, but the dark remained. How was she supposed to find him here? Persephone! Ariadne whispered her name in a hushed tone, just as Galanthus gave a low growl and hissed. Persephone froze, as two red eyes flashed in the darkness. "Ari," Persephone said. "What is that?" Just as she said the words, the lights switched on. Persephone flinched at the sudden brightness, dropping her spool of thread. As her vision adjusted, a strange growl drew her attention. When she looked up, she found the source of the red eyes, an abnormally large, pure white bull with enormous horns. It appeared to be covered in bronzed armor, and it was already pawing at the ground and snorting. Thick black smoke blew from its nostrils, as if somehow it had swallowed fire. Persephone had seen something similar from the chimera she'd fought in the underworld. Dread pooled in her stomach. She was certain that thing could breathe fire. The bull's eyes were fixed on Galanthus, who stood before it, the hair down her back raised. "Whatever you do, don't give him your back," said Ariadne. "How are we supposed to run away, then?" Persephone demanded. "I don't know," Ariadne snapped. "Isn't your cat a fucking monster?" "She isn't my cat," Persephone said. She looked behind her, wondering if they should return to the labyrinth, except that Hades was in front of them, not behind them. The bull tossed its head and then lowered it, glaring at them with its bright red eyes. Then it charged, and Persephone watched as Galanthus transformed. She grew larger and sprouted black wings and horns, and then she launched herself at the bull. Persephone and Ariadne didn't linger. They ran, though she cringed at the sound of the bull's strange roaring and Galanthus's howling scream. She made the mistake of looking over her shoulder to see Galanthus being tossed into the air, and when she landed, it was on the bull's sharp horns. "No!" Persephone screamed and came to a grinding halt. "Come on, Persephone!" Ariadne grabbed Persephone's arm and pulled her along. Tears stung her eyes, and her anger burned through her. It was a familiar anger that usually summoned her power, but because they were trapped in this adamant prison, it served no purpose beyond fueling her retreat. When the ground at their feet began to tremble, she knew the bull had turned its attention to them. Persephone pulled out her blade. Ariadne turned to face the bull as it raced toward them. "What are you doing?" Persephone demanded. "Go!" Ariadne ordered as she drew her gun, aiming at the bull. "What the fuck? You've had that the whole time?" "Bullets wouldn't work on the boar," she said, shooting several into the bull's face, but they bounced off, unable to penetrate its hide. "Fuck!" That was usual of divine creatures. They almost always had one weakness, but were otherwise invincible. "Let's go," Persephone snapped, pulling on Ariadne's arm. They turned and ran again just as the creature bellowed, and a searing, blustering wind slammed into them, causing Persephone to stumble. The wind was so hot it immediately stole her breath, and she gasped for air. As they ran, she looked at Ariadne. "We have to split up," she yelled over the roar of the bull. There was one bull and two of them. It couldn't charge them both at the same time. Ariadne glared her dislike of the plan, but even she couldn't argue. They nodded at each other, and then changed course, running in opposite directions. The bull didn't hesitate. It followed Persephone. Fuck. She pumped her arms and legs harder, though they burned as she raced away. She thought of what Hecate had told her about the labyrinth, that she was best equipped to handle this because she was not dependent on magic. Except right now she felt completely powerless against this creature, with or without magic. She knew the bull was gaining ground because she could feel its hot breath all around her, and the roar of it drowned out any sound. Then she felt its head against her back, and suddenly she was flying through the air. She didn't even have time to scream as she flailed and then landed in the dirt a few feet away. Before she could rise to her feet, the bull was already charging. Persephone dove out of the way and scrambled to her feet. The bull made a wide circle as it came to face her again. This time, she noticed that the bronze armor over its body did not cover its belly. She went to reach for her blade in the holster at her thigh, but found it was missing. Panicked, she checked each of her pockets, but only found Ariadne's gloves with the claw. Fuck, she must have dropped it. The bull tossed its head and charged. Persephone tried to run, but she had waited too long. The armored creature barreled into her, knocking her to the ground, the impact forcing the wind right out of her lungs. As she struggled to breathe, the bull came after her with its horned head. Persephone rolled, trying to escape the brutal attack. And then suddenly it was gone. When she looked up, she saw that Ariadne had managed to mount it, and she was hanging on to it by the horns. The creature bucked, trying to free itself from Ariadne's weight. Persephone rose to her feet, holding her ribs as tightly as possible. Each breath hurt. She cursed herself for losing her blade. Now her only weapon was the lion's claw. The challenge was accessing the bull's belly without getting trampled to death. Gods, she hoped this worked. The bull was still trying desperately to get Ariadne off its back, bucking in a haphazard circle. But when she went flying, Persephone broke into a run, sliding under the bull and shoving the claw into its exposed stomach before rolling to the side as the creature roared and bolted. It made it a few feet, blood pouring from its wound, before it staggered and fell. Persephone's head swam, and breathing still hurt, but she got to her feet. Ariadne approached, holding her arm to her chest. "Is it broken?" Persephone asked. Ariadne shook her head. "I don't think so. It just hurts. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said. "Let's find Hades." She stumbled forward, and Ariadne followed. Crossing the center of the labyrinth was like crossing a vast ocean. There was no measure of progress, because there was nothing in either direction except the sandy ground and the dark ceiling. Persephone could not decide which was worse, this or the dark corridors of the maze. What if they made it to the other side without seeing Hades at all? But then she caught sight of something, a dark disruption in the distance, and suddenly she felt like her heart was beating in every part of her body. "Hades," she said, breathless. And then, without realizing it, she was running. Nothing had ever seemed farther away as she raced to him. The closer she got, the more detail she could make out. She could see that he was suspended from the ceiling by his wrists, that he stood on a round platform like some kind of sacrifice. His chin rested against his chest. His tangled hair curtained his face. She didn't think twice as she scaled the platform upon which he hung. She threw her arms around him, and there was such peace in her body as she clung to him. "Hades," she whispered. She drew away and touched his face. He stirred and opened his eyes, dark, almost black. "Hades," she said. He frowned and lowered his brows like he was confused to see her here. "Persephone?" "It's me," she said. "I'm here." He swallowed, studying her. "This is a dream," he said. "It is not a dream," she said, and she rose onto the tips of her toes and kissed him. When she pulled away, he seemed more awake. "Persephone," he said, and he jerked his arms as if his instinct was to take her into his arms. The chains clanked, reminding them both that he was still a prisoner of the labyrinth. "How?" "I came to rescue you," she said, stroking his face. In the time they'd been apart, his beard had grown fuller. It felt wiry beneath her hands, but she didn't care. Hades closed his eyes and took a shuddering breath.
"I have dreamed of this,"
he said before gazing down at her again. She smiled up at him, her eyes falling to his lips, and while she'd have liked to kiss him, she knew they had to get out of here. She drew back, her fingers hanging in the loops of the net draped around him. She couldn't pull it off with his hands restrained.
"It has to be cut," he said. "So far, the only success I've had is with a lion's claw."
A lion's claw, Persephone repeated, fumbling for the one she'd used to kill the bull. She pulled the bloodied thing out of her pocket, and Hades offered a breathless laugh.
"You are perfect,"
he said as she sliced through the impenetrable thread Ariadne had spun. She probably cut it more than she needed, but there was a part of her that felt such anger toward the thing that had hurt so many people, including her husband. When she was finished, she met Hades's gaze. "I don't know how to help you out of the chains," she said, but he was already working on that. He dug in his heels and pulled, the manacles cutting into his already raw wrists. Hades didn't seem to notice, even as his arms shook and his muscles bulged. Finally, she heard a satisfying snap, and his hands were free, and then she was in his arms, and nothing else mattered. He held her so tight her ribs ached, but she didn't care. She clung to him, her arms locked around him, and with her head buried in the crook of his neck, she sobbed.
"Oh, darling,"
he said, his voice a quiet rumble, twisting his fingers into her hair.
"How I hoped I would see you again."
Persephone met Hades's gaze. She wanted to say something similar, that she had dreamed of him, that every day without him had been misery. But those words were left on the tip of her tongue as Ariadne joined them on the platform.
"You might want to move a little faster," she said out of breath. "We've got visitors."
Persephone drew away from Hades, and they turned to see 5 minotaurs approaching. They were large and had bulging muscles. Some were covered in fur, others had bare chests. Some had the head of a bull, while others had more human features. But their one common trait was that their eyes were trained on their prey.
"What the fuck did Theseus do?"
Hades said.
"He's been breeding them," said Ariadne.
They both looked at her. Breeding? Persephone's stomach turned. She didn't need details to understand what she meant, but what she wanted to know was where had the women come from, and where were they now? That was, if they'd survived the birth of such creatures.
"I asked you to help me," Hades said, "and you refused, knowing that this is what he was doing?"
Ariadne glared, her features hardened. "I'm here now, aren't I?"
"That only matters if we survive,"
Hades said. "Now is not the time," Persephone said as she looked from one to the other. They had bigger problems, literally. "How many bullets do you have left?" Persephone asked. Ariadne drew her gun and checked.
2,
she said. "Can you make those shots?" Ariadne almost looked offended.
"Yes."
"So we're responsible for 3, said Persephone. Ariadne got into position to shoot.
"Do not shoot until I say,"
Hades said.
"Once you do it, they will rage."
"Got it," she said. Hades looked at Persephone.
"They have no great power save for their strength," said Hades. "It makes them slow, so be fast."
She nodded, and they descended the platform. It was a different experience being on the ground with the Minotaurs. Now she could gauge their true size and feel their approach, each of their footfalls vibrating the ground. Hades and Persephone exchanged a look, one that promised to see each other at the end of this, and broke apart. Persephone kept her eyes on the Minotaurs as they fanned out, 2 following her and 2 following Hades. One continued toward Ariadne. Persephone was disturbed by their very human movements, the way their eyes flashed with malice as they tracked her. One slammed its weapon, a 2-headed axe, against its large palm. The other showed its teeth in a warped, wicked grin. Though Persephone tried to keep her distance, the creatures moved fast, and as they neared, they raised their weapons to strike. "Hades," Persephone said, her voice ringing with alarm.
"Now, Ares,"
Hades ordered, and 2 shots rang out in quick succession. The sound made Persephone's ears ring, and everything following the blast seemed to happen in slow motion. The bullet struck the smiling Minotaur in the head. Its body jerked unnaturally, head whipping back from the impact as a spray of blood spattered the ground. And when the other Minotaur turned to see its companion fall dead, it roared with such rage it shook her to the core. In a matter of seconds, the creature lifted its axe and slammed it down toward Persephone. She dodged the first blow, the blade sinking so deep into the earth, the ground cracked open at her feet. But the Minotaur was quick to pull it back and swing it at her again. Persephone could feel the power behind the weapon as it cut over her head, and she knew she didn't have a chance against this creature so long as it was armed. That was when she spotted the dead Minotaur's weapon, a spiked club that would have been easy for a Minotaur to wield single-handedly, but was far too heavy for Persephone to lift. Still, that did not mean it wasn't useful. She just had to get to it. Another violent cry tore from the Minotaur's throat, and Persephone bolted, screaming when she felt the axe land within a breath of her foot. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she kept going, dodging the monster's assault as she struggled to withdraw the lion's knife-like claw from her pocket. When she made it to the club, she had no time to think. The monster swung at Persephone again, but this time the axe lodged in the wooden club. Persephone jumped, using the leverage of the handle, and launched herself at the Minotaur. Brandishing the claw, she shoved it into the creature's neck. Blood immediately coated her hand. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, a strange reddish black, and it felt so thick. The Minotaur gave a strangled cry and fell backward. Persephone fell with it and landed on the ground beside it, but it did not move again. Persephone scrambled to her feet and found Hades still fighting one of the 2 Minotaurs, his arms wrapped around its neck, squeezing. The creature had gone from clawing at his arm to hanging limp, finally collapsing to the ground. Ariadne was busy kicking her Minotaur in the face over and over again. She had a giant slash across her chest. When she was finished, she was panting. Persephone raised a brow. "You good?" she asked. Ariadne nodded and shoved her hair out of her face. "I'm good."
"Are you hurt?"
Hades asked. Persephone shook her head as he approached and pressed his lips to her forehead. She closed her eyes at the feel of him, fingers twisting into the ruins of his shirt. She took a deep breath, inhaling him. He still smelled like his magic, dark and dangerous and right. This was her Hades.
"Oh my gods,"
said Ariadne. "What?" Persephone said, pulse quickening as she whirled to see what she was staring at. She'd feared another monster.
"Galanthus,"
said Hades, a note of surprise in his voice. "You know Galanthus?" Persephone asked.
"Yes,"
he said, and then he frowned, starting toward her.
"She is hurt."
Hecate's creature limped along, blood spotting the ground as she walked. She had not reverted to her cat form, still sporting her large wings and horned head. "She was injured by the bull," Persephone said, following.
"What is she?"
Ariadne asked.
"She is a eudaimon,"
said Hades.
"A guiding spirit. They used to only be deified heroes, but then Hecate felt that pets would make better guardians. She was, of course, correct."
"Oh, Galanthus," Persephone said when they reached her, threading her fingers through her soft fur. The creature purred, despite her obvious pain. I have never had a better protector. Hades raised a brow. She rolled her eyes. We have to go, Ariadne said. Galanthus made a sound that was something between a meow and a growl. Then she knelt. Galanthus? Persephone asked.
She is offering to let us ride, said Hades.
But she is hurt, Persephone argued, and then looked at Galanthus. You are hurt. Galanthus meowed, and Hades placed his hand on the small of Persephone's back.
Come,
he said, guiding her to the side of the eudaimon. Ariadne was already climbing up when a terrible screech filled the air. Persephone turned to see what looked like a flock of giant metal birds soaring through the air straight for them.
Oh, fuck, Hades said. Not again.
What do you mean, not again? Persephone demanded.
Up,
Hades commanded. I'm trying, she snapped, gripping tufts of Galanthus's fur. But she was already moving, jarring them as she leapt across the center of the labyrinth toward the mouth of the maze at a speed Persephone hadn't known she was capable of. Grab my hand, Ariadne shouted. Persephone climbed a little farther and then reached for the detective, but her finger slipped and she fell. She started to scream, but was caught by Hades, who was not far behind.
I've got you,
he said, his voice resonating deep inside her chest, even as her heart raced. A series of shrill cries chilled her to her core. The birds were gaining on them, the sound of their wings beating, metal against metal, growing louder and louder. It set Persephone's teeth on edge and was just as terrible as their pursuit. What are they? Persephone yelled over the grind of their wings.
The Stymphalian birds, said Hades. Watch out!
Suddenly, he shoved her into Galanthus's side as a strange feather-type spear whizzed past them, followed by another. Galanthus dodged them, but each movement rocked Persephone, challenging the hold she had on her fur. Finally, she was able to climb again, and when she looked up, she found that Ariadne was facing the opposite direction, gun in hand. But she was holding it wrong. And then she threw it, aiming for the bird closest to them. When it hit the bird, it seemed stunned, and then it crashed to the ground, sending up a plume of dust. When she was within reach, Ariadne offered her hand, and this time Persephone did not slip as she made the final ascent to Galanthus's back. Hades followed, and once they were astride, they were consumed by the darkness of the labyrinth. Ariadne's thread glistened. A thin rivulet Galanthus followed, while the Stymphalian birds shrieked overhead, raining deadly metal on them. Galanthus did her best to evade the feathers, though at times the arrows passed so close she could barely react, and instead slammed into the labyrinth walls, which seemed to shatter beneath her strength.
Down,
Hades ordered as his body folded over Persephone's as he covered her head. A spray of rocks rained down on them. It was followed by the whir of several more arrows and the snap of bronzed beaks as the birds gained on them. Galanthus covered far more ground than Ariadne and Persephone ever could on their own. Soon they were passing the corpse of the lion and the boar she'd slain, and Persephone felt her heart rise into her throat. The only thing left was the thicket of thorns, and they would be free. Then Galanthus roared and stumbled, and they were thrown from her back. Persephone hit the ground and rolled. When she came to a stop, she looked back to see Galanthus trying to rise, but she collapsed. Their eyes held. And then her head arched unnaturally as she was pierced through by another spear-like arrow. "Galanthus!" Persephone screamed. She got to her feet and started to run to her, but a bronze beak closed around the eudaimon.
Don't.
Hades jerked her around in time to see Ariadne's horrified expression.
We have to go,
he said, ushering her forward. A sob burst from Persephone's mouth. She knew he was right, but all she could think was that they'd all been so close. Together, they plunged into the thicket of ruined thorns as spears rained down on them, each one hitting in an explosion of dirt and rock. They did not stop running, even when they made it to the cover of the stairs. Persephone took 2 at a time, her chest aching. All the while, she reached desperately for her magic. She knew they were surfacing from the adamant prison when she could feel her power on the fringes of her awareness. "Take us home!" she screamed. Her voice grated against her throat. But instead of teleporting, the ground began to shake violently, filling the corridor with a rumble that grew into a loud roar. It made Persephone's ears ring, and she swayed, unable to stay on her feet with the ground rolling beneath them. Hades caught her around the middle and pulled her back against his chest. "What is happening?" she asked.
"Theseus,"
Hades said, just as a deafening crack sounded and the steps split. Overhead, pieces of stone started to fall away. The roof was about to collapse.
"Fuck. Go!"
Hades shoved Persephone, and she stumbled forward as the ceiling gave way. She whirled as the stones came crashing down, finding that a chasm had opened between her and Hades and Ariadne. "Hades!" she screamed as he caught a large piece of falling rock and tossed it aside. Despite his efforts, Persephone knew they would soon be buried beneath the rubble. His eyes met hers in the near dark, burning like embers.
"Go,"
he commanded. She glared at him, horrified and angry, but she knew at least one of them had to make it out. One of them needed magic to rescue the other. "Just hold on, for me," she said. Hades offered her a small smile before she turned and hurried up the remaining stairs, even as they shook beneath her feet and the ceiling continued to crumble around her. She stumbled and fell, her shins hitting the stone hard. The pain was biting, but she kept going, bruising her fingers and breaking her nails as she clawed her way higher and higher, knowing that she had no choice, until finally, when she reached for her magic, it was there. She could have cried. She teleported and landed on her hands and knees at the top of the labyrinth stairs where she and Ariadne had started their descent as the opening collapsed. She rose to her feet on shaky legs. She knew she was bleeding from her fall, but she ignored the pain and summoned her magic, intending to lift the rocks, when a sudden heaviness flooded the air. It was electric and raised the hair on her arms. She turned to see a demigod with glowing eyes and a stream of white-blue lightning surging toward her, the heat of which singed her skin even as she teleported, appearing behind her attacker. But he was already a step ahead and had turned in her direction, casting another bolt. It hit her hard in the chest, throwing her back while boiling her blood. She landed amid the ruins of Knossos and only had time to register the pain before the demigod appeared in the sky above her and struck her again, this time with a continuous stream of lightning. Her body convulsed beneath the heat, and her senses filled with the smell of burning flesh and the sharp sizzle of electricity. Beneath the onslaught of his magic, all she could think of was everything she had been through. But it was not just her. It was her friends, too, those she had loved most in the world. Sybil and Harmonia had been tortured, and Zophie had been murdered. The prisoners of the underworld had torn her realm apart and re-traumatized the souls. Zeus had stripped Hermes, Apollo, and Aphrodite of their powers and put a bounty on her head. And she bore the guilt of murdering her mother. Through all of it, she had looked forward to one thing, and that was Hades. He was her light in the window, the glow of hope in the distance, despite the deep darkness around her. And just when she had felt his familiar warmth and the safety of his embrace, he had been taken from her again. Her fury bloomed. She could feel it in her chest, a darkness that unfurled into thorns. She screamed as they burst from her body, cutting through the white-blue light. The lightning ceased as the demigod attempted to flee, but Persephone's thorns twined around him and through him. As his blood rained down, she yanked him from the sky, and he plummeted to the earth, hitting it in an explosion of dirt and rock. For a brief moment, Persephone lay there, expecting to feel the pain that inevitably followed her explosive magic, but she felt nothing save the hard ground at her back. It was then she realized the thorns were gone, and she had healed. She sat up and then rose to her feet, approaching the crater, finding the demigod lying at the bottom. As she looked, he opened his eyes, no longer lit with white light. She extended her hand, and vines grew around him. He struggled as they tightened, and when he began to scream, another clapped down over his mouth. Persephone turned toward the collapsed entrance of the labyrinth and called to the stones. They were easy to find because they were made from adamant, but harder to move because their energy was heavy. It made her body shake from the inside out, but she managed to shift them over the pit, locking eyes with the demigod as she dropped them on him all at once. She caught movement from the corner of her eye and burst into tears when she saw Hades emerge from the ruins of the stairs. Ariadne was not far behind. "Hades!" She ran to him and threw herself into his arms, once more surrounded by his warmth and his scent. She buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Let's go," she said, and Hades' magic erupted. They were finally free, and Hades was home.
Part 2. And fate? No one alive has ever escaped it, neither brave man nor coward. Homer, The Iliad. Chapter 17. Hades. Hades could not describe how it felt to be free of the labyrinth's hold. The only thing he had to compare it to was when he'd been thrown up by his father and released from the dark prison of his belly. But not even this compared, because then he'd been reborn into battle, and now he'd been reunited with his queen, and she was all he wanted. As they teleported, he healed what could be mended, highly aware that the wound at his side was impervious to his magic. He was already imagining what Hecate would say, how Persephone would react. When they arrived in the underworld, he kept Persephone close, holding her gaze as he swept a strand of hair behind her ear before tipping her head back for a better look at her face and access to her mouth. "Are you well?" he asked. "Yes," she said in a hushed whisper meant only for the dim glow of their bedroom. His hand tightened at the base of her head, desire igniting in the pit of his stomach. "I dreamed only of you in the dark of that labyrinth," he said, resting his forehead against hers. He wanted nothing between them save this sweet tension. But Ariadne cleared her throat, and Persephone responded, breaking this hypnotic hold. A sliver of frustration shot up his spine. It did not help that he was not particularly pleased with the mortal detective and her previous refusal to help him, especially given the horror in the labyrinth, though he had to admit he'd like to know what finally convinced her. "Where is Dionysus?" "Wherever you left him," Hades replied. "Hades!" Persephone chided. She pulled away, and he was frustrated by the distance. "I answered the question to the best of my ability," he said. He did not know where the god of wine was, and frankly, he did not care. The only thing he wanted to know was how long until he could be alone with Persephone. "If that was your best, I feel sorry for you, Persephone," Ariadne said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I am just giving you the same energy you gave me," Hades replied. "What is wrong with you two?" Persephone demanded, looking from him to the detective. "He's pissed because I refused to give him information on Theseus," Ariadne said. Then she looked at him, eyes narrowed. "I risked Phaedra's safety once to tell you Theseus's plans, and you did nothing to help her. What makes you think I would do it again?" Persephone met his gaze. He didn't like the way she was looking at him, like she was ready to be disappointed.
Is that true?
Hades crossed his arms over his chest. This was not at all how he imagined this reunion. I said I would help, he countered. I never specified when. There was a time and a place for everything, and rescuing Phaedra had, unfortunately, fallen further down the list as more and more pressing things came up, like the murder of Adonis, the attacks on Harmonia and Tyche, and the hunting and slaying of the Ophiutorus. Not to mention, as far as Hades knew, Ariadne's sister wasn't interested in being rescued. Perhaps you haven't realized, since Phaedra is the center of your world, but there are people who have died by Theseus's hands while she sits pretty at his side unharmed, so forgive me if she is not my priority. Hades did not like the silence that followed, or the way Persephone was looking at him, like she was stunned by his harshness, but he did not regret his words, even as Ariadne's eyes reddened. Fuck. Maybe he did regret them.
It's all right, Ariadne said. Dionysus has done what you could not.
And he would pay for it, too. He bit back his reply, though he was not surprised. The god of wine was in love with the detective, and would do anything for her, consequences be damned. And while Hades could relate to that, he did not trust that Ariadne was as invested. Hades turned away from the two. If he lingered, he was going to say something else he regretted. He crossed to the bar and poured himself a drink, surprised by how strong the amber liquid smelled. It was warm and sweet, and it burned his nose. He placed the glass to his dry lips, his mouth salivating at the thought of taking a single sip. But then he heard Persephone speak.
I'll have Hermes. She paused. Never mind. I'll take you to Dionysus.
No, said Hades. He set the glass down and turned to face them. Hermes is more than capable of seeing her home. Persephone's gaze was hard.
Zeus stripped him of his powers, him, Apollo, and Aphrodite, for fighting alongside us, she said. So no, he isn't.
Hades clenched his jaw. He had suspected Zeus would retaliate for what had happened outside Thebes. His rule had been challenged, and the other gods had watched as Persephone turned his magic against him and shot him from the sky. Now Zeus had to remind everyone of his power and strength, but he could only strip his offspring of powers, not Hades or Persephone. He wondered what the king of the skies had planned for them. Fuck. He looked at Ariadne, who was covered in blood. She had scratches on every exposed part of her body and a large gash on her chest. I'll take her, he said, but she must be healed first. I don't want to hear Dionysus fret.
You mean the same way you fret over me?
Persephone asked, arching a brow. He could feel her disapproval. He was definitely going to hear about this when he returned. Except that he didn't really care so long as they were alone. Persephone turned away from him and placed her hands on Ariadne's shoulders. She was new to healing, and he wasn't aware that she had ever healed anyone but herself, so he was curious to watch her now. When her magic ignited, it felt like the warm rays of the spring sun, and beneath it, he let go of the anger and tension that had tightened his muscles and fueled his frustration. Ariadne, too, seemed to relax as Persephone's power took effect, healing the gash on her chest, the scratches on her arms, and whatever unseen injuries she'd sustained while in the labyrinth. When Persephone was finished, she dropped her hands and held the detective's gaze.
Thank you for leading me through the labyrinth, she said. I couldn't have done that on my own.
Ariadne offered her a small smile. Yeah, you could have, she said, glancing darkly at Hades, even as she added, Sometimes our love forces us to do extraordinary things. That was the first time he'd ever agreed with anything the mortal said. Hades approached Persephone, and he was glad when she turned to him. He framed her face with his hands, threading his fingers into her hair. "I will not be long," he said, and kissed her hard and deep. His heart raced as she responded beneath him, her fingers digging into his skin. It felt dramatic to say, but he did not wish to let her go, even if it was only for a few minutes. When he released her, he was warm and aroused. He considered teleporting Ariadne away without escort, but he knew Persephone would not approve. Besides, it was likely not the safest thing, especially in the aftermath of their escape from the labyrinth. Or, apparently, Phaedra's rescue. "Wait here," he said. He did not want to have to go looking for her when he returned. He stepped away, holding her gaze as he turned toward Ariadne and reached for her with his magic. Simultaneously, he sought Dionysus and found him in his suite at Bacchaia. Hades wasn't sure what he expected when they arrived, but it certainly wasn't Dionysus passed out in a chair wearing the skin of some old white man dressed like a doctor, except that was exactly what they found. Ariadne's brows lowered. "Are you sure you brought us to the right place?" she asked, looking around. But it was definitely the right place, and this was definitely the right god. He kicked Dionysus's foot, and the god startled awake. "What?" he snapped as he sat up in the chair, glaring at Hades. But his anger quickly melted into a strange mix of anticipation and fear. He gripped the arms of his chair and stood, pulling off the net covering his hair. He didn't seem to realize he wasn't his usual self. "Where is Ariadne?" "She's here," Hades said, stepping aside so that the god of the vine had a clear view of his beloved mortal. "Ari," Dionysus breathed as he took a step toward her, but her eyes widened and she took one back. "What's going on here?" Ariadne asked, looking from Dionysus to Hades. For a moment, Dionysus looked confused, and then he glanced down at himself. "Oh, fuck," he said, as he shifted into his true form. Ariadne's mouth fell open. "You didn't know?" Hades asked. "Your boyfriend here is a shapeshifter." "Sorry," said Dionysus, rubbing the back of his neck. He seemed embarrassed. "It's been a long day." "Where is my sister?" Ariadne asked. Dionysus's mouth tightened. Hades guessed that this was not how Dionysus hoped their reunion would go. "I took her to my home," Dionysus said. "I thought that would be best for her and the baby." "Baby?" Ariadne said. "Baby?" Hades asked. "What baby?" Ariadne demanded. "Your sister is pregnant," said Dionysus. "Was pregnant. She gave birth today." Ariadne just stared at him with her mouth ajar. Dionysus must have hated the silence because he continued. "Congratulations. Today you became an aunt." "You took Theseus's wife and his child?" Hades asked. Fuck, this wasn't good. "I didn't know there was a child until it was too late," said Dionysus. "Did she give birth at your house?" he said. "No." "Then it wasn't too late," Hades roared. "Don't yell at him," Ariadne said, stepping between him and Dionysus. "He did it for me." Hades' eyes fell to her, and whatever she saw made her take a step back. "You think I don't know that?" Hades seethed. "You think I don't know that everything you've ever done has been for your own selfish gain?" "Careful, Hades," Dionysus warned. "Theseus will come for his wife, his child, and for you. And while you will suffer, it will be nothing compared to those who sheltered you." Hades felt his darkness crowding the room as he spoke, but his gaze did not waver from Ariadne's stricken face. You thought you knew pain? You thought you knew guilt? You are about to know the agony of living with the blood of innocent people on your hands. Hades straightened and looked at Dionysus, whose eyes were dark with rage. You had better hope I am wrong, he said, before he vanished. Chapter 18. Theseus. Theseus gathered Helen's hair into his hands as she knelt on the plush carpet of the hotel room. Even with this view, he barely registered the feel of her mouth around him, so caught up in his anger over what had happened at the labyrinth. He had watched Ariadne and the goddess of spring from the moment they had arrived on the island of Knossos and made their descent into his dark prison. He'd heard every conversation, every scream and desperate cry. He'd witnessed their greatest desires come to life as the magic of the labyrinth took root in their minds, though neither surprised him. Persephone desired identity. Ariadne desired family. Theseus desired to strip them of both, and he would. It was just a matter of time. What both failed to realize was that he could not be defeated. He had fulfilled the prophecy of the Ophiutorus. He was destined to overthrow the gods, and when he succeeded, they would pay for their insolence. But none so much as Ariadne. Ariadne had betrayed him, and for that she would suffer. He grew harder at the thought of what he would do to her, how he would torture her, and he would start by punishing that wicked mouth. The pressure around his cock changed, growing in intensity, and when he looked down, Ariadne was on her knees before him. A hot wave of lust tore through him, and his hold tightened in her thick hair. She paused, her dark eyes lifting to his. She straightened, bracing her hands against his thighs, knowing what was to come. He thrust into her mouth and held her tight, shifting deeper. He could feel the back of her throat against the head of his cock as she gagged, her nails biting hard into his skin. The pain spurred him on, the pressure building until he exploded into her. He wasn't sure if she pushed away from him or if she tore away, but when he stared down at the woman at his feet, it was no longer Ariadne, but Helen. She was gasping for breath and coughing, his cum dripping from her mouth to the floor. She looked up at him, her eyes watery, full of hate. He was getting used to that expression. She'd looked at him similarly after he'd fucked her in the conference room at New Athens News. Yet she had still come when he'd summoned her to the diadem and knelt when he'd ordered. She said nothing as she rose to her feet and disappeared into the bathroom. After a few seconds, he heard the shower running. He thought she might use it to muffle her cries, but instead he could make out the distinct sound of vomiting. He ground his teeth, disgusted, and left the room, entering the adjoining suite. He had left Knossos shortly after Hades, Persephone, and Ariadne, not even bothering to unearth Sandros. He was likely still trapped under rubble given that it was adamant and nearly impossible for him to move on his own, but it would serve as a fitting punishment for the time being for his failure to subdue the goddess of spring. Another wave of anger overtook him as he stepped into the shower, yet he knew it was futile to feel such emotion. It did not matter that the three had escaped, because he was destined to win. While he had hoped to lure Kronos into partnership by offering Hades as a sacrifice, he could do the same with Zeus. He still had the upper hand. Let them revel in this victory, he thought. The higher they climb, the harder their fall. Theseus finished bathing, and when he returned to his room, Helen waited, a picture of perfection. Looking at her now, no one would expect that minutes ago she had knelt before him and took his cock to the back of her throat. As he dressed, she spoke.
I have prepared a statement announcing the birth of your son. As requested, it states you were present upon his arrival." The corner of his lips lifted at her disparaging tone. "Is that contempt I hear in your voice, Helen?" Her silence spoke volumes, but then she asked, "Do you even know his name?" He turned to face her as he knotted his tie. "Have you suddenly developed a moral compass?" "I have always held certain values," she snapped. "Oh, and what are they? Dishonesty, treachery, desperation?" She glared. "You have no reason to accuse me of such things." "Of course I do. You displayed each one when you abandoned your friends for me." "I did not abandon anyone for you. I chose Triad. I am Triad." She glared at him, her chest rising and falling with her anger. He scowled. "Help me with this fucking tie." She lifted her chin, and for a moment he thought she would refuse, but then she rose to approach him. "Who were you thinking about when you were fucking my face?" she asked. Theseus did not like her question. It felt too familiar, like she was a lover demanding answers. "Jealous, Helen?" "She's under your skin," she said. His muscles went rigid. She was suggesting he had a weakness. "For all you know, it was my wife," he said. "The wife you left alone while she gave birth to your son?" she asked. "I don't think so." He let his hands rest on her hips, fingers pressing hard into her skin. "Know your place, Helen," he said. "If you ever do that to me again, I will bite your dick off," she said. "I do not care about the consequences. Are we understood?" The corner of his mouth lifted. He said nothing, and she continued as if they had never gone off topic. "The reporters are waiting outside the hospital. When you exit the front, you will pause at the top step with Phaedra, announce your son, smile, and wave, and then guide her to the waiting SUV." She slipped the knot of his tie up, snug against his neck, causing him to cough. He knocked her hands away and turned toward the mirror, adjusting the tie so that it wouldn't choke him to death before he made it to Phaedra's room. "I know how to charm the press," he said. It was Phaedra they needed to worry about. This would be their first appearance together since the incident in the hall, though he suspected she would do anything to please him, clinging to the hope that if she did, he might still love her. He did not really care what she had to tell herself, so long as she played her part. A part that was even more critical now that Ariadne had made her choice to side with Hades and Persephone. He watched Helen cross to the bedside table to pick up her tablet and purse. "Leaving so soon?" he asked. "I have to work," she said, meeting his gaze in the mirror. He turned to face her. "You work for me." She ground her teeth, a spark of anger in her eyes. He chuckled. She didn't like that, which made it even more satisfying. "You are the one who told me to have a counterattack ready for Persephone," she said, "and I have a lead." "Anything you want to share?" "I prefer it to be a surprise," she said. He tilted his head to the side, studying her. He waited for her to drop her gaze or fidget with her stuff, to show some kind of discomfort, but she remained poised beneath his scrutiny. He approached, brushing his knuckles along her cheek. She stiffened as his hand came to rest against her neck. "You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Helen?" "No," she said. "No?" he asked, increasing the pressure against her throat. He felt her swallow beneath his hold. "Or never?" She did not answer, and after a moment he dropped his hand, pleased by the way she seemed to slump when he released her. He thought he almost liked her fear more than her acquiescence. "If you had said never, I wouldn't have believed you," he said, "and then I would have killed you." She didn't even blink,
and he could not decide if she was brave or foolish. He had played this game for years, and he knew the kind of person she was, an opportunist, eager to please so long as it meant a ride to the top, and he was willing to indulge her until she was no longer useful, though he had no doubt she was planning to stab him in the back before then. It was a good thing he was invincible. Helen turned, and he watched as she retreated, speaking only as she made it to the door. "His name is Acamas," he said, and when Helen looked back at him, he offered a warning. "I know your loyalty is tied to ambition, Helen. Just remember, you can't rise from the dead." Theseus teleported to the Asclepius Community Hospital. When he arrived, he expected Tanis to greet him in the hallway outside Phaedra's door, but found it abandoned. In fact, the whole wing was quiet. His immediate reaction was not to overthink. Perhaps Tanis had cleared the wing and gone inside to help Phaedra prepare for her departure. When he entered, he found Tanis, but he was not with Phaedra. He was on his knees. Perseus stood behind him, a gun pointed at the back of his head. Theseus closed the door.
"Tell Lord Theseus where his wife is, Tanis,"
Perseus said. There was a brief pause, and then, in a quiet tone, Tanis said, "I don't know." "You don't know," Theseus repeated. He looked at Perseus and then around the room, but there was no sign of their belongings. "And what about my son?" "I don't know, my lord," Tanis said. "But he was born," Theseus's voice trembled. "I heard his cries." Theseus clenched his teeth. Each word only succeeded in making him angrier. He could not describe this feeling, this rage, but all he could think was that he had had a son, and now he was gone. It was the only thing he could think, and that surprised him. "When did you realize he was missing?" "The doctor never left the room," Tanis answered. Never left. Never left. He fixated on those words, never left. Someone had certainly left, and they had taken his wife and his child, his property and legacy. Theseus regarded the bodyguard for a moment, and then met Perseus's gaze. The demigod pulled the trigger, executing Tanis with a single bullet to the back of his head. Theseus had no more use for the man who had failed to protect his wife and child. No need to ask him any more questions. He knew who was responsible for this. Ariadne. "Have you located Dr. Fanes?" Theseus asked. He watched as Tanis's blood pooled on the floor. "He is being escorted here now along with his nurse," Perseus said. "We found them in the parking garage, disoriented." "She's under your skin." It was true. Ariadne was under his skin, and he hated her for it. Hated her because she knew, and she had used it to her advantage, to take control of this very moment. He had to admit he was surprised she had made her move, knowing he would seek revenge, knowing Phaedra would suffer too. The door opened, and Theseus looked up to find Damien, a son of Zeus, entering with the doctor and a middle-aged woman. At first their expressions were distant, a symptom of compulsion, but then their eyes fell to Tanis, lifeless on the floor. The nurse screamed, and Damien covered her mouth, muffling the sound. "Please, my lord," Dr. Fanes begged, eyes already watering. His large, sweaty forehead gleamed under the fluorescent lights. I do not know what happened." "Shh," Theseus said as he approached and pressed a finger to the man's lips. He waited until he was certain the doctor would remain quiet before pulling his hand away. "I know it was not your fault. Some things are outside your control. just like the length of your life. Theseus took a step back, and Perseus raised his weapon.
Please,
the doctor whispered, his plea drowned by the sound of Perseus's gun firing. The nurse screamed, but she was silenced shortly after by Damien, who kept his hand over her mouth and wound his arm tightly around her neck until she slid to the floor. In the quiet that followed, Perseus spoke.
I will find her, my lord, and your son.
But Theseus did not need help locating them. He knew exactly where they were. No, he said, you will bring me Dionysus. Chapter 19. Hades. Hades had not expected to leave Bacchaia in such a foul mood. If Persephone had heard the way he'd spoken to Ariadne, she likely wouldn't speak to him all night. But Dionysus's decision to essentially kidnap Phaedra and her son would have horrible consequences. He only hoped he could stop Theseus before the demigods saw them through, but those worries were for tomorrow. Tonight, all he wished to concern himself with was Persephone. Except when he returned to the underworld, she was not alone. Hecate had joined her in his office. When I said wait for me, I meant alone, he grumbled, though, to be fair, he was not unhappy to see the goddess of witchcraft.
Shut up,
Hecate snapped as she embraced him, and though her actions surprised him, he hugged her back.
You're an idiot,
she said with her face buried in his chest. He smiled softly. I missed you too, Hecate. She pulled away and touched his face. He had never quite seen this look in her eyes before. It was almost like she was in disbelief, like maybe she had not been certain he would actually return. That thought turned his stomach.
You need to shave,
she said. Noted, he replied.
I will leave you,
she said, taking a step back.
But I had to see you, both of you.
Hecate turned to Persephone and hugged her tight. Then the goddess left, and they were alone. It was the moment he had waited for. Yet he did not close the distance between them. All he could do was stare at his wife, his goddess, his queen. She was so beautiful. His heart ached when he looked at her. He had spent most of his time in the labyrinth thinking only of her, conjuring her likeness from memory, and still he had not done her justice. He could never capture her truth, the unbearable beauty of her soul, the thing that called to him loudest, the thing that said they were made for each other. Her eyes never wavered from his, but seemed to burn brighter, fueled by the heat rising between them. We should bathe, she said. Her voice was low and shivered up his back like silk. He wasn't going to argue. They were covered in mud and blood. Besides, he wanted to see her stripped down to nothing. As you wish, darling, he said. He considered carrying her through the castle to the baths as both a way to announce his return and also communicate that they were not to be disturbed. But he decided that would take too long and teleported instead. When they arrived, he was immediately overwhelmed by the smell of eucalyptus and lavender. The humid heat stuck to his skin and warmed his sore muscles. He hadn't really paid much attention to how he was feeling, other than the ache between his thighs. They were still divided by that same distance, but it felt far more tangible than before, thick and heavy with desire. Persephone held his gaze as she pulled off her tank top and shimmied out of her pants. She straightened and stood naked before him. He had seen her this way so many times, and he would never get enough of it. "What are you waiting for?" she asked, before she turned and entered the pool. He watched her as she dove beneath the surface and pulled off what remained of his tattered clothes, wading into the water just as she emerged, her long hair plastered to her head. He did the same and swam toward her. When he rose to the surface, he was inches from her. Still, he did not take her into his arms, did not seal the space between them, save for his cock, which was so full and heavy it pressed into her stomach. "Everyone missed you," Persephone said. He did not expect to feel such a strong wave of emotion at her words, but he thought maybe it had something to do with the way she was looking at him, like something inside her had been broken in the time he had been gone, and she was trying to hide it. Then he saw it. Her mouth quivered, and her eyes welled with tears, and she shook her head as if she were telling them to go away, but they came anyway. "It was horrible without you," she said. He dragged her into his arms and held her tight, hoping that at some point she wouldn't tremble anymore. "I am so sorry," he said. "I should be sorry," she said, pulling away, brushing at the tears on her face. "I should have never left." He reached for her, his fingers closing around her wrists. "No, Persephone," he said, shaking his head. "You knew exactly what I would do. I would have never let you leave with Theseus, never fulfilled that fucking bargain. I should have never made it in the first place." She placed her hands on either side of his face, fingers combing through his wet beard, and after a moment, she giggled. He liked the sound. He wanted more. "Hecate is right. You do need to shave." "You don't like it?" he asked. "I was thinking about keeping it." "Hades!" She was not amused. "Do you think it makes me look older?" She pressed her palms against his cheeks and spoke very close to his face. "I think it makes you ticklish." "Does it?" he asked, nuzzling her neck. "Is this ticklish?" She shivered. "Hades." This time she breathed his name, and he wasn't sure if it was a warning or a desperate invitation, but she didn't push him away. She locked her fingers in his hair as he kissed up her neck and along her jaw. "What about this?" he asked, teasing the lobe of her ear with his teeth. That was when she jerked toward him and slammed her mouth against his. Fucking finally, he thought, and his mind went blank. He pulled her flush against him and devoured her mouth, consumed by the feel of her body and the rush of blood in his veins. It made his heart pound and his cock throb. She opened her mouth against his, and their tongues collided. He groaned at the taste of her, at the way she let him take control. He felt massive as he bent over her, his hand tangled in her hair at the base of her neck, but she clung to him and moved with him, kissing him with just as much passion as he gave. His hand skimmed down her back to her ass, and he lifted her from the water, her legs twining around his waist. His head swam, desire roaring in his ears as her heat pressed into his aching arousal. He kissed along her jaw and down her neck as he carried her to the edge of the pool, where he let her sit while he took her breasts into his hands and mouth, licking and sucking her soft and silken skin. "Yes," she hissed, legs widening, inviting. Fuck. He loved this. "Not so ticklish anymore?" he asked, sucking on one peaked nipple. She drew in a sharp breath between her teeth. "You are impossible," she said. He smiled, bringing his mouth level with hers. "But you love me," he said, letting his nose graze hers, his lips hovering over hers. "I hope that wasn't a question," she said. "You can answer it all the same," he said. She wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him close. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I love you." This time she claimed his mouth, and her fingers threaded through his hair. His wound ached as she held him tighter, her heels pressing hard into his back, but he swallowed the pain. Nothing would ruin this moment, not Theseus or his father's fucking blade. He was frustrated that he was thinking about them at all, especially with his cock nestled so snugly between Persephone's thighs. That was what he should be focusing on, how good she would feel once he was inside her. He kissed her harder on the mouth before making his way down to the juncture of her thighs.
Hades, you're bleeding.
Persephone's voice rang with alarm, and she reacted immediately, closing her legs and jumping into the pool beside him. The water, he now noticed, was tinged with red. Fuck. This was exactly what he was hoping to avoid. She reached for his hand, which he'd attempted to strategically place over the wound on his side. Her eyes widened when she saw it, and then her expression fell, and a haunted sort of look overcame her.
You're not healing,
she said, and then moved back, pressing a hand to her mouth as if she wished to contain her emotions. Persephone, I'm fine, he said. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she dropped her hand.
You're lying.
I do not want to deal with this tonight, he said, straightening to his full height. I just spent an immeasurable amount of time away from you. I want to make love to you, and I want to sleep.
I can't believe you didn't tell me,
she said, and then paused to shake her head.
Though I shouldn't be surprised, given everything I was told while you were in the labyrinth.
Hades' brows lowered, and while he wanted to know what exactly she was referring to, engaging with it right now would get him further from what he wanted. Tomorrow, Persephone, he gritted out.
No, not tomorrow,
she said.
Fuck!
She waded through the water to the steps, leaving the pool. Hades turned to follow. He would beg. He wasn't above it. Persephone. She paused at the top of the steps, her body glistening in the low light of the bath.
Harmonia isn't healing either,
Persephone said, her voice trembling.
She's not waking up, Hades.
Suddenly he understood. She thought that would be his fate, too. He got out of the pool. What do you mean Harmonia isn't waking up? Persephone reached for a towel and wrapped it around herself as she faced Hades.
Theseus stabbed her, and the wound isn't healing. She's had a fever for days.
Hades frowned at the news. It sounded like Harmonia had fallen victim to Kronos' scythe, too. Persephone pushed past him, and he followed her down the hall toward their chamber. I did not hide this from you, Hades said. I forgot. She paused and turned to glare at him. Like the idiot you are, he heard Hecate's voice in his head.
Are you serious?
I had other things on my mind, Persephone. That tends to numb pain.
So you're in pain?
He gave a frustrated sigh. Yes, for fuck's sake. I was stabbed. She whirled and continued to their room.
I can't believe you kept this from me just so you could have sex.
He didn't see the problem. It wasn't his dick that was injured. We, he said, so we could have sex. Don't make this one-sided. You were just as eager until you found out I was injured.
Because you're hurt,
she shouted back. I feel... She whirled on him. He felt her anger like a physical slap to the face.
If you say you feel fine one more time,
she threatened through clenched teeth. She didn't need to finish that sentence. He felt like he could see his life flash before him, because everything she wanted to do to him was reflected in her eyes, and unsurprisingly, none of it was sexual. When they made it to their room, she flung the door open and called for Hecate. Hades rolled his eyes. Great. Now he was about to be lectured by both of them. He summoned a towel, not particularly eager for Hecate to see his raging erection or the amusement that would light her eyes when she found out why they were fighting.
What is it, my dear?
Hecate asked, appearing just as he finished wrapping the towel around his waist. She was dressed in dark robes. He imagined if she had not already been out in the world above causing grief, she had been about to leave. Persephone turned to him.
"Tell her," she commanded.
He did not like being ordered, but he disliked that he had upset Persephone more. Theseus stabbed me with Kronos' scythe. The wound won't heal. I was going to come to you tomorrow, he said pointedly, but Persephone insisted. Hecate pulled the hood from her head, her expression far more concerned than he expected. She crossed the room toward him and bent to study the wound, then straightened, meeting his gaze. She seemed just as irritated with him as Persephone.
"Lie down,"
she said, another order, and while it made him bristle, he didn't protest. He was very aware of Hecate and Persephone watching him, and ground his teeth at the sharp stab of pain that shot up his side as he sat. He held his breath as he lay back, the pain turning to a dull throb. He hadn't thought twice about how good this would feel as he relaxed into the mattress, but after hanging from the ceiling for what felt like fucking days, this was like lying on a cloud.
"Persephone," said Hecate, "would you be a dear and bring me towels? Lots of them?"
"Of course," Persephone said, disappearing into the adjacent bathroom. Hecate looked at Hades.
"You shouldn't scare her like this,"
she chided. "It wasn't my intention to scare her," he said. "I was going to handle it."
"Tomorrow,"
Hecate said, almost mockingly,
"when it might be too late."
Hades averted his eyes, frustrated. Persephone returned with a stack of towels.
"Your magic isn't reaching the wound at all," Hecate said. "I will not be able to do much beyond attempting to prevent infection."
Persephone's stare was hard, her eyes glassy. He was frustrated that this was how he'd returned to her, far more broken than before. Hecate placed the towels around Hades' wound, creating a barrier, and then summoned a glass pitcher.
"Could you fill this with warm water, dear?" she asked.
"You know you can use your magic," Hades said when Persephone vanished into the bathroom again. "Why do you keep sending her away?"
"If I used my magic right now, the water would scald you to death," Hecate snapped. "Besides, would you prefer I berate you in front of your wife?"
"I'd rather you not berate me at all," he said.
"Then don't."
"Be an idiot," he spoke over her. "I know. Believe it or not, I really try not to be."
"Demeter is dead, Hades."
Hades' mouth parted, but he had no words to speak. He was usually aware of every soul that came into his realm, save for the time he'd spent in the labyrinth, and he had been too distracted upon his return to take inventory. "How?"
"Persephone," she answered. "She needs you well, and as whole as you can be, to lean on in grief, but also in guilt."
Hades swallowed hard, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. He couldn't figure out what he hated most about having been a prisoner of Theseus. Was it that he was separated from Persephone, or that separately they had gone through unimaginable things, and neither had been able to be there for the other? When Persephone returned with the pitcher of water, he couldn't help seeing her differently. The thought made his stomach turn, filling him with guilt beyond anything he'd ever felt. But knowing what she had experienced, he now felt like he could see the burden of it upon her, hardening her features. In some ways, he recognized her on a deeper level. Hecate got to work, cleansing his wound, which wasn't necessarily painful, but definitely uncomfortable.
"Sybil said you mentioned that we may need the golden fleece to heal Harmonia," Persephone said. "That is likely the only way either of you will heal now," Hecate replied.
Fucking great, Hades thought, except that Hecate and Persephone both looked at him. He must have spoken aloud. "The fleece is in Ares' territory. And in case you've forgotten, we are fighting on opposite sides. He won't give up the wool without a fight."
"Then we'll fight him," said Persephone. "He will be more than eager anyway, if he thinks he can capture me. Zeus has offered his shield as a reward to anyone who brings me to him in chains."
Rage erupted inside him. "What?"
"Perhaps you should have saved that piece of information for later," Hecate said, slathering a layer of something clear and sticky over his wound. "Do not act so surprised," Persephone said, as if she were unbothered. "You knew he would retaliate."
That hardly mattered, and besides, while he'd expected Zeus to retaliate, he had not exactly expected a competition between their opposing gods. "I'll kill him," he said.
"After you're healed,"
Persephone said. He glared. He wasn't sure he could promise that. Hecate finished by bandaging his wound. It throbbed more now than it had before.
"Let's hope by morning you have managed to stave off infection."
She started to leave but paused, a stern look coming over her face.
"Rest," she said. "In case you need explicit instructions, that means you probably should avoid sex for now."
"I could have gone my entire existence without ever hearing you say those words," Hades said. When she vanished, a strange tension filled the room, but it had nothing to do with desire. It was a clash of anger and fear, heightened on both sides. Persephone stood at the end of the bed. He wasn't sure what she was staring at, or that she was really seeing at all. "Persephone." He called to her, and that seemed to shake her from her thoughts. "Come, lie beside me," he said. If he couldn't have the comfort of being inside her, he would settle for holding her close. She didn't move, and he felt dread creep into his chest. Had he already fucked this up? "Persephone, please," he said. Finally, she moved, the bed dipping with her weight. He watched her crawl toward him across their sprawling bed, and when she rested against him with her head on his chest, his anxiety vanished. "I'm sorry," he said, kissing her hair. She did not speak, and he could feel her tears on his skin. He considered asking her to look at him so he could brush them away, but if he did, then he would have to fight the emotion welling in his throat, and he wasn't certain he was capable of facing that battle. So he didn't. Hades woke to Persephone's kiss. He groaned and pressed one hand into her back. The other sought her breast, first through her robe and then sliding beneath it. He twisted her nipple between his fingers, pleased with her breathless groan. He released her for a moment and tore the tie of her robe free. He rolled on top of her and buried his face between her breasts, kissing her there before lavishing each one with his tongue, licking and sucking her, while she writhed beneath him and slid her foot along his engorged cock. "Fuck," he breathed as he brought his mouth to hers. She pulled him down, and he took the chance to dig his feet into the bed, grinding into her, flesh against flesh. He could barely think. It felt so good. He moved to the side, and his hand swept lower, over her stomach, to the apex of her thighs, where he circled her clit and let his fingers slide along her slick entrance. "So fucking wet," he hummed against her skin, kissing down her neck. He withdrew his fingers, coating her clit with that liquid heat until it grew hard beneath his touch, shifting over her again. He had every intention of kissing down her body and fucking her with his tongue when her fingers dug into his skin, halting him. "Hades," she said. He knew by the tone of her voice that she had surfaced from the haze of her desire. "Don't say stop," he pleaded, but it seemed wrong to say those words aloud. "Just let me taste you," he groaned. She sat up, which forced him to sit back on his knees.
"You're bleeding," she said.
He looked down at the bandaged wound, stained with crimson. "I was probably bleeding before this," he said, though those words likely didn't help his case. Persephone's lips flattened, and she pulled her robe closed.
"I'm sorry, Hades. I didn't mean—"
"Never apologize for that," he said. They stared at each other, and he knew she felt terrible. She crawled to the other side of the bed. He sighed, frustrated, and flopped onto his back. His cock mocked him, pointing straight into the air. He lay there, silent for a few moments, before he wrapped his fingers around his erection. He couldn't believe he was going to have to jerk off while his wife lay beside him, wet as fuck.
"What about no sex is so hard for you to get?"
Persephone asked. "My fucking dick, Persephone," he snapped. "That's what's hard." Silence followed his angry outburst. He let go of himself, placing both his hands beneath his head. In the quiet, he felt ridiculous for being so frustrated. "I'm sorry," he said. "I just imagined all this very differently." After a few moments, Persephone whispered, "Me too." He felt her move, and then she was beside him, shedding her robe. "What can I do?" she asked. "Anything," he answered. Excitement shot straight to the end of his cock. She gave him a wry look. "That won't hurt you." He pretended to consider her question, but he had a list of answers. "Sit on my face," he said. Her gaze slid to his cock and back to his face. "I don't think that will ease your affliction." "I beg to differ," he said. He saw her doubt and pushed forward, explaining, "Pleasing you pleases me. If you're worried about hurting me, this is the best option. You have control. You're the one who moves. I'll just hold you." And fuck you with my mouth, he thought. He could tell she was considering it, and then she rose onto her knees and guided her leg over him, straddling him with her slick heat. He brought his hands down on her thighs, feeling triumph for the first time. "Are you sure this is okay?" she asked. Her palms were pressed flat against his chest, her breasts swollen between her arms. "What are you worried about?" he asked, holding her glittering gaze in the dim light of their room. "Hurting you," she said, and then added sheepishly, "suffocating you." "If this is how I suffocate, I would gladly drown in your heat."
"Hades!"
"Put your weight on your knees, darling. I'll do the rest," he said. "Come." She relented and shifted up his body. His muscles tightened with excitement as her knees came to rest on either side of his face. She looked down at him, holding his gaze as he placed his hands on her legs and guided her down, his tongue running along her slick flesh. He was instantly consumed, overwhelmed by her pleasurable scent and the way he was able to watch her from between her legs. She let out an audible gasp, her hands slammed down onto the headboard, and he buried his tongue in her heat, delighted when she began to move her hips. "Ride, darling," he said, "like you are on my cock." He was eager to show her how good this could be for her. She was tentative at first, but she quickly found a rhythm, and as she moved, he gripped her ass and spread her wider, taking her deeper. When she grew tired and was still, he would change his approach, kissing and licking and sucking her, rubbing her clit until her body began to shudder. And when he felt her climbing toward release, he climbed too. His muscles locked, and his hips shot off the bed, heels digging into the mattress as he held Persephone hard against his mouth. She came with a sharp cry, her thighs pressing in on either side of his head. It was all he needed to release the pressure that had been building inside him. His orgasm tore through him, twisting every part of his body. Fuck. He would ache tomorrow, but he didn't care, because as he came down from his high, his mind was finally quiet. Chapter 20. Dionysus. Hades' words had ignited a primal urge within Dionysus to protect Ariadne. Unfortunately, that primal urge was directly linked to his madness, and it took everything within his power to quell the tremors shaking his spine, to shove down his anger, to stay rooted to the spot and not go after the god of the dead and tear him limb from limb. You would never win, he told himself. Even with frenzied strength, he was no match for one of the 3 most powerful Olympians. "Gods, he is the worst," Ariadne said. It took him a few more breaths before his heart stopped racing, and then he met her gaze. "He isn't the worst, believe it or not," said Dionysus. "But Theseus certainly is." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying he isn't wrong about Theseus," said Dionysus. "If Phaedra doesn't go back to him, he will come for her. He'll come for you." "We knew that going in," she said. "Are you saying you regret it?" "I'll only regret it if anyone gets hurt," he said. He could tell she didn't like his response by the way her lips flattened. "Take me to her," she said, and paused. "Please." His eyes lowered to her bloodied clothes. "I think you might want to shower first." She looked down at herself as if she'd forgotten she'd just come from the labyrinth. "I don't have clothes," she said. "I'll find you some." He thought she would leave then to go downstairs, but she hesitated. "The baby," she said. "Is he healthy?" "Yes," said Dionysus. "And who does he look like?" "You mean other than an alien?" She rolled her eyes. "I should have known better than to ask." She turned and headed for the door. "I think he has your nose," Dionysus called after her. She paused, and when she turned to look at him, he added, "And your eyes." "You can't know that," she said. "He's just a baby." "I would know your eyes anywhere," he said. She pressed her lips together as if she were trying not to smile, and left his suite. When he was alone, he blew out a frustrated breath. Gods, what the fuck was he thinking? He should never have gone down this path with her. He didn't know how he'd managed to come this far, or how he'd gotten so involved in this battle between the Olympians and the demigods. But here he was, delivering babies and kidnapping wives. He might as well have painted a target on his back, because he just invited a fucking sociopath into his territory. And it was all because of Ariadne. Fucking feelings, he thought, as he left his suite and headed to the basement. As he stepped off the elevator, he found the maenads scattered around the living area. Some were knitting, some cleaning weapons, some reading. A group of them were gathered in front of one of several television screens, watching the finale of Titans After Dark, or whatever it was called. As he crossed the room, he caught a glimpse of Oceanus on screen, his face stricken with horror as he looked at Gaia, who wailed beside him. They were watching the world burn, ignited by Zeus's lightning in the aftermath of the death of Typhon, who, in a previous episode, had laid siege to Mount Olympus. Not that Dionysus was invested or anything. It just unnerved him. He felt like he was about to watch the same scene unfold around him in the mortal world. Dionysus made his way down one of several darkened hallways that branched off the main room in search of Naya, who would likely have clothes for Ariadne. The door to her room was ajar, but he knocked anyway, not wishing to intrude. She answered quickly, a book in her hand. "You okay?" she asked, her eyes alight with amusement. Clearly, Lilia had told her about what had transpired in the delivery room. He narrowed his eyes. "How much do you know?" he asked.
"Oh, everything,"
she said. "And how many of the Maenads know?"
"Oh, everyone,"
she assured him. Dionysus sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Great."
"If it helps, I expected you to faint,"
she said. "It doesn't," Dionysus said dryly. She snickered. "I came to see if you have any clothes I could borrow," he said.
"We're not really the same size, Dionysus."
"For Ariadne," he said. "She's out of the labyrinth." Naya's amusement withered.
"Is she okay?"
"I think so," he said. "She yells at me like she is." Naya frowned.
"Did you ask her if she was okay?"
"No," he said. "I didn't exactly have a chance." He decided not to tell her about how Hades had also yelled at them. Naya pursed her lips but said nothing. She disappeared into her room and came back with a bundle of clothes.
"She's not all right, Dionysus,"
said Naya. "Then I guess she'll tell her sister," he said. Naya leveled a hard look at him.
"You care about her?"
"Do you really have to ask?"
"Then make sure she's okay,"
she said, shoving the bundle into his chest. "Fine, I'll ask," he said. "But you know what she's going to say. Just take me to my sister."
"The point is, Dionysus, that you cared enough to ask."
He was still thinking about Naya's words as he wandered down the hall to Ariadne's room. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. He tried the handle, and it turned, but he hesitated to enter. Was this an invasion of privacy? She had to know he was coming to deliver her clothes, right? The sheer amount of anxiety this gave him was absolutely absurd, yet he didn't want to give Ariadne any more reason to be irritated with him. He cracked the door. "Ari?" he called into the room. Again, there was no answer, and he assumed that meant she was still in the shower and it was safe to enter. He slipped inside. Her room was sparse, having only a small bed and desk. She hadn't tried to make this a home, though Dionysus was not at all surprised. She hadn't exactly come here willingly and had spent her early days trying to escape. She stayed now because she was in danger, because Theseus wanted her, though that did not seem to scare her as much as it should. She was willing to risk herself for others, even if they did not wish to be saved. Her sister was a prime example. He wasn't sure he'd ever tell her the truth of Phaedra's rescue, which was that she had begged to stay.
"It will be worse for everyone if I leave,"
she'd said. "We will keep you safe," Dionysus had said. But he knew what had convinced her to leave with them, and that was the promise of seeing Ariadne. It was a testament to the love they had for each other, but Dionysus knew Phaedra's fear of Theseus was stronger. She would return to her husband. The only question was how much destruction Theseus would have to cause before she left. And would her return even stop his chaos? Dionysus approached Ariadne's bed with the intention of leaving her clothes there, but as he did, he noticed a picture pinned to the wall. It was creased and stained, yet that did not dull the bright smiles of a young Ariadne and Phaedra staring back. It made him wonder what led them to where they were now, but he thought he could guess the answer. It was a predator named Theseus. His eyes lowered to her bed, and as he set the clothes down, he noticed something sticking out from under it. He bent to pick it up and found it was a leather-bound journal.
"What are you doing?"
Dionysus whirled to find Ariadne in the doorway of her bathroom. She stood, wrapped in a white towel, her dark hair plastered to her head. He knew she'd asked him a question, but he couldn't think beyond her and the water dripping off her body, which led to other thoughts, like the fact that she was naked under that towel, and how she'd felt against him and around him in the cave. Fuck. He was aroused, and she wasn't even naked. Ariadne's eyes fell to the journal in his hands. At first she looked horrified, and then she looked pissed. "Say something, you idiot," he thought, but he couldn't unstick his tongue from the top of his mouth. She crossed to him and yanked the journal away, simultaneously dropping her towel. Suddenly she was naked, and Dionysus continued to be speechless. But he did manage to retrieve her towel, or at least he tried, but Ariadne moved at the same time. Their heads knocked together hard, and while Dionysus barely felt anything, the impact sent Ariadne to the ground. It did not help that she landed in what was probably the most erotic position ever, on her back with her legs splayed. "Fuck me," he thought. She lifted herself up onto her elbows and rubbed her head. "Gods, I hate you," she whined. Those words shook him, and he realized he was still holding her towel. He shoved it out to her and then offered his hand, helping her to her feet. He held up the journal she'd dropped too. She took it and hugged it to her chest, along with the towel. "I didn't read it," he said quickly. "I just saw it on the floor and picked it up." Though now he had to admit he was even more curious about what was inside. He said, swallowing. "I brought you some clothes. They're from Naya." Gods, he was embarrassing. "Thank you," she said. They stared at each other, and then he lifted his hand, calling on his magic to heal the blossoming redness across her forehead. Her eyes fluttered closed beneath his touch, and his fingers lingered, tracing along her cheekbone to the corner of her mouth. He wanted to kiss her there, but instead he dropped his hand. She opened her eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked. He hoped she knew he was asking about more than just her head. "I will be," she said, "once I see my sister." It was the answer he had expected, but he understood. "I'll let you get dressed," he said. When he stepped outside her room, he ran his hands over his braids, hooking them behind his neck. "You are a fucking idiot," he muttered to himself, and proceeded to pace until she emerged a few minutes later. "Ready?" he asked. He knew the answer, but he felt like he needed to ask before teleporting. She nodded, taking a breath. She seemed nervous, and he wondered why. From what he could tell, she and Phaedra had a good relationship, though it was possible Theseus had poisoned the connection between them. "I'm ready," she said. He offered his hand. He didn't need to touch her to teleport, but he thought it might be comforting. She didn't hesitate, and when his fingers closed around hers, they vanished, appearing in the living room of his home. When they arrived, she immediately released his hand. "Where is she?" "In your room," he said, and then corrected himself. "Well, not your room exactly, the guest room." He had never seen her eyes so bright or her excitement so high, and truthfully, it made him sad. It was the first time he realized what all this had really done to her. She started toward the door, but paused. "Thank you, Dionysus," she said. "You don't know how much this means to me." He hoped it meant the world, because that was exactly what it would cost. She did not wait for a reaction. She turned and raced to the door, knocking quietly. There was a pause, and when it opened, at first only a crack and then wider, and there was Phaedra, ghostly pale, illuminated from behind by a warm amber light. "Ariadne," she whispered. Ariadne nodded, her mouth quivering, but it was Phaedra who burst into tears first, and then she threw her arms around Ariadne's neck and sobbed. Dionysus left the sisters then. It felt intrusive to linger. He headed down the hall to his room and showered. When he was done, he climbed into bed. For a while, he just lay on his back and stared at the ceiling. His mind felt so full of words and emotions, he could not even begin to process what had taken place over the last 24 hours. He just hoped that when Theseus came, he was powerful enough to protect his people. It was late when Dionysus woke to Ariadne entering his room. He didn't remember falling asleep and wasn't sure how long he'd been out. He rose onto his elbow. "Ari?" he asked, feeling groggy and a little disoriented. He spoke as he yawned. "Is everything okay?"
"Yes," she whispered. "I didn't mean to wake you."
He might be half asleep, but he thought that was strange. "What exactly did you mean to do?" She stared at him from the end of the bed, and then it dipped with her weight, and he watched in disbelief as she crawled to him. Suddenly he was very much awake. "Ari," he said.
"Dionysus,"
she replied, her voice a heady whisper. "What are you doing?" he asked, as she guided him to his back with a hand on his chest.
"What does it look like?"
she asked, as she straddled his already hard cock. This has to be a fucking dream, he thought. He let his hands rest on her thighs. "I think you should explain it," he said, "in detail." Her eyes glittered in the darkness, and she rolled her hips against him lightly, as if testing how he felt against her. He let out an audible breath.
"I wanted to thank you again," she said, "for rescuing my sister."
He raised a brow. "By having sex with me?" he asked.
"Are you saying you don't want to?"
she asked, planting her hands against his chest, grinding harder against him. Fuck, she was making this difficult. It wasn't that he didn't want her. He didn't want the feelings that would inevitably come with it. His fingers pressed into her thighs. "I'm saying I don't want you to fuck me because you feel obligated," he said.
"I don't feel obligated,"
she said. She bent and pressed a kiss to his chest, and then another. "Ari." But at the sound of her name, she ran her tongue over his nipple, then her teeth, and he decided he didn't really care why she'd come to his bed, only that she was here and touching him. She kissed down his stomach, tugging the blankets away until her mouth hovered over his cock. This is really happening, he thought, as she met his gaze. "You don't have to do this," he said, except he was really hoping she would. She didn't say anything, just took him into her hand and licked him from root to tip. He thought he was going to die, except he couldn't, because then he would miss this whole thing, and he really didn't want to miss this. He was also really glad she couldn't hear his thoughts, because that would be embarrassing. "Fuck yes, Ari," he hissed, as her warm and wet mouth closed over his cock, her tongue swirling in dizzying circles. He reached for her hair, raking it to the side so he could see her better, watching as her head bobbed and her mouth stroked. When she released him, it was with an audible pop and a delicious groan. Then she met his gaze and smiled, licking the cum that had beaded at the tip of his cock. He wasn't sure what was more arousing, the feel of her mouth or the fact that she was having fun doing this. "Fucking tease," he said, inhaling between his teeth as she ran her tongue lightly over the pulsing veins of his shaft, all the way to his balls, which she lavished with her tongue. When she started to move back to his dick, he sat up and she followed. Their mouths collided, and Dionysus gripped her ass, pulling her forward so her knees were on either side of him and his cock rested between her thighs. His hands dipped beneath her shirt, smoothing up her sides to her breasts. He squeezed them and teased them. All the while, she rocked against him. His head felt so hot he thought it was going to explode.
They parted long enough for Ariadne to pull her shirt over her head, and then Dionysus buried his face between her breasts and took each of them into his mouth, tasting her sweet skin. He liked the way she arched against him, the way she pulled his hair. "I want you inside me," she said as she kissed him. He said nothing because he couldn't. His mind was blank, filled to the brim with nothing but sensation and need. He wanted inside her too. She shifted away, pulling off her shorts before rising onto her knees and straddling his lap. He pulled her closer, and he ran the tip of his cock through her wet heat, pushing deeper when he knew he was in the right spot. Then Ariadne slid down, and her legs locked around his waist. Every part of them was aligned, including their eyes. It was intimate in a different way, beyond just being inside her. "You are so fucking beautiful," he said. A small smile curved her lips, and she leaned forward, her mouth moving over his as she teased, "And you didn't want me." "I always want you," he said, "even when you don't want me." Then he kissed her hard, and Ariadne pressed against him, hugging him tighter. He was so deep inside her, his balls rested against her ass, and he could feel her clit scrape against the hair on his lower stomach. She used him for her pleasure, and he grew harder inside her. There was a primal part of him that could not help moving, aching to thrust into her. Finally he lay back, bringing her with him, and rolled. He did not think she could get any more beautiful, but she stared up at him with hooded eyes and a swath of dark hair fanning out over her head, touching and squeezing her full and swollen breasts as he drove into her. His body felt like it was on fire as he watched her writhe beneath him, and he knew she was close when she reached between them and rubbed her clit. Soon after, she dug in her heels and lifted her hips, and he felt her whole body tighten around him. He bore down when he felt it, grinding into her as she gripped him tight, and then his orgasm hit, shuddering through him so violently his arms and legs went numb. Light-headed, he lowered his body, and though he could barely breathe, he kissed her deeply. This time wasn't like the last, when he hadn't known how to handle her after sex. Then he doubted she wanted anything more from him once they had finished. But this time, he gave it no thought. He did what he felt guided to do, and was pleased when she kissed him back. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered. "Thank you." He frowned. He couldn't tell what she was thanking him for, but if it was the sex, he wished she wouldn't. He rolled onto his back and then sat up. "If you want to freshen up, you can use my bathroom," he said. "Thank you," she said again. The words made him grind his teeth. He wasn't sure why they put him on edge so much, but each time she said them, he felt like they were strangers. She rose from bed and went into the bathroom. The light blinded him for a brief moment until she shut the door. While she cleaned up, he gathered her clothes, expecting that she would want to dress and leave quickly. But when she returned, she lingered at the end of the bed. "Can I stay? Just for a little while?" Her question sent a thrill through him, though he thought it was odd that she was so bold when it came to sex, but in this, she seemed shy. "Of course," he said. He pulled the blankets down for her as she crawled into bed next to him. He held her close, one arm beneath her head, the other wrapped around her waist. Their bare bodies felt seamless and warm. It was murder on his cock, which was already hard against her ass, but he refused to give in to his desire until she was ready. They were quiet, and soon Dionysus's eyes grew heavy. But before he succumbed to sleep, he needed to ask her one question. "Did you see Theseus?" he asked,
in the labyrinth. It took her a moment to answer, but when she did, he could tell her voice was thick with tears.
"I didn't see him, no," she said. "Just the horror he was capable of."
Chapter 21. Hades. Hades focused on the softness of the bed beneath him, the cold caress of the sheets against his skin, and the warmth of Persephone against his chest. He counted her breaths and her sighs, and each time she moved. The labyrinth was the first time in a long while he'd been deprived of any luxury, and he wondered if being trapped in its dark depths was the fate's way of saying he'd grown too bold, that he deserved to fear an end to his blessings. Except that he had never stopped fearing for Persephone. Even now, as they lay in the quiet of their room, blanketed by peace and solitude, he knew that beyond these walls, turmoil was brewing. He could feel it beneath his skin. The souls whose threads marred his body were restless. It was a dreadful omen, but he knew from where it stemmed, from the magic of an old and angry god, his father, Kronos. Since the moment Theseus had told him the god of time was freed from Tartarus, Hades had felt an unimaginable sense of dread, and now that he was home, that feeling had only grown worse. He knew his father would come for him. He would come for Zeus and Poseidon, too. But before that, he would go after their mother. Hades rose from bed and dressed, and with a final look at Persephone's sleeping form, he called up his magic and vanished. Hades manifested at the edge of the world. It was an open-air circular temple made of white marble columns. It was so tall it touched the clouds, which billowed like blue and silver waves in the night. From here, one could look upon the divine and witness Atlas straining beneath the weight of the earth, or Nyx casting her veil over the world, tangled with Erebus's dark embrace. It was the temple of divine direction, and it was here where Rhea sat staring off toward the east. From where he stood, she was only a shadow, the edges of her body illuminated by starlight. But as his eyes adjusted, he could see that she wore robes the color of the sunset, cast in orange and red hues. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like the fringes of night, and a turret crown gleamed like the rising sun atop her head. On either side of her lay her two loyal lions. It would have been a breathtaking scene, had it not been for the fact that the lions were dead, and a river of blood was running from them and Rhea over the mosaic floor to his feet. He was too late. As he approached, he could hear her ragged breathing. His heart beat in tandem, breaking with every step. He rounded on her and saw a great spear embedded in her breast. She turned her head and looked at him, and he recognized the shadow in her eyes. It was death. "Have you come to take me away, my son?" "It seems I must," he said. Hades knelt beside his mother. "When did he come?" He did not wish to say Kronos' name, for fear that his father might hear. "I do not know," she said. "Time is different when he is near." She turned her head away and looked east again. "I knew when he had entered the world again." She spoke in a whisper. "I could feel it in my heart." "Why did you not hide?" She smiled a little. She smiled like him. "Perhaps this is what I deserve," she said. "For what?" Hades demanded. "For not protecting you," she said. "For saving the one child who would become nothing more than a cruel and wicked king." He wanted to say something, to ease her guilt, but he had to admit that he had wondered often why she had chosen to save Zeus when she could have tricked Kronos from the start. "I am here to watch the dawn," she said. "Do you think Eos will open her gilded doors for me?" "If she does not, I will knock on them for you," he said, following her gaze to the gates, behind which the morning sun was trapped, its crimson rays reaching beyond their great height, bleeding into the night. "Are you afraid?" Hades asked, as the light grew more golden minute by minute. "Yes," she said, and he took her hand. "Will I remember you?" "In time," he said. She turned her earthly gaze back to him. "Do you promise?" "I promise," he said. She made a small sound, like a satisfied sigh, and golden light warmed her face. Just then, Eos cast open her great doors and stood in saffron-colored robes, wreathed in the blinding rays of the dawn. And in that brilliant light, Hades held his mother's hand until she was cold. Later, after Hades had brought Rhea to the underworld, he stood on the balcony at the front of his palace, ignoring the stabbing pain in his side. It was radiating like heat across his stomach. He knew that wasn't a good sign, and he'd have to tell Hecate soon. But for now, he watched his realm slowly brighten beneath his muted sun. Normally, he would watch his world wake, but it seemed it had never slept. Not the souls who hammered steel in Asphodel, or Cerberus, who patrolled the borders of the underworld. He knew they were restless because they were afraid. Theseus had brought battle upon them in a life where they were only supposed to know peace. Hades felt angry that his people had suffered, guilty that he had not been here to prevent the chaos Theseus had unleashed. "None of this would have happened if you had been here," he thought bitterly. But those words felt wrong. Mostly they minimized what Persephone had gone through to protect their realm, and the last thing he wanted was for her to think she had not done enough, that she had not been enough. "What are you doing out here?" He stiffened, straightening at the sound of Persephone's voice. He turned to see her standing just inside the threshold of the balcony doors. She looked beautiful and sleepy, illuminated by the morning glow of the underworld, and wearing nothing but black silk. He felt like an idiot for not returning to her side. "Just observing," he said in answer to her question. She paled, and her eyes shifted from him to the dark horizon, where the mountains of Tartarus gleamed like black glass. "That is Iapetus," she said, though he already knew. She took a breath and shivered violently, which only deepened his anger and his guilt. He wished he had been here to protect her from this horror. She left the threshold and came to stand beside him, her eyes locked on the monstrous mountain. "I tried to hold him with my magic alone, but it was not as strong as yours," she said. "There is no difference in our magic, Persephone." As soon as he said the words, he realized how frustrated he sounded. It had not been his intention to reprimand her. It had to be overwhelming, to have only just grown comfortable with her own power and suddenly have access to his, but one was not more than the other. He tried again, gentler this time. "Some things work, and others don't. It is that simple." She glanced at him and then away toward Tartarus, tapping her fingers against the stone railing, anxious. "I thought maybe you could change it back, to the way it was before," she said, almost as if she were suggesting a new addition to the castle or a plot in the garden. "Why would I change it?" he asked. The thought had not even occurred to him. "Because of what it represents," she said. He frowned, brows lowering. "What do you think it represents?"
"Terror," she said.
"Is that because you were afraid you couldn't contain him?" he asked. Her jaw tightened, and she did not speak. He stepped up behind her, grinding his teeth against the pain that radiated down his leg as he caged her against the balcony. She felt rigid against him, and he willed her to relax to no avail.
"You have not seen how the souls look upon them," she said, hands fisting beneath his, "as if they do not trust they will hold."
"It isn't unusual to fear something happening again, Persephone. It is not your magic they doubt." He could feel her shudder against him as she took a breath.
"So the mountains will hold?"
"Yes," he whispered, his lips brushing her ear. "But if they are too much for you, I will change them." She was quiet, and after a moment she turned in his arms, tilting her head back to hold his gaze, and his eyes fell to her mouth. She was so beautiful and so haunted. All he wanted to do was bring her comfort. He leaned forward, brushing his lips against hers, and though the kiss was gentle, they held each other tightly. "I'm sorry," he said, when he pulled away, smoothing his thumb over her jaw. "I did not mean for you to wake alone." She watched him, eyes seeking something in his expression, and he grew anxious, thinking she was not finding what she was looking for.
"I know you left the underworld," she said. "Where did you go?"
He tried not to look surprised, but he could safely say he had not expected her to ask, or to know that he had left at all. And while she likely knew that, she did not seem angry, only curious and concerned. His gaze fell as he sought her hands, which were twisted into his robes. "I went to say goodbye to my mother." Persephone's brows lowered.
"What do you mean, goodbye?"
He could tell by the way she asked that she knew what he meant, so he said nothing.
"Oh, Hades,"
she said, and took his face between her hands before sliding her arms around his neck and pulling him to her.
"I'm so sorry,"
she whispered into his neck. He wrapped his arms around her and swallowed hard, trying to loosen the sharp knot in his throat, fighting each wave of emotion as it welled in his chest. The irony that he would mourn his mother was not lost on him. It was indeed some sort of divine vengeance, given that he had been so cold toward Persephone when Lexa died. "I don't see why death matters," he'd told her. "You come to the underworld every day. You would have seen Lexa again."
"Because it's not the same,"
she'd said. And at the time, he hadn't understood. But suddenly he did. It didn't matter that he could see her here, in another life. It was the simple fact that she had died out there. It was that she had been alone when Kronos had come for her, that he had killed her prized lions before he'd slammed his spear into her chest. It was that all she'd wanted was to see the sunrise a final time. It was that he would never forget looking upon her face as the veil of death descended to see a single tear on her cheek. It was not the same because nothing would stop him from remembering everything that had preceded her existence within his realm. "He killed her," Hades said. Persephone drew back. "Who?" "Kronos," he said, and looked away, staring off toward Tartarus. And while Persephone had feared that her mountains would not hold Iapetus, she had forgotten that his had failed to contain his father. "I think I am next."
"Don't say that,"
she said. He didn't want to scare her. It was just the truth.
"How do we stop him?"
she asked. "I don't know." He had been thinking about it since Theseus had taunted him with the news of his father's release in the labyrinth. They had succeeded before because the Olympians had been united against the Titans, and because Zeus had his lightning bolt, Poseidon his trident, and Hades the helm of darkness. Now the Olympians were divided. Some did not even have magic, and the helm of darkness was in Theseus's possession. Not that Kronos would fall for those tactics again. They would have to think of something different, and soon. But he also knew that he could not face his father with this wound. If he was being honest, it hurt, worse even than it had the day before, and he knew it would get to the point where he could not ignore it any longer. It was impacting his ability to plan. Persephone turned on her heels. "Persephone," he called. She did not stop. "Persephone, where are you going?" he asked, catching up with her in the hall. She did not slow her quick stride. "To get ready," she said. "For?" "If we are going to defeat Kronos, we need the Golden Fleece," she said. "And do you have a plan to retrieve it?" he asked, though he did not disagree with her. He would need to be at full strength if he was going to face his father in battle. "I already told you my plan," she said. He paused for a moment at the top of the steps while she continued down, practically sailing. "Already told me." It took him a moment to recall their brief conversation from yesterday. Gods, he hated how much his wound was affecting him. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then he remembered. Zeus had offered his shield in exchange for her. He teleported to the base of the steps, just as she reached the bottom. "Get out of my way, Hades," she said, as she tried to sidestep him, but he planted his hands on her waist. "We don't have time for this." "You will not trade yourself for the Golden Fleece," Hades snapped. "I'm not going to trade myself," she said, glaring up at him. "I'm going to bargain." "Not with your fucking life!" Suddenly, they were interrupted by a loud crunch, and when he looked over his shoulder, he found Hermes standing in the middle of the hallway, hugging a large bowl of popcorn, wearing only a pair of small floral boxers and a sheer pink robe lined with feathers. "Is that my robe?" Persephone asked. Hermes was reaching back into the bowl as he looked down at his ensemble. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I borrowed it. I didn't think you'd mind." "When?" Persephone asked, a demanding edge to her voice. "When I got here." "And when did you get here, Hermes?" Hades asked, impatience threading through his voice. Hermes tilted his head, stroking his chin as he thought, or pretended to at least. "You know, I can't really remember. Since I lost my powers, everything is just so fuzzy." He paused, and then his face brightened. "Like this robe." He lifted a feathery sleeve. "You slept here?" Hades asked. "Sure did," Hermes said as he scratched his lower back and then stretched loudly, one arm lifting into the air as the other clutched the bucket of popcorn. "And let me just say, you really need to wash the sheets in your guest rooms and invest in Wi-Fi. I couldn't even watch the finale of Titans After Dark." "I am not interested in making your stay more comfortable." Hermes' mouth fell open as he scoffed. "But I am a guest." "There are no guests in the underworld, Hermes. Only unwanted visitors." Hades tried to turn back to Persephone, but Hermes continued. "Now that's just rude," he said. "Do you know how hard it was to get here? I had to climb down a mountain, and I hate walking. I was exhausted. And then when I finally made it to your ugly palace and found a room, all I wanted to do was sleep, except I couldn't, because as soon as I lay down on your dusty bed, I heard you." Hermes turned his face toward the ceiling, arched his back, and threw out his arms, moaning loudly. Several kernels of popcorn went flying. "That's it. Ride like you're on my cock, darling." Hades raised a brow at the god's exaggerated display, though he supposed that answered his earlier question about when the god arrived. Hermes straightened and popped another piece of popcorn into his mouth. And I couldn't sleep because I couldn't stop wondering, what is she riding if she isn't on his cock? My face, Hermes, Hades said. She was riding my face. Oh my gods, Persephone whispered. Hermes' shoulders dropped in disappointment. Well, that's not very creative. Maybe not, but it was the first time with Persephone in far too long, and it had felt fucking great, even as the wound on Hades' side continued to weep blood. Might I suggest, Hermes began. No, Hades and Persephone spoke in unison. You don't even know what I was going to say. That's the point, Hermes, said Hades. I don't even know why we're friends, Hermes huffed. Sometimes Hades wasn't sure either. Persephone took that opportunity to slide past him on the bottom stair. Persephone. He reached for her again, but she turned to face him, her eyes bright and determined. I'm going to Ares Island today, she said. We have to have the fleece. Harmonia is getting worse, and so are you. Persephone looked pointedly at his side. Hades stiffened, surprised that she knew. His reaction seemed to confirm her suspicions, though, and despite her frustration, he also saw her hurt. Fuck. He didn't want to worry her, but he'd kept too much from her already. He started to speak, but Hermes interrupted. Too bad you can't just trap Ares in a bronze jar again. He was gone for a whole year, imprisoned by giants, and only escaped because I rescued him. He paused to pick some popcorn from between his teeth. He still owes me for that. Hades and Persephone both stared. What? He asked. Ares owes you a favor, Persephone asked. Yeah, like from ancient times, Hermes said, still oblivious to what Hades and Persephone were thinking. Hermes, Persephone said, taking a step forward. I need you to use your favor with Ares to get the golden fleece. What? He asked. No. Hermes, please, Persephone said. I will grant you favor in return. I will... It isn't about the favor. It's about Ares. His island is one giant booby trap. He paused and chuckled. I've always wanted to use those words. I am glad you still have your sense of humor in the face of Harmonia dying, said Hades, barely biting back his anger. The point is, Hades, I am very much mortal right now, and because it is my favor, I have to go. What if I die? I'll protect you, Hades said. Hermes' lips parted. I've waited my whole life to hear those words, he said, shivering. And you can wear the girdle of Hippolyta, said Persephone. Hades looked at her, surprised that she had it. She noticed his gaze. Hippolyta gave it to me at Zophi's funeral, she explained. She said something about an agreement you made for it. He could hear the accusation in her voice, clearly unhappy with the way she'd discovered that bit of information. He had never really expected her to find out about the girdle, or Theseus for that matter, but he was suddenly realizing that he might have protected her too much. She turned back to Hermes. At least you'll have immortal strength. What the fuck is a girdle, and why does it sound ugly? Hermes asked. Think of it as a corset, Persephone said. The god said. I am intrigued. Give it to me. Not until we leave, Persephone said. She turned and headed down the hall toward their bedroom, calling out as she went, Be ready in an hour. I like Queen Sephi, said Hermes. She's like old Sephi, but angrier. She was angry, the result of watching those she loved hurt. In some ways, Hades mourned the fact that she had to witness any of this. But they both knew it was her anger that fueled her power. and it was her anger that would save them. Hermes' chewing drew Hades' attention again, and he looked at the god of mischief. "Popcorn?" he offered. Hades reached into the bowl and took some. He held Hermes' gaze as he popped it into his mouth. The popcorn was buttery and melted on his tongue. Not bad," he said, then licked his fingers. Hermes looked a little dazed, and he swallowed. "Now you're just being mean," he said. Hades chuckled and headed down the hall. 1 hour, Hermes.
Chapter 22. Persephone. Persephone was just buttoning her jeans when Hades entered the room. She was trying hard to breathe through her frustration, knowing that only a few hours earlier he'd brought his mother to the underworld. But it was difficult, because if he'd had the choice, he wouldn't have admitted that his wound had worsened. After all they'd been through, he was still keeping the truth from her.
"You're upset,"
Hades said. For some reason, that made her even angrier. She gritted her teeth and refused to look at him.
"Persephone,"
he said as she reached for the shirt that she'd tossed on the bed. "I don't want to talk about it," she said, sliding the tank over her head.
"I didn't tell you how I was feeling because I didn't want you to worry," he said.
She froze and looked at him and let her anger blossom. She had warned him. "You didn't want to worry me?" she asked. "Did you think the worry just stops and starts on your command?" He was still and expressionless, but Persephone got the sense that he realized how stupid he sounded. "You never tell the truth," she said. His expression darkened. His anger slammed into her, a quick and violent thing.
"I haven't lied to you,"
he said. "You don't have to lie to not tell the truth," she said, and then shook her head. She almost felt unable to communicate how this had made her feel, but she needed to say it all the same. "I recognized it when I found out about Theseus's favor," she said, noting how Hades' body seemed to grow rigid. "And in the moment, it was shocking, but nothing compared to what followed, so I didn't think long on it. But then there was Zophie and the belt. Zophie, who worked as my aegis. Zophie was my companion, and I knew nothing about how she came to be in your care, but I told myself to honor her privacy. Then I watched you argue with Ariadne, which made me realize that you have been involved in this fight with Theseus far longer than I ever knew. And now you pretend you aren't in pain from a wound that has become infected overnight. If you were concerned about my feelings at all, you would have told me everything. Because this, finding out like this, hurts worse than any of those things would have." Once the words were out, she felt less burdened. She had not realized how heavily they had been sitting on her heart until now, just building while she tried to survive. She was supposed to be his equal, his queen, but instead he coddled her. And he didn't seem to understand that his choices left her vulnerable. Hades looked haunted. The silence between them was loud, almost unbearable. She felt as if a chasm separated them, and it was full of all his secrets, which honestly felt like lies, and Hades had to cross it or they would not survive.
"The wound hurts like a motherfucker,"
he said at last.
"And I haven't looked at it because I don't want to know the truth."
Persephone just stared.
"I don't know why I didn't tell you any of those things," he said. "Maybe I thought none of this would bleed into your life, that I could prevent it before it became our life, and then you would never have to know the horror of what is coming."
Persephone took a step toward him. "When I chose you, I chose everything, Hades. Your people, your realm, your enemies," she said. The only thing I fear is not having you at my side. Hades took her face between his hands and leaned closer.
I am at your side,
he said.
I will never leave again.
Is that a promise? She whispered. She knew it couldn't be, not really. Yet she wanted him to say it all the same.
It is an oath,
he said, and brought his lips to hers. Before they left for Ares' island, Persephone visited Harmonia. As soon as she walked into the room, she knew something was wrong. The air was stifling, thick with sickness, and she was immediately reminded of visits to Lexa in the hospital. It reminded her of death. Dread built in the back of her throat. And then she saw Harmonia and went cold. The goddess was pale, her lips colorless, and she was covered in a thin sheen of sweat. Sybil lay beside her, and Aphrodite sat on the other side, while Opal was whimpering at her feet. They were both crying. Hecate stood near, her expression sorrowful. "No," Persephone whispered.
"She is not yet gone,"
said Hecate.
"But it won't be long. I have done everything I can."
"We'll get the fleece in time," Persephone said. "I promise," she wanted to add, but could not bring herself to speak the words aloud. Aphrodite shifted to face her, vigorously wiping tears from her swollen face.
"Be careful, Persephone," she said. "Ares is a cruel god."
Any hope Persephone had had that she might sway Ares with Aphrodite's suffering suddenly vanished at her warning. "I thought he was your friend," she said. Aphrodite's gaze shifted to Harmonia as she answered in a whisper,
"Perhaps he isn't anymore."
Hecate approached.
"It is true that Ares is cruel, but he is also a coward. If you wound him, he will run."
"I thought he was the god of courage," Persephone said. Hecate smiled.
"He is, but he is also the god of its opposite."
Persephone left the suite. Once she stepped into the hallway, she felt like she could breathe again. The air was cool and cleansing, yet it did not ease her anxiety. Harmonia had taken a turn for the worse, and quickly. Now she worried that Hades would too. She continued down the hall and found her husband waiting in the foyer, and though she had expected him, she was surprised by the way he was dressed. He wore a pair of dark tactical pants and a gray shirt that only seemed to draw attention to his chest and shoulders. His hair was wet and pulled into a bun at the back of his head. It seemed ridiculous to say, but she found this version of Hades incredibly attractive. She had expected him to show up in a suit, no matter how impractical.
"What is it?"
Hades asked, suddenly concerned. "What?" she asked, surfacing from her thoughts.
"You were staring. Is it the shirt?"
he asked, pulling at the fabric.
"Hermes said this would be appropriate."
"It isn't the shirt, Hades," Persephone said, laughing.
"She thinks you're hot, you idiot," said Hermes as he approached. "For someone who gets laid so often, you are really fucking oblivious."
He was wearing skin-tight biker shorts and a bright green shirt. Hippolyta's belt was cinched tight around his waist.
"Gods, you're like a fucking beacon," said Hades. "Ares is going to see you coming from the shore."
Hermes crossed his arms over his chest.
"I didn't realize we were conducting a sneak attack."
"Why are you wearing a fanny pack?" Persephone asked, noticing the small pouch hanging low on his waist.
"It's for my snacks," he said.
They both stared.
"Judge all you want, but when you get hungry, I'm not sharing."
"I hope we're not there long enough to be hungry," Persephone said.
"How is that even possible? I am always hungry."
Hades sighed as if he was already annoyed.
When we arrive at the island, we will take every precaution. No killing, no teleporting. I do not wish to anger Ares any more than we already will just by being in his territory.
Would he risk divine punishment by denying a favor? Persephone asked.
I am more concerned that he will see you as a prize. I'd rather approach hospitably. Perhaps he will extend the same to us.
Yeah, right, said Hermes.
Ares doesn't know the meaning of hospitality. Let's just get this over with,
Hades said. Persephone felt Hades' magic rise and wrap around her, familiar and dark, an electric energy that brought her comfort, despite the dread she felt as they vanished.
This is it?
Hermes asked. They stood ankle-deep in the ocean, staring at Ares' island, which was far smaller than Persephone expected. It reminded her of a hill that had grown out of the ocean. A shore scattered with rocks and clamshells led into a thicket of trees, and beyond that, higher ground where all she could see was patchy earth.
If he is using this place to try to impress people, no wonder he's signal, because it is disappointing. Ouch!
Hermes jerked beside her, his hand clamping down on his shoulder.
What the fuck?
He said as he plucked what looked like a dart from his arm. A perfect line of blood dripped down his golden skin. Is that a feather? Persephone asked. Hermes' face twisted into a look of disgust. He met Persephone's gaze and then jerked again as another feather-like dart struck his opposite shoulder.
Seriously?
Hermes demanded.
Fuck,
Hades said.
Not again.
At first, she was confused. And then she noticed movement from the trees as a bird shot from the leafy canopy. It moved quickly, soaring like a spear launched by a god. It was followed by a second bird, and then another, and suddenly there were hundreds, and with them came a spray of thin, feathered darts.
"Wanna take back that rule about not killing anything, Hades?" Hermes asked.
"Run," said Hades, grabbing Persephone's hand. They took off across the shore toward a cluster of large rocks. Hades tried to shield her from the onslaught of needle-like barbs, but they were too numerous. She gritted her teeth as each one hit, pulling handfuls of feathery darts from her arms and legs as she ran, only finding relief when they managed to scramble behind the rocks, which the birds flew past in a dizzying blur of white. Hades held her against him, his hands placed protectively over her head. For a few brief moments, all she could hear was the sound of the birds' violent cries and the whirring of their wings. Then everything went quiet, except for her heart, which felt like it was going to beat out of her chest. Hades's, she noted, was unsurprisingly steady.
"Are you hurt?"
he asked as Persephone reluctantly peeled herself away from him. "No," she said, wincing as he plucked a feather she had missed from her shoulder. "Thanks."
"Did you say not again?" Hermes demanded. "How many times have you been chased by assassin birds?" "3, Hades replied, "if you count this one, though these are relatively harmless comparatively."
"Harmless? Harmless?" Hermes' face was turning pink. "Look at my ass, Hades. Does this look harmless?" He turned to show his backside, which was covered in feathery darts. He looked like a peacock or maybe a porcupine. She couldn't decide, but it took everything in her to keep from giggling. She pressed her lips together, and when that didn't work, covered her mouth to hide it. Hades didn't even try. He just laughed, a deep sound that made her stomach flutter as she realized how much she had missed it. "Laugh all you want," said Hermes,